Welcome everybody to Dapple Productions. Today we have something special on the stream tonight. 20XX, the second qualifier. It's actually 20XX League, the second qualifier. I am Het and I am joined by my favorite co-host Pat. Pat, how are you doing on your very, very busy casting day tonight?
I am doing great and I can't wait to see all these wonderful teams play each other. 20XX League has given us 4 qualified teams already. We're going to get 3 more, almost rounding it up to get our final teams for the league. It's going to be incredible. And remember, you really want to qualify today because, after that, there's only 1 slot left in the league. It's going to be pretty brutal. We're going to start with a 10th game already, a best of 3 between Swan Lake, a pickup versus BlankZ, the Dutch Bundesliga winners.
Yeah, I think it's going to be some of exciting matches here. BlankZ also been on the scene for quite a while, having established a fair amount of results, a lot of second and third places in various tournaments such as Lunar Eclipse, Solar Eclipse and Paddling Pool. So they're definitely on a team to look out for. Let's see what they are going to bring to the table here as they're bringing a very set. But the outlier is the Nautilus over there, which was started into this. It's a very odd weapon, you don't see it all too often. Let's see how the teams are going to fare out on each other as BlankZ is the first team to take the zone. Are the teams swapped around?
And the teams are swapped around right now.
Yeah,
Swan Lake are the one in blue, and BlankZ are now getting control over the zone. By the way, you talked about unusual weapons. Shout out to Acing, who is bringing a Luna to the battlefield. That's not something you see often, but Acing is pretty much Luna, one trick and doing pretty well with it here, getting a trade. That trade is not going to be enough. BlankZ with the coordination and the control are going to keep the zone, delay a little bit more Swan Lake's attack.
Yeah, you could have nice to do that, because against a composition like this, if you can get behind this Luna Blaster, stuff like the Charger, stuff like the Monsters are going to have a very bad time because they're so hard. It's so hard for them to escape once they're in your reach, once they're in your parameter. I think it's a very good play from Acing to bring that Luna Blaster. But right now, Swan Lake is not doing all too hot, as BlankZ has already crushed through most of the points on the zone. The Hammer gets a splat, but it doesn't connect or doesn't translate into a zone capture. And only a couple things left for BlankZ here, as 2 players are down for Swan Lake. And I think already BlankZ taking game 1 and setting themselves up for a strong first round.
Yes, Swan Lake were fighting well, but with their double tactical comp and the Ultra Stamp, that is a pretty weak special, they were really lacking a way to push forward, a way to force their way in onto the zone, to paint the zone fast, and because of that they have to give game number 1 to BlankZ. That being said, it's not over yet. They still have the opportunity to show what they can do, and we're going on tower control, where tower control is good for any blaster, and the Luna Blaster is no exception. Het?
No, Luna Blaster, if you remember the days of Splatoon 1, that was the worst thing to play against on tower control. And if you look back at certain YouTubers, which I will not name, who exclusively play Luna Blaster on tower control to get themselves to the high ranks, a lot of the veterans will know what I'm talking about. But yeah, Luna Blaster on tower control is a very, very potent weapon. But also, since they're playing Luna Blaster, they might actually switch to something like the Range Blaster, which will add some more utility, as it is more, it has more range, obviously. But I think it adds utility with stuff like the Kraken. So I'm interested to see if they're going to stick with the Luna Blaster for tower control, or if they're going to swap around for a more regularly used blaster.
I'm pretty sure Luna is the only blaster that they use. I've seen them pick shot a few times, but so rarely. Acing is very much the blaster person, the blaster player that you see from the UK scene.
Yeah, looking at their builds on Sendu, it is exclusively Luna Blaster.
Yep.
Neo with a single normal Luna Blaster there. So don't worry, we might have variety with the regular Luna Blaster. I think that's still interesting though, to bring such a weapon to this level of Splatoon. You don't see it too often anymore. But Acing, look at their profiles. Well, they have a history of Splatoon. They've been playing this game for quite some time.
Yeah.
And you can see that in their results on Sendu as well.
I mean, several players at that level have shown that if you really stick to your guns and keep practicing what you love, it can really pay off. We'll see if it pays off enough, because again, Swan Lake, they're incredibly good, but they're going against BlankZ, who are on fire today and who are on match point. Let's see how this team fare. On to Hagglefish Market. We are keeping the double tactic cooler on the side of Swan Lake, but you called it acing is breaking the vanilla Luna Blaster, this time with Zcaster.
I think that's a bit better for this type of game mode, especially this map. Zcaster gives you so many opportunities to go over the things. Like in the center, you can just zoom over it towards the enemy base where the sniper would be. A little best, there's no problem getting up there, so I think switching to Zipcaster was the right play here. BlankZ already putting in the work. 3 players down on the side of Swan Lake, make that a delayed wipe. And this is the opening that BlankZ could not have hoped for them to go anything better. They're already at the first checkpoint and looking like they're gonna take it straight away. Swan Lake has to step on the gas and put it into 5th gear to stop this streak.
Yes, Swan Lake needs to start winning fight, getting picks. BlankZ, they don't have a tactic cooler, but they don't seem to mind. They get more and more and more. They're already on that second checkpoint, and with a splashdown, they're still on it. They're going to go fast in that incredible first push, which just in the first minute had. And BlankZ, they already have 2 checkpoints in the bag.
BlankZ looked at that qualifier spot and kind of said, hey, I want that, and nothing gonna stand in our way. At this rate, Nautilus goes down to a very well placed suction bomb by Swan Lake, so that's good. And I think this is the moment where BlankZ will push back a little bit as Swan Lake tries to get some control onto the map. Tower wasn't fully in the center, but it was close enough for at least Swan Lake to get some splatters ready and having a place to respawn. A couple players from BlankZ also were splattered. So that's very good for Swan Lake to get back into control of mid, but that's the first step into this recovery, is getting it back into mid and starting to score of their own. And getting back into mid is the most important play now, because they have almost no map control. They cannot move around, they cannot really do anything they want to. Tries Juka goes out, but the Cracker goes out to counter on the tower, and that might be huge here, Pat, as any push that they have with the special is instantly gone, as BlankZ has a Zuka ready.
Yeah, that Kraken instantly and single-handedly forced the whole team away from the tower. Stopped the push, pushed everybody away, and now BlankZ, they're back on top. They're back with 2 players advantage. Again, forcing Swan Lake to move back to defend as much as they can, but it's not working. And BlankZ are just pushing forward with 3 players down. It's just acing and Zipcaster right now. BlankZ are going to get another push. Acing, the last surviving, is not going to do much.
Yeah, in the eyes of Devil there, Pat, when you land with the Zipcaster and Devil sees you, it's game over. That 52. And when you're in range of that, it's done. You're cooked. There's nothing you can do. Especially when you're a blaster, you fell down, you missed your one shot, it doesn't direct. Well, it's over. GG's. And again, like you said, BlankZ is definitely putting up a lot of pressure onto Swan Lake by just straight up preventing them to push. I mean, they're already at 27, and Swan Lake only at 96. 2 players down, though, on the side of BlankZ. Will this turn around here? Will this be where Swan Lake's gonna push? They have an Elite there on the side of the map. Hits a huge shot on the pencil onto the tower. Luckily, they still were able to get back. Was it the pencil? Sorry, it was the slusher. Luckily, the pencil is now ready to is now able to get their special on the map. And this will be huge for this push, because it means if anyone gets splattered, they don't lose the special. But fast respawns are on the way, which is massive for acing. We've got a very, very important splat onto the splash shot here, which will hopefully allow them to start pushing with that Kraken from Shiyu. Or Shiyu might have something to say about that push.
That Kraken again delaying everything, forcing Swan Lake to just run away, wait for it to be over. Swan Lake, they need a big push right now, and they have a minute to find it. And oh no! The triple splashdown, getting a double on Pyro, just getting in, getting a third pick off of that. I mean, that's the power a good Nautilus can have. Incredibly dangerous in the right hands, and with less than a minute, Swan Lake are not able to get out of their own spawn, as BlankZ is pushing again with 3 down onto Swan Lake. The Zuka is not going to find the pencil, but I mean, everything is going BlankZ's way.
Yeah, BlankZ could not have imagined the set going any better, other than maybe getting 2 100-0 knockouts. But it's going so well for them. Only 25 seconds left for Swan Lake! But they get wiped out by BlankZ, who are just showing their domination, showing how strong they are as they are dominating, getting a wipeout at the end, and within the last couple seconds, knock out this game as well. 2-0 Swan Lake, straight to the losers bracket, because BlankZ is here to stay. If you can end the game on a more dominating note, I think that is the way. Wow.
That's an incredibly powerful way to start your tournament, getting a clean 2-0 dominance on the team that's seeded as strong as you are. BlankZ have to feel good. It's not the end for Swan Lake. They have to go to losers bracket, bro. But yeah, not the best start. BlankZ coming in incredibly strong here.
Yeah, I think that will hopefully translate in a very good tournament for BlankZ later down the line. But looking at how they played compared to how they played the Swan Lake, it was crazy. They were so much more coordinated, I think. They had the better strategy calls as well. And I think the overall composition, just acting for a bit more range, helped a ton. I mean, looking at the E-Leader versus the Pencil, looking at the Slosher versus the Nautilus, I think it just helped a lot that they had a bit more range to play with. And that was something that Swan Lake was struggling a lot, especially in the later stage of the game. But they couldn't go in because BlankZ had the whole map painted. And then if you don't have the range to go back in, it's difficult, I think. I think that's what they were struggling with.
Yeah, as you said, I feel like Swan Lake didn't have the tool to answer what BlankZ was doing, whether it was the range of the Inter or the Krakens coming in. There was nobody to really dodge the Kraken. They had to move back because they had no tools to go around it to keep it away. And Swan Lake's way constantly reacting. One thing to note, especially about this second game, BlankZ didn't have a Tacticooler. Swan Lake had double Tacticooler. BlankZ were constantly pushing. BlankZ constantly had an extra special, because half of the specials of Swan Lakes were putting coolers on the ground, and Swan Lake was using that to just respawn after being splatted by the specials from BlankZ.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's interesting that they did that. I think that's very interesting. So now I'm wondering, do we continue on talking until the next set, or are we going to break?
No, we're going to go to a break. We're going to go to a short break and prepare the next set. We'll see more incredible 20XX action. It's going to get more and more intense, so do not go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the 20XX qualifier number 2. We are getting ready with more teams, and this time we are in a best of 5. We're going to go with and watch Healthy Diet Food Groups, pretty established team going against Pickup, which I'm pretty sure is a Pickup.
It would be funny, honestly, if you name your team Pickup and it would be an actual
Please
team.
don't. Please don't.
Come on, why not? Why not? That's so funny. That's so funny. That's so funny. I like that. I like that a lot.
Sure. Well,
I think both of them are actually Pickups. I'm not entirely sure.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, one of them actually has a team page on Sendu. So
yeah,
Healthy Food Group actually is a team, I think.
Yeah,
I don't exactly know.
Pretty established team.
We've
seen them a lot. They play a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, I haven't been doing a lot of the tournaments because I've been trying to follow it. It's very difficult because I have a way too busy schedule. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's see what these teams are going to bring us onto the battlefield. Because now we switch from best of 3 to best of 5, which obviously makes this more interesting to watch because this can go all over the place. But the reverse sweeps are, of course, legendary on best of 5s. And we're going to start it off on Splatstone's Mahi Resort, which is, I think, after some reworks, a very, very fun map. Also, look at one of these teams running, I think, Healthy Food, looting all the same banners. I like that so much. I think it's super cool. And also named after very good food. So it's the Healthy Corn Dog, which I don't think is that healthy, to be honest. We're going to accept that it's healthy.
Yeah, it has to be healthy if it's in the team, I guess. But right now it looks like Pickup opened with the zone pretty fast, but we're still fighting around it. Both teams trying to get things. It's trade after trade right now. It looks like Pickup is going to get control. Rice Ball is still in there, trying to defend the ground for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They're still in there. They're still fighting, and with the Crab Tank deployed, the Crab Tank is pummeled by the Zuka, but it's not enough. Both teams still looking at each other across the zone, trying to get in, neither able to really push the other completely away. It looks like the food groups are getting something, but what a trade hack! They keep trading!
Yeah, they're definitely showing their strength. The Healthy Diet option, the Healthy Diet Food Groups, they want to win this battle fair and square. They want to win it in a fit fight and show that the healthy options are indeed the better options for food. But looking down, 2 players down, just might be the swap of the zone. Tri-Strike comes out, the hole protected, but a huge Trizuka shuts down that Octo shot and straight back to an orange zone, as Pickup shows that maybe the healthy options are not always the best way, and having a little bit of unhealthy stuff mixed in between there is fun, is tasty, is definitely what you want. Now, Pickup is pushing up the base of Healthy Diet Food Groups. 2 players down again. Only the Spatanas have their specials at ready. Crab Tank activated from the Stamper. Let's see if it's going to stop anything from Pickup, as a suction bomb forces it to go away. That's very, very unfortunate here for Healthy Diet Food.
Yeah, Pickup showing incredible coordination, staying on the map right there. They have a very good lead, and the Healthy Diet Food Groups finally able to get onto the zone, paint it, and with 2 down, it looks like the food groups are going to get good control, are going to finally establish themselves onto the map. They need to prepare for another Crab Tank if they want to stop the next push by Pickup, as Pickup is already preparing to push. We see the Crab Tank coming from the Pickup as food groups as Pickup is getting in. Ooh, and they get vanished by Pineapple and the Decapitator.
I feel like Healthy Diet Foods noticed a flaw in their strategy and very quickly adjusted it after Pickup had the zone for quite a long time, because the zone lead has been swapped back to the Healthy Diet Food Groups. It is now 20 against 21, but the zone is still in control of the Healthy Diet Food Groups, and Pickup now has something fast. 3 players down though will accelerate that capture significantly, but now they have to face a 50-tick penalty, which will go on for quite a while. Additional to that, they have specials ready. The Healthy Diet Food Groups don't. So this might be a very tough battle for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They have to go in and have to get in there fast, bet.
Yeah, they don't have much time left. Pickup is almost done with their penalty. The strikes are coming onto the zone though, and the food groups are ready to attack. Pineapple on the zone with the bubbler is able to get the splats and get the paint. The penalty is applied, the lead is confirmed for the food groups, and with 3 players down, Happy is going to have to move back, get some ground, get back, prepare the next push. 1 minute and 20 seconds left for Pickup to get another push and get forward onto that zone.
Yeah, they have to accelerate that a little bit though, because they have another thing to worry about, and that is the penalty. It's only 5 ticks away now, so they have to go in fast. The stamper goes down. This is huge. The penalty was it 1 when they swap that lead. That is exactly what they want, even if they lose the zone here. They have a penalty of 42, so they can start breeding again now. The penalty still on this, the zone is still on the side of Pickup. They're losing their penalty slowly. They only have 45 seconds left to get rid of the penalty and get the lead from 21 to 15, which doesn't sound like a lot. It also really isn't, but at the same time, looking at how closely teams are fighting, it might be bigger stronger than it needs to be. 2 players down inside a healthy dive food groups though. This might be used. 3 players down, but the zone is neutralized. Luckily, Pickup noticed it in time and swap that lead back around to themselves. Now, healthy dive food options have to neutralize the zone very, very fast. Only 2 ticks remaining on that zone. They couldn't do it as Pickup takes game 1 with a very, very late knockout.
What a game 1 to see. Pickup just fighting till the very end. These 2 teams coming so back and forth. In the end, Pickup able to be the ones holding the zone. But, I mean, you could guess had, but we give them an extra time and healthy diet food groups were coming back. These 2 teams were just fighting so well with each other, so evenly matched. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, they were very much neck and neck with each other, and that's a good thing. That's what we like to see here on Dapple Productions. And hopefully the next game will favor the healthy diet food groups a little bit more, but even then, these 2 teams, they were very close matched with each other. I like how back and forth they went in their set. I think Pickup just being able to hold that zone for a little bit longer at the end, and I think at the later stages, the healthy diet food groups, they really lost their strength. I feel like they had a very strong opening and a very reasonable mid game. You know, into Pickup having like a 1 big push at the beginning, but then healthy diet quickly swapped it back, and then it took some time for Pickup to swap back to and then it sort of went back and forth. But I feel like healthy diet food groups at the end, they sort of lost the strength they had at the middle and the early stage of the game. So they should try to maintain that strength into the later stages as well.
Yeah, it's all about maintaining that momentum. I feel like healthy diet food groups, they were bringing a double crab tank composition to this whole, like, to this game. They really want to be where they are, hold their ground as long as they can, avoid the fights by simply keeping the opponents at bay, keeping the fight away, and it didn't pay off in this first game. We'll see. They bring the same weapon composition to the second game. Meanwhile, Happy is bringing a splat roller to this game of Clan Blitz.
I mean, the splat roller, it makes sense. It's a reasonably strong weapon, but it has 2. It has a sub and a special. I want to say 2 sub weapons, but it has 2 abilities which help by help pushing the Clan Blitz, which is the. I completely forgot the name. I'm gonna call it the Roomba. The Roomba, where they can go in.
Curling.
The curling bomb, sorry, yeah. I always forget the name for some reason. You have the curling bomb, where you can go in and start having to play the swim behind, and then you have the bubbler, the big bubbler, which helps a lot by maintaining that whatever you push, and also as a jump spot for your teammates. Okay, with that out of the way, because that took a little bit too long. The teams are now, again, very neck and neck, as neither team has really found a big opportunity to score points. And Power Clam was at the ready, but the Stamper had something to say about that as they got rid of that Power Clam wielder. Not the Power Clam itself necessarily, because that's still in play and it's going all the way back into the spawn of the healthy diet food group. But it was a very, very good push, stopping of the push, because they were preparing for that.
Yeah, both of these teams are still fighting, but it looks like Pickup got 2 players down right now. They're still looking for a way in. They have the clans, they just need to find the way. Happy getting shot right there, won't be able to get much. It looks like the defense by Healthy Diet Food Group is still ironclad, pushing all of Pickup away. And Milk Bread getting 1, getting 2, not able to get a third. Is going to go back to Swan. We're still back to the fight for mid right there, Hat.
Yeah, this thing's gonna be the fight for a while here. Because remember, in the early game, these teams are neck and neck, and that's still the case here. However, Healthy Diet Food Option has a player down, and I think Pickup is really eager to start pushing as they have a lot of stuff at the ready at the enemy base. Dekker's Power Clamp up, Dekker's Power Clamp 2 players down on the side of Healthy Diet Food Option, and 2 Power Clamps into the basket as well. A very solid opening, and that goes Power Clamp number 3 already to 40 points. I think this is also where their push will come to an end, with a very statement of an opening push for Pickup, as they are now solidifying themselves with a 60-point lead in just 3 Power Clamps. I think Healthy Diet Food Group have to step up their game a little bit. They have to step on the gas and shift into the 5th gear if they want to match that lead. However, they have a Power Clamp on hand, and they have a Power Clamp as a pity clamp onto the field as well, so everything is possible. The 2 players down because of a Trizuka won't help that push.
Yep, and right now both teams are back to the fight. It looks like Healthy Diet Food Groups were not able to capitalize off of the momentum they had after Pickup's push. So, oh wait, never mind, Rice Ball getting in there with a Super Clam, able to sneakily get in and open the basket. The rest of the team but won't be able to follow through, as Happy is getting in, trading blows. Basket is going to close down, but I feel like the Food Groups got a lot of control over that. They're still on top of mid, looking to get a bit more control. They still have a Super Clam as well, Hat.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit of a push to just score some points in. They didn't really have much follow-up with the push, but what they did do, like you said, is claim the middle of the map and get themselves another Power Clamp. That might be good for them, because now they have some ground. However, Pickup, look how fast they get rid of that ground. 2 players down though, might change a lot. And Healthy Diet Food Option is quick to notice that and is quick to go in. Milky Bread climbing up the spinner to try to get the Power Clamp into the basket. But they get splattered! They get splattered by the pencil right before they were about to throw it. The Prep Tank is also splattered as well. Power Clamp does connect to the basket, and now the pedal, and now they're at 50 points, 47. They just need a couple more to get the lead, and here it is, as we thought it was unlikely to happen, did happen, as the Healthy Diet Food Group now are in control of the game here, Pat.
Yeah, and once they have that control, they're so able to keep it between the Big Bubbler and the Crab Tank. The Food Groups really can use that control as much as they want. Right now, Pickup, who were in the lead, who had so much for all of this game, now they have 15 seconds to mount a push. They're going to have to go open the basket in overtime right now, as they're still fighting to get into mid. Happy getting a pick right there is going to be key. Every splat counts right now, and it looks like Pickup is already getting to a basket, trying to find an opening, trying to find a way in, as overtime is starting. They're getting in there, but they get splatted left and right. It's just a pencil with a ball still. They're way too far from the basket. They need to run at it now.
I mean, they have curling mom at it, so they might as well give it a shot. Both players, unfortunately, meet their demise only meters before the basket, as a Healthy Diet Food Group takes game number 2, equalizing the playing field and only furthering our statements. These teams are neck on neck.
Yeah, and it started so bad for Healthy Diet Food Groups. They were behind. They were struggling to simply defend their own side of the map, letting Pickup just get in, get so many clams in the basket, super clams even. And then Healthy Diet Food Group slowly clawed their way back to victory until they managed to get that one big push they had, both with the bubbler and the crab tanks, and everything going their way, winning simply by just a few points. I think that's just a single clam that separated these two teams had.
Less, actually. It was only 2 points, so it was
Yeah.
only 2/3 of a clam that made the difference. I mean, it's technically yes, it is one clam, but okay, by technicality, yes. If you want to go into specifics, it was only a 2-point difference. That's not a whole lot of points, and that's the kind of games in clam I at least like to see, where they're super close. They always fight neck and neck. They always start pushing into each other's base as the next game starts really fast. These teams are sticking with their comps. They are eager. They know what works and what won't. They know their team's weaknesses and strengths. Although Pineapple did switch from the decaf towards the carbon roller deco, thinking that Zuka is the better option to have for their team. And I think that is a very good statement here on Tower Transformation.
Yeah, and especially on Macromat, where there are so many ledges and so many ways to sneak your way through carbon. Loves this map, bringing it to the table is a good idea. Meanwhile, 2 players down on Healthy Diet Food Group's Pineapple, still looking to get a few splats to stop that push, and it looks like it's working. Pickup is not getting on the tower. They're waiting to get that control, and as long as Pineapple is here, guarding that stack, I feel like Pickup cannot go anywhere. Well, now it's solved, and with 2 players down, I guess Pickup will get back on the tower and will try to push to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, that's exactly what they wanted to have, is waiting for Pineapple to be gone and also waiting the map, because pushing straight away is just suicide. You don't want that. You're only going to get splattered, and then it is game over for you, because then any team will start pushing. So respectable first checkpoint capture for Healthy Diet, for Pickup. It's always a bit tough to capture the first checkpoint, but how annoying it is to fight against enemy snipe. So it's very good that they were very quick to capture it. Now the Healthy Diet Food Group is deploying basically every special they have in order to get some splats to start pushing on their own. 2 players down on the side of Pickup. This might be the push that they were looking for. Grab Tank at the ready, looking at that pencil, because it's going to be throwing some problems now that it's in prime range of the tower, but it looks like Healthy Diet Food Group just cannot find a footing on the tower, with everyone on Pickup crawling to get on the tower and prevent a boost from happening. This is something that the Healthy Diet Food Group has been struggling with this entire game already. Even if they won this game, the scrolling enemies from Pickup are just causing and even when it's only 1 or 2 against 4, they have to keep them up and go fight 2 for 1 a little bit more, because now they're often fighting 1v1 with someone cleaning up the mess, but that's not what you want to have. So that's something they are struggling with.
And right now, Pickup are advancing ahead of the checkpoint that they already completed. They want to get that second one, and with a cooler and a big bubbler deployed on the tower, they'll have lots of opportunities to get in. The bubbler is already shredded, and with 2 down onto the food groups though, Pickup are looking to get more attack going. They're taking their time, but they're waiting for the mistake, and Pineapple doesn't make a mistake. Pineapple gets splat after splat after splat, stopping every push from Pickup over and over and over.
Yeah, Pickup is a very strong team. However, they're at 40 points, and the Hell Food Option is now on the tower. 2 players down on the side of Pickup. They are looking for retribution. They are looking to get that lead here now, but the road is behind on the tower. Gets the Crab Tank user, gets the Stamper. That's big, even if they get splattered now. That's a lot of time wasted for Healthy Diet Food Groups, and time they honestly didn't really have. Now they are still slowly contesting or slowly pushing on the tower, as Pickup is finding a way to contest that push. The Trizuka will help it a little bit, but not by much, as still on the move, and only a couple ticks away from swapping that lead. It's 46 towards 40. If they hit 39, that lead has been swapped, and they're still on it. They're still pushing Crab Tank now behind it. They're slowly scoring points, a couple at the time. So many people are on it. 3 players down, but they can still get the lead. Oh, sorry, they already have the lead. I'm so sorry. They have the
lead.
It didn't show. I'm so sorry. But they have the lead. I'm so sorry. That's why it's good. They have the lead now. Finally, it took a hot minute. But they have the lead, and now Pickup is gonna scramble to try to get it back ASAP.
And once again, Healthy Diet Food Group just clawed their way back into the lead, and now it's on Pickup to find a good push, but it's no longer working. Healthy Diet Food Groups showing how to adapt to another team, showing how to do better and better throughout the game. Now Pickup needs to find the counter, needs to find their way in as the Crab Tank is deployed again onto mid, forcing all of Pickup to think twice before moving forward. Nobody from Pickup can even get near the tower right now, and they only have 30 seconds to get back in the game.
That lead is only a couple ticks away. It's only 6 points. You can get it easily, no problem. You just have to push it once. It's not the first time Pickup did a push like that really late in the set. You know, they couldn't do it again, right? This is trying to be motivational for Pickup as they get rid of 2 players on the side of Healthy Dive Food Group. Make that a late 3. And they're still not done. It's a roller versus the roller battle now. But the roller has to try Zuka out. Bit gets splattered by the regular roller. This is Pickup has been looking for. This is what they've been aiming for. Now they have a full straight domination of the map. But a tri-strike and a suction bomb wiping out. Pickup allows Healthy Dive Food Groups to take game number 3. Cementing the 2-0 lead and giving themselves match point status. But what a game for both teams. Again, they're still neck and neck and they're still so close together, Pat.
Yeah, I mean, these 2 teams were separated by just a few points every time. They're always so back and forth, learning what the other is doing, finding the counter to the counter. Right now, Healthy Diet Food Groups is on top. They only need 1 more game to advance into this winner's bracket. The Pickup, they haven't said their last word yet. We have seen how strong they can be, how good they can do. That final push started pretty well, and if it wasn't overtime, they could have done better. They were forced to just stay on tower, wait for the bombs to be thrown at them, and then the triple ink strike. But Pickup were right there, were ready to come back. It's just that close between these 2 teams. If Pickup just changes a little bit of things, finds an extra bomb, an extra smidge of ink, a better position somewhere, they get the next game.
I think definitely that's what they can do. And I think if they do it like that, like you mentioned, they can, or like you explained, they can get the next 2 games. If they really want to. I mean, again, they're so close. Robo Ramen is a very good map for the composition that Pickup was using compared to Healthy Diet Food Groups. I think their comp is a bit better on that map. So this might translate into a map win. But like I said, I want an extra bomb, maybe having your player alive a little bit longer, or an extra tactic cooler on the field sometimes will help a ton. And that is exactly what Pickup is after, because they want to get it at least game 5. If they're going to go out, they should go out on the game 5 and not on the game 4.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how these teams are able to do. Right now, it looks like Pickup are already all pressed a check mark, ready to get into the game. Healthy Diet Food Groups, they're the ones who are using that extra time to talk about their strategy. As I say that, we are getting into what could be the final game of this set, as it's always possible. It's match point. And we are seeing the Carbon come back here on Robo Ramen.
Yeah, I love to see the Carbon on Robo Ramen, but Healthy Diet Food Group. No, because they're also bringing a Carbon onto the map. So both teams are running it now. This will be interesting because it'll be a Tri-Zuka festival, as both teams were able to get the Tri-Zuka of their own, and they can get it very quick. As well. I like how these comps are similar yet so different at the same time. Tri-Strike coming out for the Healthy Diet Food Group to get the first capture onto the zone. 2 players down on the side. I mean, the first proper capture on the 2 players down on the side of Pickup, as well as they are getting a lot of map control here, Pat.
They got a lot of map control, but Pickup are already back in attack mode, back with bazookas and the tactical deployed. They should be able to at least get forward. They lost their Carbon, but now they've got 2 picks onto the food groups and they know where the jumps are. Oh, it's not working! You got Carpet Julies like that, and the food groups are going to be able to push forward now. They have a crab tank above the zone. The crab tank above the zone, you just get the zone. That's the rule.
Yeah, you have to know where the jumps are, but you also have to capitalize on knowing where they are. And unfortunately, there were 2 folks to jump, and that cost them to lose the zone. Healthy Diet Food Group now with another crab tank is defending that zone for dear life. They don't want to let it go ever, and that's exactly what you want to do in specials, exactly what you want to do in general. And they're so strong onto defending its zone. Pickup is unable to find an opening. Trizuka goes out, but it doesn't connect to anyone. It doesn't split a single soul on the side of Healthy Diet Food Group, and it's not looking too hot for their team for their score on the zone. It's a 3v3 scenario, but painting is troublesome. They have a lot of paint on the map now. They have some players down, and they finally painted that zone and have the control game, but they're only at 80, and it's only 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we're still fighting for that zone, and it looks like the food groups are getting in there. Pineapple showing how it's done with a carbon right there, getting 2 and trying to get more now with Bazooka. It's still more holding for the food groups. They have that momentum, they have the points, and they're looking to seal the deal here. But Pickup are still in that fight, trying to get a bit more. The 52 is taken though, and right now, Healthy Diet food groups have no penalty. They are scoring more and more points at.
Yeah, this is not looking good for the Pickup. The Healthy Diet food option is showing their dominance. It went from a neck and neck close fight to a one-sided dominating fight on the side of the Healthy Diet food groups. As I say, that Pickup finds a way to capture that zone whilst the crab tank is active. It's a very good strategy call. Put some penalty points onto the Healthy Diet food group as well. And that is what Pickup really could use at the moment. They're still holding on to it. 2 players down on the side of Healthy Diet food group, making the late triple splat. And now they're pushing in. Now they're going to control the map. The splatters, the chargers into the zone. The Pineapple is going to big flank, getting Kokipal, looking at the next player. They have to fight against the cover runner now. They have to force it to go out of the way, but now he fought from behind too. Pineapple, or sorry, Healthy Diet food group is again in control of that zone. So Pineapple did a very good job distracting Pickup.
Yeah.
But still, Pickup is also slowly crawling back because they scored a decent amount of points there.
They got the points, and now they're trying to get in to get some control. Happy able to just survive on the zone thanks to the wall. Right now, it looks like Pickup are able to grab themselves into some control. They need to stay in control of the zone for long. The food groups are already trying to paint it again. Getting another pick onto the zone right there. That is so tough for Pickup. Pickup needs to paint that zone, needs to stay in control. They have a minute to get rid of that lead, and they're already done with their penalty. They only need to hold a little bit too longer, but the food groups are already on the zone, painting it very close to applying penalty. They're not applying penalty yet! Oh, wait!
No, they're
it's
not
not
done.
over!
They're not done. Pickup is doing everything they can to hold on. It's so for dear life. Finally, they lost that zone, but they held it on for so long by the difference from wires. That zone is still in their control. They got the Carver on. They got Pineapple. Yep. This might be huge. This might be the opportunity they were looking for. Pineapple quickly respawn though. But this is the moment. They have the zone at the ready. They have next to no penalty in order to start scoring points again. And that lead is not all too far away. Zuka coming out, but the tri-strike will make things a lot harder on the maintenance side. Zone, unfortunately, for Pickup back into the control of the Healthy Diet food group. They have one more chance to get it, and they have one more chance to maintain it. But with 3 players down, that wasn't going to be the option that they were looking for. In a hard-fought battle, the Healthy Diet food groups advances into the next stage of this tournament, as we unfortunately have to see Pickup go towards the loser bracket. But what a set for both of these teams, so neck on neck, even though it looked a bit more dominating for Healthy Diet food group, especially in the early stages of Robo Ramen. Pickup never gave up and even almost made the comeback, and I will applaud them for that. I will very much applaud them for that, because they put on a very good show for it.
Oh yeah, an incredibly good show, but Healthy Diet food groups, that comp that they had with the double crab tank was incredibly good on the other map modes, but here on Splat Zones, on Robo Roman, they were just dominating. There was constantly a crab tank looking at the zone, capturing the zone. Meanwhile, with that carbon roller just getting behind enemy lines, forcing Pickup to constantly be in a fight, to constantly be fighting for their lives. Healthy Diet food groups really taking control of that final game and turning an incredibly even set into a sealed deal, 3-1 for them. They're going to advance onto the next round.
Yeah, I think that's more than deserved for them. They've been doing a fantastic job on that set, and even though the game they lost, it was still a very respectable, close game. So I think they deserve to move on into into the next stage of the tournament. So I think we are going on a tiny break to get our next set ready. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to 20XX. On the match, on the bracket today, a very unique opportunity for Motif and BTDX, because they are about to have a rematch. They fought each other last week into the winners bracket as well, and they ended up 4th and 5th in the tournament. And now they are back facing each other again. Pat knows everything about it from last week, so why don't you tell the story of this match, Pat?
Yeah, that's right. Motif beat BTDX 3-0, putting them in losers bracket. In the end, they didn't fight each other in losers bracket. They came pretty close, though. Motif ended 4th of the whole tournament. BTDX ended tied for 5th. Reminder, the top 3 teams of the tournament get to be qualified to the 20XX League. So these 2 teams, they were both incredibly close, and they were both already in each other's way in winners bracket before. This is very much a rematch. This is very much a set that both of these teams have most likely reviewed and analyzed since. We'll see how they're able to do. Motif coming in with the pencil and a blaster, and we have pretty similar comps on each side. It's just the bucket traded for the squeezer.
Yeah, I like these compositions a lot. I also like that one team is using a normal range blaster and on a custom range blaster, showing the strength of both of these weapons. But like you said, a rematch is always fun to watch, and I mean both games agonizingly close towards qualifying for 20XX. I think they're both fired up. I think this time get the qualification, but they first have to go through each other. We will have to see how that goes, as BTDX is the first team to get in the tower and start scoring some points, but they have left off at 89, as Motif is showing a very strong defensive game in this match.
A very strong defense indeed, but not strong enough. It looks like BTDX is back to checkpoint 1. This one with all the players they want. They're going to get that first checkpoint, already throwing the tactical ahead so that they can keep pushing over and over. Not able to find much with that Zuka, but it looks like BTDX is going to have to find their way in. Power is called out. He's going to get a trade right there. And Gate a bit too eager to get on the tower. They're still fighting for that tower. It's fighting everywhere, and these 2 teams are just all around each other, trading left and right with 1 minute in, and it looks like the tower is slowly going back to mid-hat. Oh wait, they're grabbing it again!
Yeah, they're not done. They got up to 55 and they're like, okay, no what's going on there. I guess we'll just go again. BTDX, Motif is very much struggling to get out of their spot, as BTDX is applying so much pressure. Range Blaster dives in, gets splatted immediately, gets punished for it. Simo goes down with Vexen already refragged by Bowser. Everyone is getting splatted left and right. Checkpoint 2 has been taken in the nick of time, right before everyone will get splatted onto the side of BTDX with a 39 push with only 2 or 3 minutes left in the game. Is a pretty bold opening move.
Yeah, Motif gets a wipeout pretty much, but BTDX gets a double checkpoint advantage, and now BTDX is back in the fight, back with the players' advantage, going in, trying to get a bit more. A few more splats, and it looks like Motif are finally pushing forward, trying to at least get to that 3rd checkpoint with their tactical. But what? It's so many splats are happening, and BTDX again on top, trying to push the tower forward.
Yeah, BTDX is not slowing down anytime soon. It's a 2v2 scenario, but it does not look like BTDX wants to stop. They want to keep on pushing, they want to extend their lead even further, even go to a KO. But Motif now finally getting the hang of things and getting a bit of a better grasp onto the scenario, and their defense game is only getting stronger and stronger. Now with 2 minutes left, they have to focus on the offensive, because they are still at 89 points only, whilst BTDX already pushed to 39. They cannot find the openings to start pushing in. Power against the blaster. Power reigns supreme here, with 2 players down outside of BTDX though. This might be a very good opportunity for Motif to get on the tower and start pushing.
Yeah, Power's incredible aim is paying off, but as I say, that Power gets splatted by Bazooka. Motif gets another push They need to get things going. They need to get momentum. They haven't gotten past the first checkpoint and they lose 2 players again, but they don't care. They get a few picks and they stay on the tower. They stay in attack mode. They need to get to that platform now if they want to get more, but at least the first checkpoint is out of the way.
Yeah, that's a very good moment for Duck Motif. Something they can celebrate a little bit. 3 players are only up. Make that 2 players are only up on the field. Make that 1 player is only... And they're back towards their spawn. And it's only the pencils. So close range fighting was going to be it. And with that play out of the way, a very, very delayed wipe. Effective push is gone. They have to start that from scratch again. It's a very strong defense from BTDX. They let it go a little bit further than maybe found comfortable. But right before they could start pushing on that second checkpoint. And that is big for BTDX because they don't want that checkpoint gone because it is a lifesaver for them. As long as the checkpoint is up, they don't have to worry that much about losing that lead.
Yeah, it's just 25 seconds left and BTDX only need to keep the fight even. They're bringing the tower away with the Kraken now deployed. They're going to just stop what Duck Motif is doing, and with 3 players down and 10 seconds left, I don't see Duck Motif getting back in there. BTDX getting on the tower, making sure to end things pretty strongly. That's going to be game 1 for BTDX.
Yeah, BTDX is showing a very strong performance here. Like you said, Duck Motif came on top last time, so this week they don't want to do that. They really want to have a victory and they want to make sure that they get qualified for that juicy 20XX tournament. The winning game 1 definitely helped a lot with that. After this, we will go to Splatstones on Mako Mart. But I think this is a very strong opening statement for BTDX saying, hey, you beat us last week, but now we come back and we've come back stronger. As they had a very good game and a very good amount of offensive moves.
Yeah, this is very much a comeback for BTDX. They learned, they analyzed what Duck Motif was doing, how to beat them. They're the targets for BTDX. Now it's on Duck Motif to adapt, to learn what BTDX is doing, to change what they do to surprise BTDX and get back into that winning mindset that was good for them in the last qualifier. They only need to do a bit more. They were not that far behind BTDX. They were able to get a good push, but just didn't have any follow through, didn't have the momentum. But BTDX themselves had to throw everything they had just to get past the second checkpoint. So not done yet. Duck Motif still certainly has a lot more to say.
Yeah, I think losing the first game is not really helping their case. You know, it might be a map mode where they're struggling with maybe a bit more. Maybe map mode they didn't like, or like you said, it might be that that BTDX was throwing literally everything they had into getting past the second checkpoint. Nonetheless, they still won and they are still the favorite for this set. But let's see how it's gonna go as these teams are gonna duke it out on a Splatstones game. BTDX first team, they captured the zone the first, just scoring some points. V goes into the zone all on their own as a Blasker. Risky moves as a 10th umbrella is active and alive on the field, which can be an absolute disaster for that blaster weapon if used correctly. And a very interesting pick for BTDX.
Yes, CMO is an incredible 10th umbrella player. You can expect that 10th to come incredibly correctly. Bazooka is not going to find a pick yet. Looking to get one, not going to find it. But as I said, BTDX is past the halfway mark in terms of scoring, and Duck Motif is still struggling to get in. They're onto the zone, but it's the Blaster. Blaster can't paint, and the Blaster is completely alone right now. The rest of the team is able to come in on time, paint the zone, apply some penalty, but BTDX is back in the fight, back with the zone. They're completely unfazed. They were waiting.
Yeah, they were waiting patiently. And you know, at the moments like this, you don't want to like, okay, we have to fight and we're doing everything just to stay in the zone. No, just lose it. It's fine. It's only a couple points of penalty. Just lose it and get it back when you can. When you're ready, wipe out the team, just get it back, stay alive, keep your specials, keep your momentum going. That is what BTDX is doing, and they're doing it so incredibly well. They have to keep it up, and that is what Duck Motif is struggling with. They did it last game too. Hop the tower a little bit, just wait until you are ready pushing again. Don't rush it in just to score a couple more points. Because like that already, the penalty they had is gone. 2 players are down again. 3 players are down on the side of Duck Motif. BTDX is not slowing down, Pat. And I think they will knock it out here. They're so close.
And what a statement by BTDX. They were stronger in game number 1, but in this game, they were simply dominating, completely taking control over the whole map, not letting Duck Motif do anything. What an incredible performance by BTDX.
Yeah, BTDX definitely coming back from last week. They are showing their dominance here. They're showing that they are not done, that they don't want to stop. And I think that's a very, very bold statement for them. I'm gonna bracket their seats. It's seat number 3 for Dapple Productions, it's seat number 6 for BTDX. But BTDX now showing that maybe those seats should have been swapped around and that BTDX should have been seat number 3. But you know, time will tell how it all gonna go, because the next game will be Clamblitz on Museum del van Sino. It's one of my personal favorites after a lot of Dapple Production tournaments, and I'm hoping this game will go as wild as the one we saw in the beginning, because we saw that exact map mode earlier, which I believe was Swan Lake versus BlankZ, right? Yeah, no, or was it the healthy diet option? No, it was healthy. It was a healthy diet food option as pickup, I think. With yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that game was absolutely stunning to watch. Hopefully, we will get it again, because it was a very, very, very good game, and this is a very good map for Clamblitz.
This is the kind of map where you have to look out for the Tent Umbrella that's coming on the side of... Yep, it's coming back for BTDX. CMO wants to use that tent, wants to get in right under your basket with a Zuka. That's going to be incredibly dangerous. The blaster on the side of Duck Motif is going to have to pay attention to that and punish the tent as early as they can. Right now, it looks like Duck Motif is winning the fight, pushing BTDX back into their zone and getting an extra splat. With that, it's just power with the pencil. Never mind, it's no longer power. It looks like Duck Motif are finding the way in, are moving forward. They only need to get a few clams, They only need to get a few clams.
I feel like having a power clam is sort of essential to start pushing in Clamblitz. They have 10 clams at the ready, but they just don't have a power clam yet. We see some people with 5 clams, so they can make a power clam the second they want to. And they have one now at the moment, and they're still going in strong, and they're still going in deep. And they're still showing their dominance on the battlefield, but the real question is, can they turn this power clam in? Big slusher play from BTDX, getting rid of the power clam wielder. Mecha goes down, power clam wielder goes down, everyone from Duck Motif is slowly but surely going down. Big super shot again! Aldo is holding a power clam, and there it goes again! The power clam is not allowed to go any further. In BTDX is showing some crazy strong defense and denial here, as the power clam from Duck Motif failed to connect to the basket, ending that push in a brilliant, brilliant way.
Duck Motif was in there. They had the super clams. Everybody grabbed the super clam at some point. Nobody was able to dunk it, but it doesn't matter. Duck Motif wins the fight again. They get more and more and more. It looks like BTDX are not in their fighting spirit anymore, and Duck Motif still getting a bit more paint and getting a bit more control, getting another super clam. They're preparing another push.
Yeah, they're not done yet. They saw that last time and said, oh, we can do it better. Double splat by the slusher, and they're looking for the third. They want to get a power clam, but they were so greedy that unfortunately a 52 said no, and he's gonna sorry, splash it, sorry, it's 52 said no, he's gonna splat them. Duck Motif already back onto pushing. It's a 3v3 scenario. The Tent Umbrella is down though for BTDX. And that's not good, because they need that umbrella to defend. They need that shield up to protect against the blast. The power clam for Duck Motif goes in. Points are finally being scored here. 2 players go down on the side of BTDX as well. 71 is the score to beat, but it's 3 players down. Effective delayed wipe on the side of BTDX here, Pat. And Duck Motif is going very, very strong right now.
Incredibly strong indeed. They're still fighting. They're still getting more and more splat. What a double by the slusher. That's going to be the end of the push for Duck Motif. 44 is a pretty good score, especially with 2 minutes left in the game, and BTDX haven't shown any ability to push or win fights on this map yet. Oh wait, as I say that, they get 2 players down. Oh.
I mean, 2 players down is not exactly winning a fight, because there's 3 players down on their own right now, so don't speak too soon there, Pat, as BTDX is definitely struggling to win the fights here. They're definitely struggling going in, collecting clams, or doing really anything that involves some maintenance. They can only defend a little bit, but even that you can only do for so long until eventually your defense will break and your score will not go down, because Duck Motif is the leading team with 44 points remaining, while BTDX is yet to score a single point. Duck Motif is showing what they did to BTDX last week here, Pat. And again, they're so dominant on the map, so many clams in their possession, so much paint of their color on the field, so many splats that they are doing here, and it feels like BTDX is nothing they can do, as another power clam almost makes their way into the basket yet again.
These 2 teams are really forcing each other to go stronger, to be faster, to be more like smarter and everything. Right now BTDX are bringing everything they can to the table. They want to get back in that game, they want to show how good they can do, but so far they're still struggling to stay in control. Vexen with the gal going so much, forcing BTDX to fight to the bitter end, and now it looks like Duck Motif is back on the platform, back with a super clam. They want to reopen the basket, they want to get more.
They are aching for more points, they are aching to get the power clam back to the basket. The BTDX is just disallowing them, but what BTDX should be doing is getting a power clam and of their own, start scoring points of their own, because they have 7 seconds left. This will be guaranteed an overtime push to get the point score, or to get the count all the way to 43. They are now pushing in themselves, so they are preparing to start scoring some points. 2 players, the 52 goes down. This might be what they were looking for, as they're pushing in, and they're pushing in deep. They have half the overtime left, but a couple players went down. That's power clam 1, that's power clam 2. They only need a couple more clams, and there's 2 clams away from victory. Make that 1 power has the remaining clam, but they have to find a way in. But it does not look like anyone is there with 44 to 45. Duck Motif wins this fight. It could have gone the other way, but it didn't. 1 clam was left for BTDX to get into the dominating lead. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that. And that means Duck Motif is not out of this fight yet.
What a game! What a single point separating these 2 teams, and here our last player just getting the jumps, getting splatted in the process, but allowing a player to just get in, get 1 extra clam in, but that 1 extra clam is simply too little. It's not enough. I mean, what it was so close. It's simply a hair. A single clam, less than a clam, a third of the clam between these teams, that allowed Duck Motif to stay alive in this set, to stay there, to show BTDX, yeah, we beat you last week, we want to do it again. It is not over.
Yeah, Duck Motif really showing their strength there. And it looks like my webcam is a little dark because my light has gone off. I am sorry. I'll recharge it in a sec. I'm still here. I'll brighten it up in a second. Yeah, 1 clam difference. That is honestly huge. That is honestly incredible for, I think, both teams as well. BTDX had a very strong push at the end. But Duck Motif overall, I mean, look, they dominated the whole game. Yeah. The whole game, and then BTDX almost came back in the last, what was it? 10 seconds? Like 15 seconds?
In overtime.
I mean, they really in overtime. I think in the last 10 seconds, they were finally getting the map control they needed. And then in the overtime, they got the push and they scored some points. But that's still incredible for that team to do so much in such a short amount of time. Yeah. But unfortunately for BTDX, Duck Motif has won. So Tower Control Hagglefish will be the next game. Well, we saw it with BlankZ. And we all know how that ended. That was an extremely dominating game. So, will history repeat itself on this map mode? Or will it change so that Duck Motifs will take it to game 5? We don't know. They're still deciding on what they want to use.
Yeah, I mean, Hat, you know how tower control can be incredibly snowbally, incredibly dangerous. The second one team has momentum, they can go in, they can get more and more and more. But these two teams have shown that they know how to stop momentum, they know how to come back, they know how to adapt. We'll see how they're able to do. Duck Motif bringing a range blaster again to the mix here, but switching to the range blaster as well. We're back to the composition we had in game number 1. That's the tower control compositions for these teams, I guess.
I mean, I think that makes sense. Having those blasters is a very crucial part of tower control because it's just an easy weapon to get players off that tower with. And the Kraken, especially for BTDX, is just such a strong, vital tool to force players off or to really score some points of your own, because it's quite easy as a Kraken to stay on that tower without being able to take damage. Even though knockback is quite great in this game, definitely not enough to push people off the tower if they play it well. And I think that's important.
Yep, and right now it looks like BTDX find the good defense push. Duck Motif away are going to stay on the tower. It's Veta trying to get to the first checkpoint. No, they wait it out. They wait for the good opportunity, and the Kraken is going to allow them to get the tower to create a lot of chaos around the side of Duck Motif. That's the lead, and that's going to be straight to checkpoint 1 for BTDX. Mecha getting in there, trying to get a few picks, forcing Duck Motif to look back, and Duck Motif, they don't mind. They want to get on that tower to deny that checkpoint a little bit longer, and it's working well for them right now.
Yeah, they need to get that checkpoint if they really want to set their foot in the ground again, as well as in the first couple of games. 2 players down on the side of Duck Motif, so BTDX is doing what they did in the first game, and just slowly but surely pushing it further and further. But I think the real kicker is to get rid of that checkpoint. That will help so much with the speed of pushing, but it will also help with getting the mental game in place. The tower also further up on the map actually benefits BTDX a lot, because the high ground advantage they get, especially on the slope parts, will help defending from the right, and that's something that will be important now. Kraken goes in for BTDX, doesn't connect to a player, but definitely scares people off. Now they're trying on the tower. BTDX is showing some crazy dominance here. 3 players go down finally, but that was a push all the way. 21.
Yeah, and Mecha is still behind, everybody jumping out. Getting past the second checkpoint incredibly early. That has to feel pretty good if you're BTDX. Duck Motif know what they have to do, know what the goal is. 21 is a pretty good lead for BTDX. Duck Motif needs to go forward, and with 2 picks onto BTDX, that's a good start. That's what they want to get. A wipeout! They're gonna get that checkpoint for free, and now they can set themselves in the positions they want to get to the second checkpoint, to get back into this game.
Yeah, that is a full free checkpoint, and that is a huge moment for Duck Motif, because that's a free push all the way to checkpoint 2 at that, and that is already a score of 36, but goes in CM with that blaster. Squid backs to a huge triple onto the tower, instantly ending whatever push Duck Motif was having. They really said no and stopped that push in an instant. What a play for that player.
That's how you end momentum. That's how you stop a team, and CMO showing us how it's done right there. That being said, Duck Motif are not done yet. They still have 1.5 minutes to get back on the tower, to get forward. The strikes are going to delay them, but they're not going to stop them. They're back in their soldier ball, getting in there with the bucket, trying to get the splats, are going to pay the price. Duck Motif still fighting to get in. They don't have the numbers advantage yet. Oh yes, they do. 2 players down onto BTDX. Duck Motif gets in with trading. Doesn't matter. Duck Motif still on that tower. They need to go in. They're gonna get the super jumps in time before the second checkpoint.
Yeah, that's very important now for Duck Motif is to keep the momentum going. And that's something that BTDX especially don't want to have happen. BTDX is doing everything in the defense game in order to get rid of the tower. There is a blaster hiding behind the tower in a sneaky spot that can dish out tons of damage. The tactical booter does go out for Duck Motif, meaning fast response, meaning keeping the special if they get splatted. The blaster unfortunately got splatted before that, and it might be a game changer, but the blaster from BTDX also gets splatted quite quickly before they were able to do some defensive games again. 2 players down on the side of BTDX. Duck Motif, everyone is alive. They're going in. The blaster did very good to wreck. 2 players down, 3 players, 2 players down on both sides. Neither team knows really what's going on anymore, but a wipeout again. Duck Motif, couple seconds before this game, gets wiped out. Both teams having one of a very important time. BTDX, however, wipeout was more important as it was literally game changing as BTDX continues on into the winner's bracket with 78 to 69. What a game from BTDX, but neck and neck again for both of these teams.
If you had some doubts about how dangerous can a range blaster be,
oh, here you go.
That's how dangerous it is. Look at that. Just getting a triple right there. Full control. This was the game of the range blasters. Look, so many good pushes enabled by the range blasters, but in the end, BTDX with the extra pick, with the extra control, with the extra punish, and with the extra wipe out to seal the deal. BTDX with a 3-1 are going to advance on to the next round. I believe the next round, yes, is going to be winners semis.
Yeah, I think we are in for a treat of a game, but like you said, game of the range blasters, and I couldn't have said it any better than that. They are so devastating to fight against, especially if you have one with a player who knows how to properly use it. That extra bit of range, it's not that much compared to a normal blaster, but can be so vital for trying to escape or trying to, especially when you're playing it, trying to chase someone else. You can catch people off guard, especially in tower control. After jumping off the tower, a normal blaster wouldn't have that range, but a ranged blaster does have the range to still critically injure or even splat them. And we saw it perfectly illustrated by both teams here. Now, I think we'll be going on a tiny break until we get our semis set ready on the stream. So grab some drinks, grab some snacks, because this semi is about to get even crazier than what we had just now on stream.
And welcome back! I am Pat again with Hat, and we have a special game now, a very special game. This is winners semi-finals, which means the team that wins goes on to winners finals, is guaranteed a podium, and being guaranteed a podium means being guaranteed some of that qualifying spot into the 20XX League. Hat.
And looking at those teams, Black Bull is looking kind of strong. BTDX came out of an amazing 3-1 set, but Black Bull might be a team which some struggling might be happening at the side of BTDX. Black Bull knocked his anger, Brian, and now I forgot the last name.
Tony.
Yes.
Tony.
Tony, it's gonna be a tough battle, but let's see how BTS is going to perform, because I don't think they are a weak team either. Power Mecha, Soldier Boy, and Simo are very strong players of their own as well.
Yeah, but it's going to be pretty rough, and we start on Umami runes this time. For Splat Zones, it's going to be our first double zones games of the day, I think, Hat. And we see already both teams trying to fight for the zone, trying to get an edge. Tense on both sides. We see a tense duel between Simo and Anger. That's going to be interesting to watch as both teams are trying to get the edge, trying to get the upper hand. Mecha getting punished right here. It looks like Black Bull have the numbers advantage, have a lot of control over the zone. Soldier Boy is alone. He's picked up as Black Bull is going to take control, going to take a few more points, and Noct is deploying the big bubbler right there in front of the zone. He's going to delay the next push.
Yeah, the big bubbler is huge, not just for stopping tri-strikes, but also preventing the opposing team BTDX from pushing in. It's a very tactical spot for the pencil as well to hide behind. That's a very good play here by Noctis. Black Bull already pushing it past the 60 mark. This is big. Noctis does go down, but a Trizuka. 2 players go down. Brian as well. This is big. This will BTDX 1. This is hopefully where they can swap out that lead. They have, or sometimes they have one zone in that control, but they need to get the second one. They're doing everything in their power to get it, and with 3 players down on the side of Black Bull, they do finally manage to snag that zone. Now to keep it all the way to 59 is going to be a tiny bit of a challenge. They already have it on the 80 mark, so it is going very, very well. But with the neutralization, you are not scoring points, and with 2 players down, it's going to be difficult to maintain that control.
Yeah, very nice answer by BTDX, but Black Bull is already back on the attack. They're not stopping, they're getting in there. Tony just getting splat after splat with that down, continuing the attack. Noctis this time staying alive with a bubbler, able to just delay a little bit more. Simo getting punished with Bazooka. Noctis is on top of there. That's going to be so tough for BTDX with this large Noctis. Noctis just wasting so much time from BTDX as Black Bull. The rest of Black Bull is simply respawning, trying, fighting so hard to get Noctis out of here. BTDX able to get back into mid, able to delay a little bit more the zone and to apply penalty pretty soon if Soldier Boy is able to paint that zone.
Yes, this is exactly what Black Bull wants, is to keep on scoring the big points. They lost it here, but they're playing their own game and they're playing it very well. BTDX got rid of their penalty though and started to score some points again. 2 players down on the side of Black Bull. Whatever they wanted has gone out of the window, because now things aren't going as much as the way it used to go. Noctis tried to get the splat, couldn't connect to anyone and got splatted themselves. Zone is neutralized though on the side of BTDX, but Soldier Boy falling off the worst possible time. You cannot make this up. Black Bull with that takes back control as a big line of defense has fallen down the map of BTDX there.
Yeah, Black Bull applying the penalty off of that. BTDX are already back in control of the zone, and with lots of players down on all sides. Black Bull only have Brian with the sniper rifle left standing. BTDX has good control. They don't have penalty yet. Any penalty left, they're going to get the lead back. Black Bull needs to attack pretty fast if they want to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they have to get on that very, very quickly because the bleeding will go on more and more and more. The more points BTDX has on the lead of that zone. They're already pushing it past the 30 marks and they're only going to extend it further and further. Black Bull had such a strong beginning but lost the grasp on the game. BTDX, however, had a weaker beginning but is now in big control. But they lost the Slusher. That might change something. 2 players down and one zone is neutralized or in control of Black Bull. Another one is neutralized. They have to maintain, they have to go and paint it quickly, BTDX, if they want to go for that KO. 40 seconds left, but that means nothing for both of these teams. Anything can still happen in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's not over, especially as all of Black Bull are painting the zone, trying to deny a little bit more. It looks like BTDX are still in that fight, but Anger right there with Bazooka able to get the picks. It's 3 down onto BTDX. Black Bull are going to need an overtime victory, but Brian, the Dutch legend, is there to defend with that sniper rifle to keep everybody at bay. BTDX need only 1 push, only a few strikes onto the zones to stop the dreams of Black Bull right there. Black Bull needs a huge hold. No more penalty hat. They need to hold strong.
Yeah, they really need to hold on strong. It's only a couple ticks left before Black Bull switches out that lead. BTDX is doing everything in their power to go and push into the zone. They got a splat, but a full wipeout at the end for Black Bull on BTDX will confirm this game as nothing BTDX could do after that, as Black Bull takes game number 1. But boy oh boy, will this be another close set.
Yeah, with nerves off, still Black Bull are able to simply take that big comeback, keep that control, and crush BTDX, who were so close to taking game number 1. And had also, because this is a qualifying game, we are now in counterpick territory. We are going to have to wait for teams to choose what map mode they want to go on, and it's going to be BTDX turn to choose. I'm pretty sure the rules are the only restriction is you cannot go back to a map that has already been played, but you can go back to any mode you want and to any map that hasn't been played before.
I think that might be big, because that means BTDX can pick stuff like tower control, which they are very excelled at compared to the other game modes. Every time they play tower control, it was just accelerated to victory. And I think something like tower control on Hagglefish Market or tower control on Mako Mart might be the ways to go here for now, because Splat Zones was close. BTDX was still a bit too inconsistent in it, I think. So something like tower control is definitely the safer option. And I think at this point for BTDX, the safer option might be the more viable one.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, and it looks like they are listening to you. We're going to Hagglefish on tower control. No, you got it spot on. And again, as you were saying, BTDX were so strong on there, were able to get the upset in the previous game against Duck Motif. Now they want to do the same thing against Black Bull, and these teams, they know what weapons they want to bring to the table. We are starting right away, no hesitation.
Yeah, they're ready as they can be, and I think that Black Bull has the exact same comp, so does BTDX.
No.
No, they don't actually. They switched to the range blast instead of the tent umbrella. That's to be expected. Look at what Simo did earlier in the tournament. That makes perfect sense, and that's honestly the obvious switch. But Black Bull is sticking with, I believe, the same or a very similar comp to what they were running last game, and that will be huge for them. Now let's see if they can get another super strong opening like they had on the Splatstones game on my words, or if BTDX shows the tower control strength and up them up by 1. It looks like Black Bull is definitely holding onto the map control a lot better than BTDX is.
Yeah, right now it looks like Black Bull is getting a few more picks, and with that they take the tower. Now it's all about bringing up to that first checkpoint, denying the defense. The Bazookas are already throwing their shots left and right. We see all the specials are being deployed by all the teams. It's very much a fight everywhere, and BTDX are getting the best of that fight. Anger, a bit of a lag I feel like, but it looks like the lag is working in favor of Black Bull. They're back into the fight. It's 2v2, and Black Bull are still fighting for it. Soldier Boy getting behind, getting the splat. It looks like BTDX are getting on the tower and waiting for an opportunity to attack.
Yeah, they are preparing for their own use. They're preparing for absolute destruction, hopefully. But Simo getting shredded there by Brian is huge, allowing Anger to be able to stay alive, allowing Anger to wreak more havoc on the battlefield. That is exactly what Black Bull wanted, and this could not go any worse for BTDX, losing 3 players in the process there, and now there's a lone Kraken going in, getting splattered the second that ended, and this is a huge one for Black Bull, because in the counter pick they're still going strong. It's not as strong as they were going in splat zones, but definitely still holding the stronger side of this game and having the better of the sticks. 3 players down though on the side of Black Bull might change it here, Pat.
Yeah, this is the momentum that BTDX was waiting for. They need to keep it going, but they need to keep the splats going. And right now, it's going pretty well. They got the blaster. They just need to get to that checkpoint. They got the lead. And now, there's nobody to attack the tower. As I said, that the Bazooka is coming, but the Bazooka is too far away. The tower is almost done. And with the Kraken, we are past the checkpoint. BTDX gets a solid advantage. We're more than halfway through the game, Hat.
Yeah, BTDX is definitely showing their strength now. They haven't gone past the second checkpoint, but 52 is commanding, especially after getting that first checkpoint, something that Black Bull has not been able to do in this game yet. However, look at how last game went. BTDX had the zone, had to leave, but it swapped out suddenly by Black Bull doing some crazy wipeout. So it might just change here. The game is not over yet. 2 minutes are still remaining on the clock. 2 minutes where Black Bull can still create some chaos. But now BTDX is in control. Now BTDX is pushing on the tower. However, some people on the left side go down. And there's Noctis with the blaster forcing Simo off with a big bubbler and a blaster shot, forcing the tower to go back to the center. And with that, Black Bull is doing a commanding job of painting that map. Big splat there on Soldier Boy. And Noctis is not done. They're still looking for more players to shred.
Noctis is very much on the hunt. He's going to be punished by power, but at least Black Bull brought themselves back to mid, brought themselves back near the tower. They need to get a few more splats. They need to get a good push. There's only 1 minute left for them to get that first checkpoint. They haven't gotten past that checkpoint. Both teams are so good at defending Hat, and right now Anger trying to get in there with the Ted has to delay, has to wait for the Zuka to be done by Mecha. Mecha, no fear, with a big bomb level on the tower. Kraken! The Kraken by Simo is going to stop everything. BTDX has an answer to everything that Black Bull is doing. Hat!
Yeah, BTDX is definitely showing their A game as of now, and BTDX is struggling. Black Bull struggling, but now Black Bull in the latest game, they are pushing on the tower. They are doing the strong, showing their strength as well. Brian just go down by Simo, who's looking at the jumper as well, hiding behind the tower. Noctis, a big threat for that player. Anger with his tower shield protecting himself from the blaster. It's such a close fight here. Anger still alive, 30 seconds left on the clock. Getting rid of power is used, but Simo quickly on the refrag, not able to find. Anger not able to find the hit on Simo. Now they have to go on, but it's going to be a tough battle because it will time push if they even get it to push a tri-strike to confirm this game. BTDX not out of the clear yet, or not done yet. They equalize the playing field in a 1-1 scenario now. This is, like I said, going to be a crazy fight. They're so neck and neck, and we might, if it goes on, go for game 5. But what a game and a comeback by BTDX, especially after how they were in the first.
Yeah, that was very much a comeback. I mean, BTDX took full control of that game, really knowing how to punish Black Bull. It was Simo switching to the range blaster. That range blaster was punishing both to the regular blaster. That was completely outranged by it. And on the other side, to the tent, to Anger, who had to deal with the blaster on the other side. And meanwhile, the tent for Black Bull wasn't doing that much, not as well for tower control. That being said, Black Bulls still have the counter pick advantage. We are 1-1. The Black Bulls are the ones to pick the next game. They want to pick it right, and they want to go somewhere they will be very comfortable because they know that BTDX is here to fight, is here to get some upsets, to keep getting some upsets. It's going to be a crazy, crazy one, and it's certainly not over.
Yeah, I think what BTDX needs to do now is prepare for something like Splat Zones, because that's what Blackpool was excelling at as well. But looking at how Blackpool plays, I don't think something like Clamblitz Museum is off the table. I think a game mode like that might very well be what they're opting to choose for. Blackpool, a very strong team, knowing how to play together, synergizing well. I mean, they lost because BTDX had one solid push to 50, and neither team could match it afterwards. But they're synergized well, so games like Clamblitz might be on the table here as well. I'm going to predict either Splat Zones on I was gonna say Mako Mart, but I guess my answer has already been there. It was either going to be Splat Zones on Mako Mart or Clamblitz on Museum, but it looks like we are going to Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime, which is also a very solid pick for Blackpool.
Yeah, this map has become such a classic of Zones, a map where people come back again and again and again, and it's such a dangerous map to play on for Zones. Once a team has that control, once a team is ahead and has pushed the other team away, it is so hard to push. You need so many tools just to be able to push in, to get back onto the zones. And Black Bull thinking, okay, we can keep them away, we can keep them at bay if just we're able to get that control. And that's a bet that could pay off. We will see very soon. BTDX, I expect to see the 10s come back, and I want to see more 10s 1v1s.
I do too. It was such a great fight to see Simo and Anger duke it out with those tent umbrellas. But how Noctis is playing, maybe the range blaster is, I think, a safer choice than the tent umbrella. I think in this map as well, all the little ledges you can hide behind, that range blaster is definitely the scuff. And Noctis still going with the blaster. Simo opts to switch back towards that tent umbrella, so you are going to get your tent umbrella versus tent umbrella shenanigans right here.
Yep, and here we go. Both teams already on the zone. Tony just running in forward, wants to get this fight. The rest of Black Bull are following. We'll see what team is able to win that first fight. The tacticulars are already deployed, and it looks like there's already a splat in favor of Black Bull. Black Bull are just running forward, getting in, trying to get a bit more. Tony getting the clean splat onto power and just running away thanks to that new side. That is incredible, and Black Bull already establishing a huge control.
Yeah, Black Bull is definitely showing their strength. They're definitely not done, and looking at the early Splat Zones games, this is exactly how they want it to go. BTDX struggling to find openings, struggling to find the space that they require to get into the zone. They are slowly getting into it, but Black Bull quick to respawn. BTDX has control, but Black Bull primarily went to fall back. As I say that, a double splat by Soldier Boy. 3 players down on Blackpool. BTDX got that zone and instantly said, no, it's our turn now.
Yeah, it is their turn to hold, and they're holding pretty strongly with a tripling strike. Black Bull is still delayed. Black Bull is going to have to wait to give the lead to BTDX there. But Black Bull is still in there. Oh wait, Bazooka found nothing. Black Bull is nowhere to be seen right now. They still have to just get to the zone right there and beat the big bubbler. Noctis should be able to guarantee the painting of the zone as long as the rest of Black Bull is there. Yes! They're able to apply penalty, and that penalty will go a long way as long as they're able to follow through. It looks like they're able to. Brian painting the zone right now, making sure that Black Bull stays in this game. Oh, Wait!
Ooh.
What?
Oh, a wipeout for Black Bull. BTDX are still not done. Whatever you said, throw it right out the window for Black Bull because BTDX looks like they are here to stay. Even if they lost the zone, they quickly got it back with the help of a wipeout. Brian goes down by Boy, who is absolutely fired up after a little shot falling off the first of the game. They will not repeat the mistake again. They got splattered by the killer with 5.1. And it looks like BTDX finally lost some ground on the zone here as the Blackpool 36 command super strong. And Blackpool, BTDX does not look like they are done. They not look like they're gonna stop this push and just let it have free. They're already preparing for the counter push, and there it goes. Strikes on the map, their path, and they're doing everything in their power to quickly and safely recapture that zone.
The zone is recaptured and BTDX maintains the momentum, still pushing themselves forward, still getting more and more splats. And right now it's trade after trade. It's a 2v2. Brian getting the key snipe onto the tent right there is going to give control to Black Bull, but Black Bull are not out of the woods yet. They need to keep the zone a little bit longer. They almost have no penalty. It's been so back and forth hat that the penalty is almost out of here. Now Black Bull only needs to hold a little bit longer. BTDX are just running in there. The strikes are on the zone. Are the strikes enough? No, the strikes are not enough, and the lead is switched back to Black Bull. Black Bull are still in control, and now with a tactical, all they need to do is hold the zone a few more ticks.
Yeah, Black Bull is showing their raw strength again. BTDX can't find the openings in. There's Mecha. He has to go in. He has to neutralize the zone. So does Power. Can they at least find some neutralization on the zone? No, they cannot. Black Bull takes game number 3. But looking at history, counter pick is again in the hands of BTDX, and I think we all know where that's gonna happen.
I mean, right there, we saw Black Bull struggling on their own counter pick. BTDX forcing Black Bull to do everything, to pull all the stops, to try again over and over to finally get that advantage, to finally get that lead. BTDX with an incredible showing right here, not able to take the W, but so close to it. And now that they get to take the counter pick, I expect to see tower come back. As you said, tower control was so good for them, so strong for them, and I can't not see them pick tower control to try to repeat what they did in the previous game.
Yeah, looking at the map modes available to them, I think tower control Implot Art Academy might be the way to go here. That's where they first excelled on tower control. That's, I think, where they are going to excel it again. Splat zones, it's just not quite it compared to the other game modes that are available to them. But BTDX tower control is, like you said, probably what they're gonna happen, because they had their moments, but they just can't hold the control on the one spot for long enough. Not as something like tower control, which just moves around. They just can't hold the control here. And again, spot on! Inkblot Art Academy was indeed the way to go for BTDX. Are they listening to me? Are they listening? Do they know? Or am I just that good?
I mean, they better not be watching stream. They have a tournament to focus on, Hat, and we are not that good as coaches.
No, I don't think you should take coaching at 5 months. I can get you started. I mean, I used to play, but I don't think I am somewhere who's going to get you higher than like Div 4. I think that's already a stretch.
But one thing to say, Hat, all the pressure is on Black Bull right now. They are on match point. They win this game, they get their piece of a prize pool. They get their qualification to the 20XX League, and they want it very much, but they have to make do with a BTDX team that has been so dangerous, especially on tower control. They have been so dangerous, and here we go. Let's see how it's been. Not much surprise in terms of composition. Black Bull staying with their all-time composition, and BTDX back with their tower shenanigans.
Yeah, one thing which might help Black Bull over BTDX though is that Black Bull is now in match point status, which will apply more stress to BTDX, and more stress can lead to more mistakes as it happened in the beginning. 3 players down, and now Black Bull is on the tower. Black Bull is applying a lot of pressure, is going through the checkpoint. Big blubber for Noctis coming in as clutch as it needs to be to save their lives. Simo going on the tower, but Noctis is still in that base, fighting, shredding, finally getting splattered there. But that big bubbler was incredibly clutch too. And now Black Bull still continuing on that push.
Oh! 3 down onto BTDX. Black Bull are onto the second checkpoint and there's nobody to defend. Noctis doing a perfect ledge camping right there. That's an easy checkpoint too for Brian. Brian only needs to ride the tower right now, but with 2 players down, it looks like BTDX will be able to stop the tower finally. 28 for first push is incredible, and BTDX need to wake up, need to get back in there because they are in incredible danger, especially with Anger sharking behind them. They don't know that Anger is behind them. Ooh, now we know. Ooh, and Anger getting a trade right there is going to delay the push by BTDX as the rest of Black Bull are spawning back in, trying to take some positions.
I don't know how much it will delay it, as it will just make it a bit more of a nuisance to push because someone will be respawning. I think the biggest takeaway here is that one of the players from BTDX will be spawned without the special they had charged up. That might be a little game changer though. It's only the spell shot who now has a special. I guess better before they could use it. Range Blaster used their Cracker to try and go in. Brian notices and quickly goes out. So does Anger, but Brian messes up their jump and goes to a very favorable spot. It was very favorable for Simo though. Checkpoint 1, they straight up to set. We're gonna give up on that. They don't need to defend that, and I think that's a good thing. They had bigger trouble to worry about than checkpoint 1. I don't think rushing in for that was worth it. Because of that, they can get 2 splats onto the BTDX. But Black Bull or BTDX can do the same and get 2 splats on Black Bull. They're still holding on to the tower, but the tower went back after nobody stand on it. Black Bull is doing a very good job on the defensive side. The Noctis now on the tower, looking at Power. Power gets splattered with the help of Shy as well. And this is exactly what Black Bull wanted for the defensive game. Give up the checkpoint, but secure the parameter, secure their bunker so that Black Bull, so that BTDX cannot find the push inside of it.
Yeah, incredible defense by Black Bull. As you said, they sacrificed the first checkpoint. They knew it wasn't worth trying to defend, but now they have that iron defense and BTDX is not really able to go past that unincompable ramp. They are really struggling on Tony. Get it!
Oh!
Tony just getting all the splats.
Oh,
what
wow!
incredible mechanical skills. What? And now Black Bull they're not gonna get us push off of that because BTDX is respawning so fast. They know what they need to do, but oh, so much damage caused by a single 52.
I mean, that was a huge play for them. That slowed them down quite significantly. And even if it didn't result into a push for them, Black Bull doesn't need to push right now. They have a commanding and quite comfortable lead of 28. Ooh. There is still a checkpoint in between that 28 and the 66 of BTDX. So Black Bull's primary objective now is to win. And I think pushing there would have been risky to get all splattered, and just waiting definitely wouldn't have allowed that. Now BTDX, whoever is going in again, but Black Bull's playing the slower but defensive game. Noctis, whoever gets splattered. People are on the tower for Black Bull, but Anger goes in swinging again with the Tentacle. Gets 2. Looking at the third, they cannot find the third. They cannot find Mecha, but the tower forced back towards the center. Again, Black Bull is playing this defensive game so well here. That BTDX is struggling to find the openings, to find the ways to go in. They're scoring slow points, but it's just not enough. Black Bull is so stronger in the last part of the game here, Pat.
Yeah, Black Bull getting pop-ups after pop-off after pop-off power, trying to regroup with the team, trying to coordinate another push. The tactical is deployed, and with 10 seconds left, BTDX needs a miracle push. They need to get in there. 2 down, 3 down onto Black Bull. This could be the opportunity. Mecha getting in, getting a delayed wipe, and with a super jump, they get the dig of the super jump. This is the opportunity for BTDX. They're on the tower. There's nobody to defend right now, They're in there, but they lost 2 players. Power still holding strong with the fence, so they get punished. And Noctis jumps on the tower, qualifies Black Bull to the 20XX League. They are the number 5 team to qualify and the first team today.
Yeah, incredible plays from both teams, and BTDX looked like they were gonna have it, but unfortunately, Power and Blackpool was too strong for them. BTDX, however, still has a chance. It's not unguaranteed. They are not guaranteed they will not get the qualifying spot. They have to fight through the losers bracket, but I think how strong they were playing, watch out for BTDX, because they are a team to follow. Right now, they are a hot piece of Splatoon team that is fighting for revenge inside that losers bracket. But what a game by Blackpool this was. Excelling at the game where we thought Blackpool was going to win. The game mode where Blackpool was going to reign supreme, because they have been doing all tournaments so far on tower control.
Yeah, it's been quite the game. It's been quite the set. These two teams were not pulling punches. We're going at each other's throat. BTDX almost getting the miracle overtime push right there, but Blackpool shutting it down, ending it with another clutch. I mean, we've seen so many clutches by Blackpool with Tony getting a quad there, Anger getting a triple to simply stop a push single-handedly. That was such a game for Blackpool, popping off all of their players, showing their incredible mechanical skill, their resilience mentally, and showing why they get to qualify for winners finals for the 20XX league. And I'm kind of out of breath after watching these incredible players show us such incredible games. I think we're going to leave it here and let other casters take the mic now.
Yeah, definitely. It was a hype set of matches, but hey, that's what 20XX is all about. It's one of the biggest Splatoon majors, and it's definitely the flagship tournament of Dapple Productions. So matches like this are just to be expected, even in the qualifying stages. But like you said, we're going to switch it off to our next set of casters. Before any ado, before we go, Pat, I think we all know this by now. I think everyone knows where we can find you, but just in case for those who don't, where can we find you on the internet?
You can find me here. It's written here at PatJ or Tom with underscores in between, both on Twitter and Twitch. I won't be on Twitch for the holidays because I'm in my holiday setup right there, but I can still. Throne. Yeah, my holiday throne. But I still tweet when I go live forecasting. I have my microphone with me. And Hat, where can we find you?
Well, you can also find me. I'm gonna try it down here, down there. Look at the link. Look, it says at. Not a link. It says Caster Hat. You can follow me there on Twitter. You can follow me there on Twitch. I'm hoping, because everything in my room is set up again, that I will be able to stream again very, very soon. So maybe next week, watch out for that funny Saturday stream, because I had a lot of fun. And I think that's gonna be us for Dapple Productions. So keep on watching, because we have a lovely set of casters who will be on the mic after us, who will continue us and continue this journey from winners finals all the way to the grands. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the 20XX League Qualifier number 2. I am Popgun, joined by Shiny Hunter Zach, and we got a doozy of a set for you today as soon as we figure out who is on these actual rosters here.
Yeah, going to be very exciting here. We're on the winners finals, and we were discussing how these two teams have already qualified for the 20XX League. So very exciting, and congratulations to both of these teams. But for not just potential bragging rights and seeding purposes, there's still money on the line, as first place is due to receive 100 USD. So definitely still lots to be fighting for. And the first avenue for that will be Hagglefish on Splat Zones, as you see in front of you.
So Dat Kid Fan Club, technically the number 5 seed. They have yet to lose a single game. So somebody forgot to tell them they're supposed to be in loser's bracket by now. Going up against Black Bull, loaded of some Black Lotus players. What the hell was that mask I saw on somebody there?
That's a little bit horrifying.
Gosh. Oh my gosh. Anyways, Black Bull got a couple of Black Lotus players and Brian on their team.
It's in their picture as well for Anger, which makes it even more terrifying. So we see it twice, which is not so nice. But Anger going to be on the Brella, that Tentabrella, which we have seen a couple times in the tournament already. And did discuss a bit the Slosher as well. Miner being the one to play on that Slosher. The Tri-Strike, pretty nice to have. Can have a pretty nice effect on this one zone map and can do little nice 90-degree flicks like that one we just saw.
Yeah, Miner on the Slosher, Harshy on the Pencil. No surprises from those players. The Blaster player should be That Kid, aka That Menace right now, starting to push up with the Kraken one. And that leaves somebody has to do shot, because that's the only thing missing in the traditional thing here. So rounds out the comp for That Kid Fan Club, gives them lead in the first minute.
Yeah, the compositions, this is mirroring a lot of what was being played earlier in the tournament. If you've been in either stream on IPL or Dapple, you might have seen some of this already, including this Kraken Royale coming out from the CRB, which is going to be popped. To be slightly deterred by the canopy there, so they'll have to retreat. But backing off members of a second-seeded Black Bull team who is looking to not be one of multiple teams that has been upset today by Dat Kid Fan Club, including the 4th seed who got swept.
Anger's having a lot of difficulty trying to push in right here, but is at least stalling the zone, just keeps throwing the tent over and over again, and finally does flip back into their favors. Black Bull will get their first opportunity at an extended lockout here. So yeah, the tent from Anger, you saw it being used consistently, trying to just throw something onto the zone to stay in live long enough, but now has the Zuka to work with as well, and gets I promise not to get excited over Zuka kills, but sometimes you can't help but marvel at them.
Yeah, you may not get excited, but they are still going to be very prevalent. And for Toady as well on the 52 Gal, if I remember correctly, they were able to get a quad in one of the earlier matches on stream, or at least another 52 was super, super impressive and a devastating weapon with that 2-shot splat potential. They're going to be flanking around, get just hit by the extended range of that CRB, but it's not quite enough to take them out. We also see a couple weapons running this big bubbler. I believe we had a regular blaster in a previous match today as well. So far, Black Bull chewing through their penalty and picking up this buff as well from the Tacticooler. And unfortunately for the blaster, they're going to be backed off. But such a nice couple of counterplay pieces is not going to stop that boy, despite the canopy and the wall. They'll pick up 2.
Kraken on this map has always just been an issue to deal with, just because if you fire it straight through mid, the only options you have to do defensively is try to just stay on your side of the map and duck and dive and dodge it, or jump out to the sides on the flank areas right there, where hopefully some of your other teammates are there to attack and make use of the distraction of the Kraken. So good use of it right there to get the zone back into that kid's favor. But Black Bull isn't going to break through just yet, and they got another Kraken to deal with.
Yeah, Duck and Dive, not to be confused with Duck Motif, who we'll likely see in our losers bracket side of things after they advance to the losers semis, beating the number 1 seed Comptiff. So we'll get to that a bit later, but back on Dat Boy, who is going to have to retreat. Toady, with that Killer Whale in tow, is not going to quite use it yet. They were able to pick the zone back up before any totality was gained against the penalty there for Dat Kid Fan Club, but still no lead with a minute and a half left to go as the Pencils decide to duke it out. And Brian looks like was just the distraction on that side, third-partied, if you will. and will get his revenge. We'll get a splat there as the penalty ticks down, likely a lead change here for Black Bull, and Brian is the anchor. That backliner will back off just to make sure the zone stays pat. Unfortunately, they fall right on top of the zone, which helps to paint it. Stopped at 8 currently with that shot plus the tri-strike, and it will indeed go over to Dat Kid Fan Club.
Even without that Zuka shot, it seemed like Black Bull was going to have a difficult time getting the KO in that scenario just because they were nowhere close to any of their specials. Whereas that kid is coming back in, able to get the Zuka and the Kraken on top of it. So they're staying live in this one. They don't have a lot of penalty points to get through either. Toddy trying to come around this right side with this gal, at least draw a little bit of attention. 2 players over there. The Blaster trying to clean up a few players on that side as well, but now the attention's being taken away from the zone, and it's going to be working. That is that kid, their fan club behind them, able to attack the zone. Isn't it enough to flip it completely into the favor? It is. The streak continues. 1-0 over Black Bull.
Yeah, maybe just a splat away from getting that zone back. It was pretty contested there with 1 point remaining. It was pretty 50-50 until that splat happened once again on top of the zone, and spectating Dat Kid near the end, getting the most out of a weapon in the CRB that has great range, of course, it being in the name, as well as just the extended blast radius that weapon has, getting a couple indirect shots on to Brian there just to secure some of that range out of the equation, and also make it so that there would not be any sort of tactical to deal with there. So again, a reminder, we're going into counterpicking now, so we are going to have not that same map. That map is out of the pool here for the rest of this set, but they could go back to splat zones if they wanted to. So I'm definitely curious to see what the decision is on whether they stick with zones or whether they try their hand at one of the few tower control or clan blitz maps available.
So I said Harshy was playing. No, that was obviously Margaret. If I stopped to read, I just saw the pencil and immediately made that assumption. I guess you can spot me some grace on that one. So yeah, so my gripe with teams that pick splat zones in game 2, which we've seen a lot, and rightfully so, I understand it. But if you were to counterpick that and lose, then let's say you win game 3. Well, now you have to win 2 times on the other team's counterpick. And since they've won on splat zones twice, they have the other 3 modes to work with for the rest of the set. So that is kind of the trap you fall into. If you pick it in game 2, you better win it, because otherwise it just makes it that much of a deeper hole to climb out of if you can even find a way to win game 3. But on the flip side, if this is your best possible map and mode to get you tied up in the set, you have to pick it. You don't want to go down 2-0 regardless of what the scenario is down the line.
Well, evidently the hole is to be dug deeper, as you saw on screen there. We are going to be going to splat zones once again, and it is going to be to Umami Ruins. So excited to see another map that could decide things. Again, you talked about that momentum, and you talked about how important it is to bring the strengths that you had into a game 2 where you're sticking with the same mode. You're kind of having a similar map setup in the fact that you have sort of a dedicated sniper overlook. Instead of that uninkable tent, it's kind of that circular or cylindrical area behind the zone. And I guess where would you maybe want to set up with the compositions that they've had? We've seen things like the Canopy come out. We've seen the 52. We've seen the CRB. All of these are kind of mid-range-ish poking weapons that can use that obstacle, that rectangle in the middle of the map to kind of play around and dodge around as they paint the zones.
Yeah, and if you're Bull, you're thinking about, okay, we do tent. That's something that's at least a little bit different from the mirror comps that we might have been seeing otherwise. We're using the different blaster too. We're using the regular blaster with the bubbler, which is something Nintendo has been like trying to force into the meta 2 patches in a row. That thing is constantly getting buffed over and over again. And quite honestly, it wasn't really something we saw a whole heck of a lot of, at least on the spec cam point of things, in the last game, as far as it having an impact on things. Maybe it blocked like a Zuka shot or 2, which is kind of like what the intent of it is now, and it can control a certain kind of areas. But if you're going to run the same exact comp, which Black Bull might do, maybe that's the reason why they picked this one. We know where we can put that bubbler into good spots. We know how to better use the tent on this kind of map to kind of work things out into our favor. So we'll see if that is going to be the change that they're going with. Just not changing the comp, but finding a map that fits better their playstyle that they want to do with the comp they have.
Yeah, I am always surprised to see Big Bubbler anytime it comes out on Splat Zones. It's not as intuitive a choice as it is on something like Tower Control, where you can set it and forget it. You can in this mode, of course, as well, but placing it on that moving objective and giving yourself a shield when you are stuck at that checkpoint makes a lot more sense than where you're going to place it on Splat Zones. Now, if it's a 2-zone map, maybe it takes up more of the surface area, so it's a little bit difficult to paint things around it. You have to kind of get inside. If you're worried about the objective, or if you see somebody there, it can knock some time off the clock there. But otherwise, if there's a Kraken Royale on the enemy team, for example, maybe it provides a distraction. But for the most part, they can just swim through it, no problem, go after their target still. It's not really a big deal. So to your point, maybe a bit of a distraction. Of course, it's very easy to see with the naked eye, but other than that, I'm interested to see what comes out, because in this meta, there's not a ton of flexibility at the top of the meta. So we have the Tacticooler. You're going to likely have at least one Trizuka. You might even have something like a Tri-Strike. So that leaves you with one, maybe two specials to kind of play around with. And with as many as there are in the game, and with how relatively few are in the meta right now, it really comes down to the actual weapon selection, then that main weapon with whatever the player is either familiar with or wants to believe will counter that success formula that was able to give them the victory for Dat Kid Fan Club in Game 1.
Did you just subtly hint at the fact that the meta might be a little bit stale? Or
Never! Of course not! I would never do that.
But I mean, yeah, and there are, even though they might not be using a shot, well, we still got the Zuka coming out from the tent and things like that. But yeah, I guess we'll see whenever these teams ready up right here. I'm suspicious the amount of time that it's taken. We haven't had like anybody else sub in or out. No, it looks like the same exact roster across the board there yet. Okay, so teams are just making sure they get the right weapons that they used last game into this current one right here. I guess, I haven't really looked at the rest of the bracket, but I do want to take a peek at what's going on the bottom side because, Duck Motif did just sweep Comp Diff. So they'll be playing the winner of BTDX, and they don't even know who their opponent is right yet. And we'll be casting that one right after this one. The winner of that will move on to the league, but we're moving into Game 2 here. That is the same exact thing, unfortunately, in some regards. And one change is that they were using the machine last game, right? Or were they still using the Tri-Strike one?
I believe they were still using the Tri-Strike. I did not see a machine last game, so not a ton of compositional changes. I do see now for Black Bull a regular blaster coming out that is going to lend itself to that big bubbler that you were talking about. Margaret getting attacked there by Toady, who picks up one, now two. Looks like they're going to get a third here. Was that a triple, or did they have some help? Either way, Black Bull starting this one off strong. And to your what you mentioned before, not really changing too much. They used this big bubbler actually so far into Dat Kid Fan Club spawn, and now they're just layering on. That's at least 3 specials used here in the early game.
So they used the bubbler right there to kind of put that chokehold right there. And oh my goodness, is this player not going to go away and just destroy everybody? They are. But when the bubbler went away, they followed it up with the tent like they're doing right now. So that forces everybody from Dat Kid to spread out to the sides and makes it a little bit easier to get picked off by the blaster and Toady, who's doing a great job on the game. My goodness, who is this player for real? My goodness. Wow. Jeez, finally, Margaret says enough of this nonsense, but that was like a -7 they put down right there.
Yeah, it's just a weapon that when you're able to hit your shots, even indirects, like we are about to see potentially a knockout. Nobody from Dat Kid Fan Club except for Dat Menace can get anywhere close. They stop it for about half a second, another half second, combine that for 1 second in total, and that was as steamrolly a game in a winner's finals as I have seen in a very long time. So coming back incredibly strong from that Game 1 loss to tie things up at 1 here, I believe, for Black Bull. And I mean, Toady doing such a lot of work, along with its BB No BBL, who on that blaster was just holding things down. And here's to your point, what happened following up on that big bubbler. Survived long enough to build another one up, outdueling the slightly longer ranged blaster, being within their optimal range. And as you mentioned, only stopped finally by Margaret.
I think I know why Black Bull picked that map now. they seem to kind of know how exactly they want to play. Their opening, the spacing that they used was just kind of perfect for how they go. Okay, Toady, you're going around here. We're going to support you with the tent being fired on the backside. The rest of you start attacking the left side of the zone. We're going to collapse on them on their own side. You saw that kid not really approach at all. They just kind of stayed back. Let's stay on our little circular barn cornfield thing, whatever that thing is called. And eventually they just got collapsed on them. Now, once they got control of the zone, okay, now we got the bubbler built up. We're putting the bubbler right here to force them to go out to the sides. And when the bubbler's gone, well, the tent's already deployed. So they were directing the traffic, kind of leading the dance that entire time for Dat Kid. And Dat Kid fan club was unfortunately lulled to sleep into that dance. It just got beat up.
Yeah, really good points on, there's 3, I guess, main exits that you could take from Spawn. There's the sort of slimmer left and right side pathways. The left one, dropping you down into that sort of pitted area below the grate. The right one leading to the sniper overlook. And then, of course, the main ramp that leads out of Spawn. That big bubbler goes right in the middle of that ramp. Like you mentioned, it sort of directs traffic to the left and right. He swims right through it, gets the picks there, and is able to build up another one while in the backline, way outside of the fight. They're using 2 specials that do not need to be anywhere near the fight, really, the Trizuka and that Killer Whale, in order to follow things up. Only Dat Kid able to, for, as I mentioned, a couple of seconds, if not a second, have a little bit of impact on one of the zones. Of course, Blaster's not really known for their painting, but you at least have a decent bit of range on that CRB. Now, the counter pick, we have Splat Zones, Macomart to go to next, and it will be a 3rd Splat Zones map in a row, but back to a 1-zone map this time.
They can do that? That's oh, I guess that's. I thought they couldn't go back to a mode they already won on, but
only map. Yeah, can't go back to
only
the same
map. Okay, well, disregard that rant I went on previously then, because that doesn't apply to this scenario right here. Mako Zones, fair enough. A map where pretty much you can't go wrong with the weapon that you pick, although some weapons work out pretty strong, mainly the sloshers from Miner and the range blaster as well. So Dat Kid fan club coming down to their home court right here, but they still have to deal with the tent and everything else that's been thrown at them from Black Bull, as the zone does start out with Dat Kid. The slosher, I'm going to be needing to put you on Anger's tent the entire time. Get sloshes over that thing and make sure that tents can't really, if they do get deployed, that nobody can be safe behind them.
Yeah, to the surprise of no one as well, the shot goes directly onto its BB no BBL and that blaster to be able to get some pressure onto them. And as you mentioned, Miner probably going to have to be the one to help to take on that tent. I noticed that Dat Kid Flame Club was playing a lot closer together, not really playing on the box or on the right side either, just kind of hanging back on that ramp together, whereas Black Bull kind of set one person up in each area in like a triangle formation behind the zone. And Dat Kid Fan Club taking the zone first as a result. It's BB no BBL trading, so they're not going to really get the offensive edge that they want or the longevity that they want, and nor is Anger, who I don't believe is able to really get many, if any, on that Trizuka. That Meta is able to take down Anger, and a much better looking and a lot more akin looking to Game 1 performance that we're seeing out of Dat Kid Fan Club.
When you got a player like BB that's just hitting direct after direct, the only thing you can really do is try to fight them and hope those indirects land into your favor so that you can work out a trade, and that's kind of how they were able to win that fight back there. Black Bull's not going to be able to get into the zone. They do have their best painting weapon alive, but it's not going to outpaint 3 other weapons, including a pencil as well. Dat Kid responds in kind, dominates Game 3, and, well, they took their first loss of the entire tournament, and they seem to have buried that pretty quickly.
Yeah, aggro v aggro. It feels like these are high risk, high reward styles of gameplay that are going on, where the 3 other team members are being sent well forward, of course, minding the objective and fighting over it first, but also sending folks around to deal with the problem children on the other side of things, while the pencil players are just hanging around on that box, just painting anybody that comes over near the zone. And so really, like we mentioned, locking down some of the difficult players. BB on that blaster, losing their initial engagement and then trading out in their second one, so not having nearly the longevity, the lifespan that they had in Game 2. That was one of their big moments there. It looked like the Tentebrella not able to get the shots that they wanted behind that canopy, or at least was too distracted to really get much. And then Miner, doing a great job of charging forward, has a great impact on the zone. There's that pillow, that cushion in the middle of the zone that the slosher can easily slosh over and have, the impact there. So again, very smart counter pick, even though we're going back to splat zones. And high likelihood is the map list is tailored half and half to zones or not zones, that we go back to another zones map here for game 4 in this winner's final.
It's a zone-only tournament. This is almost like we're trying to draw in the best teams in the community. Who thought they like spat zone specifically? So Black Bull never able to get set up in that game 2, which is what benefited them hugely, or they weren't able to get set up in game 3, which what benefited them in game 2. You're not able to get that tent down with the bubbler to kind of disrupt things so that BB can just start picking off players left and right. There's just too much spread out. That's credit to that kid making sure they don't get set up. We're going to at least get trades out of these things so that we can at least be like at worst even with them throughout the entire time, because we've seen what happens when this game gets a little bit out of control into Black Bull's favor. Potential into the set right here as we go to the shopping mall, I believe is what this is actually supposed to be.
Well, the saying goes, if you ain't out of control, you ain't in control. And both of these teams have kind of flown by the seat of their proverbial pants here as we get started with game 4. That Kid Fan Club currently in the lead 2-1 in this set, and already the tacticalers coming out for both teams. Of course, a pretty common sight at the highest level of play, and even not the highest level of play, as Toady goes down pretty quickly here. Margaret set up in a decent position as the shot for Dat Kid going to be shooting out the Trizuka, not really finding much as well, maybe using that canopy to protect themselves. They have the killer whale up as well. Will it chase or find anyone? It will, at least for the moment, knock off that Kid Fan Club who got the zone first, and now Black Bull looking pretty decently in control.
Okay, so now what are you going to do with it? You've already used your bubbler to get control of the zone. You got Anger pushing up seemingly by themselves, but now coming back to the group of everyone with Soda. Are you going to create that same kind of forced lockout that you did in game 2, or is there a way for Dat Kid to find ways to be a little bit more patient, wait for your Kraken to get built up, wait for maybe ink strikes you can throw into the zone, or just get 2 for 1 somehow? 3 players just explode on the purple side. Now you just got a Kraken just saying, where all my friends go? This kind of sucks. And now Doe might drop down here on the left side, which would mean they can only come up. Yeah, wisely moving back over toward more mid position there. But yeah, Dat Kid weathered, or couldn't really weather the storm right there, as Black Bull is looking at another KO.
Yeah, looking to send this one to game 5 here. Miner desperately throwing that tri-strike onto the zone, and it will be enough. Great placement there in order to secure it from afar. Essentially now a 2v2 situation, as Dat Menace doesn't have the range nor the ink to take on this engagement with Toady, who will win out. We see the killer whale coming out as well to try and take this zone back, but they will have a pretty hefty penalty to chew through, so breaking the trend of 100-0 knockouts. And yet again, here's the Kraken Royale from Dat Kid, trying to find the pencil there, seeing if they can get Brian, but not acknowledging that they will run out of ink, but cannot dodge the special coming right back at them. So trading back and forth. Dat Kid Fan Club, though, needing to pretty much hold on the entire way through.
I don't know about that Kraken usage right there. You weren't going to catch up to the pencil. You already got control of zone. They got a little bit overextended and got punished for it. But regardless, they're still in control. Thanks, penalty points are gone, and now they're starting to win a lot of these fights and making sure that bubbler gets drained right here. So what is the response going to be from Black Bull now? We've seen that kid struggle to break out of lockouts. Are they going to take their time building up their specials? Here comes the first wave of Zookas. That's not going to accomplish anything. And here come the ink strikes on the opposite side of things. That does take care of the splat, so there's not going to be another bubbler coming out. And I don't know how close they're going to be to Soda either, as the points are just ticking away. There goes the pencil gone. That might do it, because a lot of your pain is just missing there. Ultimately a trade. Nobody's left on the zone. Dat Kid Fan Club takes care of business. They stay in the game, and that extends it long enough for them to get the dub.
Yeah, what felt like almost an assured game 5 there gets turned right on its head there. What a set as we take a look here. Dat Kid Fan Club doing a great job of swinging things back around. And as you mentioned, a lot of back and forth, a lot of great usage of specials, and target selection as well, just finding the pencil with that Trizuka and making sure that they can't both buff their team and use that extended range to get to the zone, shutting down the blaster so that they couldn't get any early picks as well. Just nice usages there. We had some issues in the early part of the game. There was some Kraken Royales that were a bit questionable. I still am wondering myself if the Big Bubbler was the right choice of special for some of the gameplay that we saw there. It did distract them only for a little bit. I think at one point we saw 3 players shooting the Big Bubbler, like the core of it, for maybe a few seconds. And that's as much value as maybe it got for what felt like that entire game to me.
They had to use it on the zone. Now, it does do a job of painting the zone now with one of the recent buffs, but yeah, when you have to burn specials just to capture the space, it makes it difficult to hold on to that space because you know the other team's just going to have their special cycle working out into their favor. It looked like Black Bull was going to get that KO, though. One of the instances being they had the Kraken ready. That kid had a Kraken ready to go, and it seemed like they were all going to move in together with that, and then 2 players just exploded before the Kraken was able to activate, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, well, this isn't working. But they were able to bounce back. They eventually just needed those tri-strikes because that's going to be at least enough to stall out the zone, get a couple of splats on the other side. Maybe the Kraken push drew out some more specials on their end as well. But yeah, to your point, the Bubbler, because it had to be used so much defensively, it was hard to find spaces in time for it to get used offensively. It's so hard to get specials with the blaster.
Yeah, and they say the best laid plans of squids and men don't often go as planned, or at least may result in a couple of squids getting exploded in the backline, as you called it. And again, both of these teams have qualified for the 20XX League, so I want to still extend congratulations, and there is a high likelihood that we could see this matchup again for grand finals. And if that does happen, there's a lot of back and forth. There's not really a solid bet on either side here, and that could have easily gone to game 5 if there had not been that last minute push to get the zone. So that Kid Fan Club going to be awaiting what we now pivot to, which is going to be the loser side of the bracket, which Black Bull will be featured in much later down the line, of course, in losers finals. The point that we're going to be, I believe, starting at is going to pick up in losers where it goes from best of 3 to best of 5. Losers bracket round 6, which is what was last played, where Duck Motif actually beat the number 1 overall seed 2-0 Comptiff. They have moved on. They'll be in the losers bracket semis against the winner of BTDX and what we again have been calling gravitation or gravitational pull, that formula that you see there, the 13th overall seed. And the winner of that will then play Black Bull. But we'll go to best of 5 with counterpicking. In fact, the current round, this losers bracket round 6 also has counterpicking, but for us on stream, at least watching that winners finals, it'll be a pretty natural transition. We just saw a counterpick set as well, and very interested to see Duck Motif, who we Popgun were talking about before we got on the mic, was in the first qualifier and got pretty darn close.
I got to give you, I got to thank you though for trying to give me credit for knowing what gravitational pull is, because there's probably some version of me that knows or remembers that formula, but that was half my life ago. So credit to you, gravitational pull, if we get to them. Duck Motif, they finished 5th place in the Super Jump like 3 weeks ago. They finished just outside of the top 3 in the qualifier last weekend. Moonlight getting revenge on them, even though they beat Moonlight in Super Jump. So coming into this one, I felt like they were of the teams that were signed up at the time and who I thought might sign up were a lock to at least qualify for the league. Well, that Kid Fan Club and Black Bull had some other things in mind. Actually, it was BTDX that knocked them down into loser's side 3-1. But the Ducks are a very experienced team. They have won multiple weeklies, or at least contended to win weeklies. They're a team that, Squid Junction, if you sign up, you're likely going to find ways to win it, which is cool, but this is big boy Splatoon that we're at least trying to establish right here. And Duck Motif has an opportunity 1 win away from being able to do that, and it could be against the team that they've already lost to today.
Yeah, if any of the viewers are unfamiliar with what it is exactly that they're qualifying for, it's the 20XX League with qualifiers happening sort of through the month of September. And while this tournament has a $100 prize for the winner, there is going to be a starting prize pool of the league itself for $250 USD. So definitely each team not only vying for the funds today, but also just getting into the league itself is setting yourself up to not only play some high-level Splatoon, but also for that potentially larger cash prize there. And we saw that, as you mentioned, Pop Gun, in the first qualifier, where Duck Motif was just on the outside looking in. They're looking to avenge that today. BTDX tied for 5th there. They make, I believe, one small roster change. They had Clef in the first qualifier, and they now have Power as their 4th player this time around. And Gravitational Pull tied for 7th there. So multiple teams that we saw going into from the first qualifier to the second qualifier, with BTDX now taking on Gravitational Pull, who beat our 4th seeded team 2-1 in this losers bracket round 5, heading into losers bracket round 6. So a super exciting matchup between two teams that were just barely out of the first tournament, which I believe had a similar number of teams. It looks like maybe 28 for qualifier 1 and 28 for qualifier 2.
I was kind of caught off guard when you said that Power was playing for BTDX, but you're right. Yeah, I see him right there. I talked to Power at LTC, just kind of like jokingly, hey, if Starburst needed a +1, like one of their players got sick or something, would you go on stage and play with them? And Power was basically just like, nah, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. But somehow they were able to convince one of a former world champion, mind you, to come out of at least retirement to help out with this one right here. Yeah, Gravitational Pull is what that formula essentially moves out to me. Now, F is Force. I couldn't tell you what the M's are. I know what that slash means. I can tell you you're supposed to divide all those things. Man, these Splatoon kids are a lot smarter than what I am right now. If you are in chat, let me give you some old man advice. You will never use this once you learn it in high school. You will learn a lot of stuff, and you'll just cycle through your brains. You'll put it down on the test paper, and then you'll replace it with something infinitely more important, like video games and stuff like that. So don't be discouraged, because I completely forgot all this stuff. Algebra 2. Now maybe it's just like the concepts, just learning concepts that you're supposed to take away from that, but I don't know. Life is going to be okay, unless it's not.
Don't tell your teachers, first of all, that, but also if you do try to remember any of this stuff, it's likely going to be the SpongeBob meme where they're in his head and they're like looking for files and like everything is on fire and they're like, what's his name? What's the formula for gravitational pull? I need it. It's not going to be there. Trust me. It's going to be in a paper shredder somewhere in your mind. That's no longer going to be there, and it's okay. That's why we have Google. And that's why these folks are they're using it, and it's worked for them so far. They've made top 8 now at these couple of qualifiers, and it's doing well for them. They're also I'm very excited to see this matchup again. Likely two teams that could make it if they don't qualify today in our third qualifier, so be on the lookout for that one. But we're getting started here. Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi, the first map in mode, and compositionally not a lot different from what we have seen. However, we are going to pick up with a 96 Gal Deco coming out from Bounce and a heavy edit in lieu of the pencil for Game is Game.
I saw 9 tweet out today talking about Area Cup, how the game is a lot more entertaining to watch when heavy edit is in use. The only thing, though, if you're a heavy edit player, you don't want to see a pencil on the other side, because that is your natural predator, and especially when it's been coming from Power. CMO been very skilled with the tint for many years now. It's going to have to try to find ways to dodge this Kraken, as both teams essentially just want to have control of this map when it lowers down and we can play the game for real. Because when you have control when it lowers down, you're in a great position to kind of get that KO.
Yeah, I personally have always disliked this map because it starts out with so much water, and that's just a natural predator to me when I play this game. But an early lead here for BTDX is they have not lost the zone yet, and in fact, they are backing off smartly. They've got lots of obstacles to hide behind to avoid the shots from that Trizuka. The Tri-Strike going to come out in retaliation. One right on top of the tactical, which they are sort of scattered around and behind, now desperately trying to paint the zone as BTDX has gotten to 25. Gravitational Pull does finally look to take it over, and they will. BlankZ helping to secure that with the Kraken Royale. And another equation, there's a player with another equation here, it looks like, as their name, the 52 Gal. They're going to be flanking around, trying to get the one jumping in. They will not, actually, I think they will just barely do it, but they were getting attacked by Soldier Boy there. A tough one back and forth, but Gravitational Pull will get it back after losing that zone for a second to BTDX.
I believe that is the scientific formula for Uwu. Is what with all those V's and O's that they were pulling out right there. Mecha trying to attack the zone on the backside. What I haven't seen a lot of is some sodas coming out from the edge. I think they finally are able to throw one down right there, but it's not going to produce as many as what the pencil is going to do, but it is going to give you a lot more ability to kind of attack with the rest of your teammates versus Power, who's just kind of set up shop up there in the crow's nest and just kind of, well, lasering everybody down, and including game is game. You can't argue with that. You know, there's a lot of facts coming out from this Formula team here, but not a lot of dubs right now, as they're having a lot of difficulty getting back into control of the zone. We see a couple players being attacked on this left side. How do you not get that splat, Mecha? You had them straight dead to rights, but ultimately still in favor of BTDX.
Indeed, it is straight fact, no printer here, as BlankZ going to be looking to try and get another pick there with the Kraken Royale, and they will. They're in a tough spot, however, being forced away by the pencil. They are going to get fully taken down. I think they were called out as well. Soldier Boy and Mecha pushing forward here, trying to find either X Battle or Game is Game. They're just going to get that trade out onto the Trizuka. That's about as good as you can hope for there, as BTDX not losing the zone yet. They would be given a massive penalty if they do, and there it goes. However, still holding on to a large lead, and Uwu, as you mentioned, getting spot there onto Mecha. Always feels weird. That does show up quite often, though, in a Splatoon team name or tournament or person's name. Like, it's you are pretty likely to see Uwu in some form or context, just based on the nature of how the Splatoon community can be.
I can't wait to look on Twitter an hour from now. I can't believe the commentator called me Uwu. How do they not know all this? Like, look, you're doing great so far, and that Kraken just literally ate that bomb, and finally, Gravitational Pull, somehow Power gets unplugged, and now Gravitational Pull seems, for the first 4 minutes, finally found themselves in a situation to where they can get a lockout going right here. We see Soldier Boy trying to move in with CMO's tent. Some Zuka shots being fired across the zone, but there goes a double. Two players standing out right in the open. You don't need the RNG of the Zuka to work out to make that happen, but still enough pressure onto the zone for BTDX to weather that and get back into the game.
You know, in all my years of watching Power play, I've never once thought of the pun Power has been unplugged. So credit to you. I genuinely, like, now that I'm thinking about that, I'm like, man, I should have thought of that way earlier, but it's now
infinitely more clever than the Uwu formula.
Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know. I wouldn't have thought of the Uwu formula either, but you know, BlankZ was able to have their fun on that invincible Kraken Royale, but they're going to get taken down pretty quickly here, and Gravitational Pull running out of time swiftly. About 20 seconds left. Uwu and X Battle going to be tag teaming there onto Simo, and they will get the pick, and now they cannot lose. They must literally have a gravitational force away from the zone, as they're going to propulse somebody out into the water there to try and hopefully for them start overtime. They will have a Trizuka online that's going to be blocked initially by that canopy. Mecha hiding behind it is going to get the pick there onto BlankZ, and the Tri-Strike just the cherry on top, as after some back and forth there, a nice holdout and a very interesting game one here on Mahi Mahi Resort.
CMO kind of recognizing, wait a minute, the last time I was here with a friend, we both got blasted by a Zuka. What if I just put a tent up, and then they'll eat the Zuka shot, and then we can just throw Tri-Strikes on the zone and flip it back into our favor? BTDX won that one because they had control of the game for at least the first 4 minutes. By the time Gravitational Pull was able to wrestle control of things back into their favor, okay, you got 1 minute to dig out of this hole, and oh, by the way, you're basically in a special tug of war with the other team, so it's not really a whole heck of a lot that you can do right there. So BTDX, who beat Duck Motif, sent them down to the losers bracket, looking to beat them again if they were to face them after this set. And by the way, this set is a best of 3, not a best of 5. So there's just one more win away from this happening. So there's no like mind games to go off with counter picks or like, oh well, maybe we should pick this, and if we lose, we can go to the. Oh my God, maybe we should have had some mind games, maybe, and we wouldn't end up with Tower Control Art Academy. But here we are.
Yeah, I was thinking back to what you had said about, oh, well, this is effectively a Splatzones only tournament, despite the small map.
I kind of wish it was now.
And maybe with how drastic a situation best of 3 can be, might have procced them to select Tower Control instead. And with that being said, of course, the maps that are actually selected for the 2 modes besides Splatzones that are in this tournament, Tower Control and Clan Blitz, are ones that you'll typically see. And we are going to Inkblot Art Academy, which is famous or infamous, depending on how you want to look at it, for showing up in tournament settings with this mode in particular. Everybody pretty much ready to go here as well. I'm not going to believe we'll see that many compositional changes either.
Oh, what a surprise. They're already readied up. It's almost like they know how to play this map and mode, and it doesn't give you any kind of advantage counterpicking it over the other team. I will say this, though. If you're going to have a bunch of formulas in your name, it makes sense to have your home field be an academy. Although be it a little bit art, not so much sciencey. We do see that Tri-Slosher. I forgot that was in the game. Oh, it's the soda one. So that was the player that was using heavy edit. So they're still getting the soda. They're just dropping the range in order to keep it there. I was excited. I was thinking we were going to see an inkjet, but then I remembered, oh, wait a minute. Fizzy Bomb soda is the thing.
Yeah, also into pencil, I would question. That is not going to be a recipe for success typically with the range that weapon has, but lack of range is what they're going to evidently go for, but keeping that pencil there, that tactical cooler there, is they will fall pretty early, so a lot of Tri-Slosher builds do rely on coming back quite quickly and bounce, not really wanting to go anywhere. They'll get the splat there, they're going to pop and then get another pick with the Kraken Royale. Finds essentially a third target, but is going to have some help from their team there, and already an early push up to the first checkpoint here for Gravitational Pull.
In game, okay, the one player that was left alive will at least slow down the tower. I was about to say, I think the Tri-Slosher is going to fall asleep on there because they've captured every space they've needed to. They got the bat areas on the left. They got the spawn little like ramp there on the right. But that one little player jumping down, getting the trade on the tower is going to be enough to stall it out, at least enough to maybe save the second checkpoint. It looks like they do just that. So there you go. Now, a fantastic save by that player just YOLOing onto the tower to at least slow it down. Saving that second checkpoint right there is huge.
Yeah, maybe underrated even to see that even a little bit of that checkpoint remains, because they're going to have to go through the entire thing again. It's not starting from where you left off. It's starting from the entire checkpoint. So as speaking of checkpoints, we are going to see the first counter push coming out from BTDX. Power going to be sitting here on the tower with that pencil. That's exactly where you want your anchor player to be. Simo, we haven't really talked about so much on the Kraken. Darius is going to run out just as we spectate them, as the lead is getting closer and closer to being taken over. They don't want to be as grouped up here on the tower until they've gotten rid of a couple of threats, and the shot is one of them who got taken away. Here comes that inevitable Kraken Royale as the tower is stopped. 2 players grouped up at the wrong time. Simo and Soldier Boy taken down, and you can rely on an invincible special like that, especially one with the slaying power of the Kraken Royale to stop things from escalating. Nice little stop there at 52.
If you're wondering what the most pivotal part of Tower Control Art Academy is, like this is your first time seeing this, it's obviously the second checkpoint, and that's been the difference so far. Both teams have established a push to the second checkpoint, but have not been able to clear it just because of the all-out aggressive defense that both teams have been able to hold on right there as we cross the halfway point. So pretty much a tie ball game right now. Simo trying to push up here. If they can get the splat on the Tri-Slosher, maybe that can open up the doors for them to capture that space. Instead, Bounce eliminates them from their side of the map, so now they can focus on the players in front of them, except for this player coming from the side, Mecha, pushing up yet again. So they keep trying to establish control of the enemy side of the map, them being BTDX, before they start pushing up with the tower. And that's going to open up the door for them to guide this tower into the second checkpoint. The question is, are there going to be any specials online for Gravitational Pull to slip through here and save the checkpoint yet again?
Well, they expend one there in order to get the Trizuka onto that overlook there, that little art installation. Then they do get a pick. Balance is going to fall, though, on top of it as well. And a couple of players also going down right next to the tower. The tri-strike coming out for BTDX as well, trying to keep this push alive. And as we mentioned, pivotally trying to get to that second checkpoint and move all the way through. The splash ball going to be stopping the few shots from Mecha there on that Trizuka, and now about to reclaim the lead. They're actually stopped at 48,
Wow.
and the first one to get to that number is going to retain the lead. So no lead gained for BTDX in what could have been the pivotal moment of this game here. And for Gravitational Pull, maybe this is proving why they switched to this somewhat unorthodox composition. It's a shorter range comp. You're dropping something like the pencil. It is sort of a smaller map, and some checkpoints are really boxed in. They're in really pretty terrible spots. So maybe this shorter to mid-range, more aggressively oriented composition could be paying off in spades if they can keep BTDX away once again.
With the way this game is going, it might not come down to checkpoints, but just who can get the furthest through the second. You could probably win this one without even clearing the second checkpoint, which is a bit bizarre, but that's just how good these defenses have been second-wise. And it's just the little things right there, like the little stallings of the tower, or the one player that has to jump off of it to avoid this kind of special, and by the time they get back in, the other team's ready to go defensively. So 10 seconds right here. BTDX down by 1 point. Are they even going to get an opportunity to hop back onto the tower? Their Slosher's eliminated. Mecha's trying to capture the left side. It's not going to happen, and now you just got power against the world, and the world is going to win this round for now, as Gravitational Pull forces a game 3, getting the opening push and then never stepping foot on the tower again.
Yeah, maybe not quite as a sure thing as the old GG Ray back in Splatoon 2, but you definitely don't want to see a Kraken sitting right behind the tower with 5 seconds left to go. That's going to make it incredibly difficult to get on top of and actually force overtime or even secure the tower for any credible or memorable length of time there. So a great turnaround in game 2 there, albeit very close, cutting it literally to the exact point, 48 to 48, stopping BTDX from sweeping this one 2-0. And now, as a reminder, with this being a best of 3, we go to our deciding game, our deciding map and mode combination. I couldn't imagine that BTDX would want to go back to tower control or even to Clan Blitz. I would imagine after winning game 1, they will want to go back to splat zones, and I'll be interested to see where they end up going, because a lot of the maps are sort of similar in the fact that they're relatively low. You can see pretty much as far as the eye can see. There's not a ton of obstacles like there are on Mahi Mahi. That's maybe one of the few exceptions here compared to the rest of the map pool, but just based on what we can see in the lobby, it looks like they may be trending that way.
It depends on what SEMO wants to do. Do we want to go to a tent map because there are several maps that are very good for tent, or do you just want to keep rocking that Kraken blaster that you had to use in the tower control game? So whatever, that's the player I'm looking at to see, like, what are you comfortable with doing, because the rest of us are still kind of flexible. On the flip side, Gravitational Pull, they're going to get Soda. We just don't know what they're going to use specifically. Do we want to try to make sure we don't go like to a Mako Mart or someplace where that slosher is going to be really effective? Maybe we want to get them on that edit versus pencil matchup, and that's probably what's going to be happening right here as we see Hagglefish being picked, trying to get you back onto that edit if you can't even use a pencil right here, because Power is going to be feeling pretty comfortable in that Caterpie.
Yeah, just thinking about how, like, Power and Brian the Drummer, you know, two pretty long-standing and very talented anchor players, you know, are in this tournament, including a wave of others. And I'm wondering, you know, if we saw the pencil coming out, that could be maybe the tactical or trifecta between going from the heavy edit to the Tri-Slosher Nouveau and then to the pencil to wrap things up. But as you mentioned, it might be difficult to dual power on that weapon, a player who's so accustomed to chargers in general, despite it playing a little bit differently from the norm. So Flat Zone's Hagglefish, I think a lot of folks would say it doesn't get much more neutral than that. I think it's maybe the most neutral mode and the most neutral map combined, and that's why you see it so often in tournament play. But will this map, if Gravitational Pull decides to go with a similar composition, will it lend itself as well? It does seem to play a little bit lengthier. It does seem to be a bit more open in places, and so that could perhaps be disastrous if they play too much in mid, sort of behind the zones where a lot of teams like to set up. this is maybe a team that might want to flank around, maybe use their Gal or their Tri-Slosher to get a sneaky pick. I'm sure Power is going to be looking every which way or listening to callouts to make sure that anybody who is taking either that left or right alleyway is spotted or called out. But otherwise, the big question is going to be, can they keep the pressure on the zone if they are not running that pencil, even with somebody like Power staring them down from afar?
And you talk about the Kraken. I kind of mentioned how frustrating it is when you use it effectively on this map in particular. How you can just go right down mid and cause all kinds of chaos because there's not really much places you can go. Is that going to factor into a decision for BTDX as well? So it's like, okay, if we go to the tent, which also works out here, we get Zuka back, but then we have to fight their Kraken that we know is coming from their 52 deco, and we're going to lose ours. Is that something that's going to play into a factor of the decision making as well? But yeah, I feel like you at least put yourself in the better situation, BTDX picking this map. Just because, yeah, I just don't see them using Tri-Slosher here. Especially on like the mode that they're using here. It worked out really well last game. But again, if you're not going to use the Tri-Slosher, do you still want to rock with that edit that you know that you're going up against? Is the question they'll have to figure out. But this is it for the set, by the way. This is a best of 3. The winner of this one moves on to a league qualifying match against the Quack Attack that is waiting very patiently in a best of 5 opportunity coming up right after this one. So a lot on the line here for this final game of this set.
Yeah, as you mentioned, essentially this round going from a top 6 to a top 4. Comptif being eliminated by Dark Motif in the other game, and we've already talked about Dark Motif placing 4th in the first qualifier. Would be truly heartbreaking for them to get 4th back-to-back tournaments when top 3 qualify. But we won't set that storyline or that curse up yet. We are just about to get ready into this deciding game 3 on Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market, and very interested to see what that tactical weapon is. We've set it up quite a bit, and I love that little tiebreaker pop-up. It's so cool to see that shows up. And the answer to the question of what Power will be going up against is the heavy edit. So despite you mentioning correctly that the natural predator of that weapon is the pencil, I believe it's probably the better choice over the Tri-Slosher Nouveau.
In Power's positioning the last time they were in Splat Zone seemed to be the kind of traditional playstyle we've been seeing from Pencil, which is stay back, get your soda, attack the zone, try not to engage too much unless somebody just comes into your line of sight. So if I'm game is game, I'm just trying to take advantage of the space where I know the Pencil isn't going to be attacking, supporting my teammates. Maybe X Battle over there that's in a fight. Exactly like that. I didn't even recognize that was the edit player. But yeah, you can still... There's many ways that you can impact the game without even coming across the Pencil, just because they're probably going to be perched up in that one spot.
They're throwing this splash wall down right in that corner, either jumping out or just hoping that they're not seen. It looked like they got spotted out when they emerged again by Simo, as X Battle going to be looking for a pick here. They are playing on that alleyway, and this is sort of what I was worried about. If they're having to be too much behind the zone without getting a lot of effect from the two hallways there, they're not going to be able to really maintain control of that zone here. X Battle trying desperately on top of them basically to get a pick. It may have been the third shot that did them in. Effectively a 2v1 now for BTDX against the last remaining member, Uwu, for gravitational pull. They are doing a good job of staying alive, but that will not allow them to keep control of the zone here. A pretty quick clip of the lead, it looks like, for BTDX, who uses that Trizuka maybe more as a zoning tool than anything else, alongside just the main weapon itself. Bounces, we've seen them on so much today with that Kraken Royale, thinking somebody might be behind that box, but they're just going to run out of ink. And I would hazard a guess that that's just how you have to play against a Kraken Royale that's constantly up like that.
Yeah, that's all you can do. You can't destroy the darn thing. So it's either, well, if they're going to just control that space, we just got to avoid it. And you didn't see the Kraken get any splats, but that's not the point. Again, it forced everybody away, and you saw the rest of the teammates for gravitational pull starting to collapse onto those players, and ultimately getting it into their favor. So yeah, this is the tug of war that we're going to be seeing ourselves in right now. BTDX needs to find a way to get back on to control the zone to flip it in their favor. But then they got to come up with an answer afterwards of what are we going to do with this Kraken as the lead does go into gravitational pull's favor. How are you going to make sure you hold on to the zone?
In this game, trying to set up here, they're actually using that low wall as some nice cover, but they're being besieged by 3 members there of BTDX, and will have to likely jump out in order to save face. X-Battle not really getting a clean shot on anybody with that Trizuka, but will end up trading on the left there with Soldier Boy as Simo pushes forward aggressively with the Trizuka. They're going to spot one out. A Bounce going to be countering that, actually getting on top of the box there, but the canopy expertly placed is going to allow that to end in a draw. One jumping out and one's Kraken Royale running out as BTDX making nice headway against their penalty, getting it into single digits. They have the Tacticooler just behind the zone, but not enough momentum as the Killer Whale is going to come out. The Tacticooler as well for Gravitational Pull, and yet again, they back off a BTDX advance with 1:45 left to play.
I like seeing the heavy edit players starting to support all their players. Whenever there's a fight on an alleyway, there's always bullets coming in from behind from that edit to make sure that they're working with players. Again, just you don't have to be worried about towers positioning when you can just take care of the areas where they're not. Bounce drawing some attention around this left side, so no damage done there for BTDX. Now they got some strikes they can throw into the zone that's going to flip it back into their favor, but man, they sacrificed everything just to do that. Soldier Boy, being the last player up, gets eliminated, so they do keep the game going a little bit longer, but it seems like they have to burn through too many resources just to get the zone flipped back. How are they going to save some so that they can create the lockout they need to chew through their penalty points?
Yeah, for both teams, it feels like a game of protect the president with the Tacticooler players, and Power backed off enough to where they're able to get the Tacticooler, but you see just the placement of it in where they were a minute or minute and a half ago, just right behind the zone, now sitting on top of their platform near spawn, and single digits now for the actual zone progress for Gravitation. It's a nice pick there on Demecha. X-Battle gonna fall on top of the zone. Game is Game was effectively fighting that off as a 1v3, but is not going to be able to hold it down long enough for reinforcements to arrive. So BTDX grabbing it back under 30 seconds left to go. They have a small penalty to chew through, and they may not be able to relinquish control of the zone if they want to win this game. Bounce going to have to time this Kraken very well as X-Battle is going to be contributing to the offensive prowess. Simo doing the same thing for BTDX, and the penalty is already gone there for them with 10 seconds left to go. Bounce yet again. It looks like it's going to run out before they're able to get a splat, and Power, I think, cleaning them up as we get down to 20.
That Kraken might have been the difference right there. The fact that they couldn't get any value out of it, but now everybody's attacking the zone. It's not going to be enough. BTDX able to hold on and wrestle control of the lead back into their favor at the very end right there. You talked about having to be patient with that Kraken because, yeah, you don't want to flip the zone and then have enough time left over to where they can take it right back, and then you don't have the Kraken to work with. They don't have a ton of penalty points. It still seemed like maybe they waited too long, because the most value you're going to get out of that Kraken is when everybody else is alive and your teammates can take advantage of the distraction that you're causing. I think they just couldn't get the timing worked out with the rest of their teammates. The Kraken got thrown out there and it just died in the middle of the zone, and once that player got eliminated, it was GG at that point.
So BTDX avoids what would have been a 4th straight upset by Gravitational Pull as they started losers bracket round 3 with an upset over 12th seeded Monaco, then followed it up with a sweep of an upset over the 8th seed Healthy Diet, and beat the 4th seed 2-1 as well before coming into this set and having a very good shot at knocking out BTDX. Instead, BTDX holds strong. They rely, of course, on the pencil that Power brought with them and taking away the efficacy of Bounce's Kraken, which we saw so often, but in that 3rd game especially was not finding the picks that it was able to, especially in game 1, for example, on a map that can be pretty confusing and almost maze-like to navigate, especially when the water hasn't dropped yet. And so that's what can happen in these best of 3 sets. It can be very back and forth, and those little decisions or little moments can make all the difference in the world. So this will be the end of the day here for Gravitational Pull. They still, of course, have one more qualifier to try and make it into the league here for 20XX, and maybe a good shot to with how they were playing today. But it will be BTDX going into our next round, which will start back up into best of 5 against a Duck Motif team who we've already alluded to is quite hungry to make it not just through this match, but to, with a win, qualify for the 20XX League themselves.
Gravitational Pull, so close, but yet so far away. It's a game of inches, or as they would probably prefer, centimeters. So that sets up the rematch of Duck Motif BTDX where BTDX beat them 3-1 in the loser side. That's the reason Duck Motif is down here to begin with anyway. So always going to be looking back and thinking, okay, what maps did we play on? Do we want to change something? It's really hard to beat the same team twice in the same tournament, especially when they're a team that's as strong as what Duck Motif has. I'm going to do a little bit of research because I would not be surprised if these two teams played either in Super Jump or actually no, I think they played in the last qualifier. I'm going to look that up.
They did.
real
I
quick.
do see that they played in winners round or winners semis. Actually, I guess technically winners round 3. They were almost equivalent in seeding. BTDX being the 4th seed, Duck Motif being the 5th seed, but Duck Motif sweeping them 3-0. They almost played each other in losers. It looks like BTDX eliminated in losers bracket round 6 by Moonlight 2-0. They would have played Duck Motif, who did win in losers round 6 against TH Salmon, but then Duck Motif getting swept after that by a Moonlight team who was seeded 3rd and would finish 3rd in that first qualifier to make it through to the 20XX League.
Okay, so the Ducks are basically 1-1 as far as the qualifiers are concerned, which is great. That's the point of what this league and these qualifiers are trying to produce, is storylines and rivalries. And well, only one of these teams can make it. Now, if you lose this, you get one more chance to qualify for the league. You have to win the next qualifier. You have to be the only team to win the next qualifier to make it into the league. So it's infinitely easier to just win this set than it is to play next weekend. But both teams kind of proven that they're capable of being a part of this league if they were to find ways to qualify. Duck Motif, the only teams other than BTDX to beat them are teams that are already in the league, either as just like the teams that they are or a pickup of players that beat them before. So that's the only teams that have been able to clip the Ducks so far versus BTDX, who had a fantastic run last weekend, and no, they fell down to beta bracket, I think, of Super Jump and opted not to play in it, so they didn't qualify for alpha bracket that last time, but have been able to bounce back since then and done really well. Who was the team that eliminated it was Black Bull, who beat them 3-1, so that's how BTDX is down here at the loser side as well.
Yeah, and they say exclusivity is sort of the mark of high-level competition. You know, the fact that not everybody can make it, the fact that there are so many good teams that you have to break your way through is what really carves the niche for these teams to be there and to qualify and have the chance to go after that starting prize pool of $250 for the actual league itself. Of course, there is the $100 prize for today's winner. So if you want to go for gold still in this one with the Olympics going on these days, there is still that monetary incentive. But for these teams, I imagine what they care about more than anything is just making it through this set and qualifying for the league itself. As you mentioned, vastly easier to do so today than having to wait and try and do it for the third and final qualifier here. So very interested to see as we move to a best of 5 format. So those little mistakes not going to be as amplified, but these teams have seen and understand each other's gameplay pretty well, having fought, as we mentioned, in the last qualifier. And we'll be starting things out the way we just ended it, actually, in that last set with splat zones on a hagglefish market. Of course, something that we see fairly commonly. And for these two teams, a nice sort of even starting ground for this one, where as these two teams have gone back and forth, I'm sure BTDX would love to avenge the sweep that happened to them in that first qualifier.
So the maps they played on in the winner side of the bracket when these two teams played: Tower Control, Art Academy, Splat Zones Mako, Clan Blitz Museum. I didn't know there was a mode other than Splat Zones and Tower Control so far. And Hagglefish Tower Control is what they played. So they played on this map earlier, but just not splat zones against each other specifically. So the Ducks, let's see, Red Shell is usually the one you kind of think to when you think about the Duck motif, because an Octobrush. Hey, you don't see many players who use that thing or use it effectively. You're going to see some zip casts that are very well skilled from Red Shell out of that. They also got Pelu, formerly from Nightmare. They're gonna be playing this Drifty, a player who won Low Inc many years ago and has been annoying me ever since about that fact ever since they've done so. Actually, I can't remember who it was specifically, but there was one of the last Nintendo PAX event that had Jackpot, Starburst, Crush Soda. The fourth team that was there included some of these players. It wasn't Duck Motif straight up, was it? I can't remember who that last team was.
Was it not Duck Dynasty? Or... Oh, I feel like it did include Duck somewhere in the name.
It included a couple of these players.
Yeah.
Drift T being one of them. So these are players that are like used to playing kind of at this level, but they are trying to find ways. Also, Red Shell didn't play in that last game that they played. They got a strike through there, so I don't even think...
Ooh.
Oh, Red Shell's not even in. So, different setup right here. We're going to be expecting no Octobrush.
The Octobrush out. We do see the pencil for this one, so power back to dueling it out. Pencil v pencil, and instead of the CRB that we've been used to seeing at this point, going for the range blaster, which is going to have that wave breaker to try and potentially spot somebody out like Soldier Boy who might be flanking. They've done a good job of that without even needing the special, as Kara helps them to take them out. But we do lose one on the zone, but Mecha going to be pushing forward with that pick, trying to find somebody, having the tactical or buff, but they get shut down just as quickly. V feeling themselves here on that range blaster.
I've seen other players do that as well, not use the new blaster, but also this the Wavebreaker Suction Bomb one, and I've still kind of scratched my head to figure out what it is that they would like over that kit over the new one. But still, kind of like you said, Wavebreaker does find ways to at least like sniff out players that are trying to shark. In Suction Bomb, if you can use it in kind of cheeky spots, you can get kind of some like sneaky kind of splats with it if the other player doesn't really recognize it. But still, none of that really matters right now because BTDX is taking control of things and pushing all the players from the Ducks off to the side of the map.
Yep, Vexen on this 52 gal, another weapon that we've seen quite a bit, especially on this map, can be so nice. You can see how it basically is the perfect size between the boxes in the middle of the zone and these other ones on the side as Mecha picks up a couple there. Kara going to be one of the last ones to fall. He, despite not having the best painting weapon, going to be one of the last ones alive on the zone. And BTDX locking it down here. Power feeling brave enough and having enough room to move forward here on these side boxes. You can get up on top of the ones and have pretty good right peeking advantages there. Mecha going to get one pick there. They're going to be beset upon by basically the entire rest of the team. V trying to avenge one there. Soldier Boy basically started this match taking on V. They do not apparently want a redo of that, so they will back off. And now BTDX not even having a penalty to chew through, not even needing the tri-strike to go on the zone. They're just focused on keeping Duck Motif as far away from this one zone as possible.
I wonder if either pencil player is aware the other one exists, because they're like just so far away from each other and will remain that way for the entire game. And right now the Ducks trying to scrap their way back into this one. Their blaster's been eliminated. Powers push up to make sure every single blast will attack the zone as one more player goes down. Bazooka's across the zone, able to skirt the middle of those boxes in the right side to get the splat that they need. BTDX picking up where they left off the last time they beat this team earlier today. They're up 1-0 over the Ducks.
Yeah, so we go from 3-0 Duck Motif in the first qualifier, then to the winner's side of this, we had 3-1 for BTDX, and now starting with a BTDX win here on Hagglefish Market. So this is going all according to plan for them so far. A nice start and shutting down some of the main weapons of Duck Motif, which I think has been a theme so far in this tournament and is often the case in Splatoon, where you have one player that you really rely on to be that aggressive edge, that tip of the spear. And if they're not able to get into the right situations, or if the enemy team is pretty clustered up and can call out, especially to the anchor player, when those moments start to happen, the anchor player doesn't even need to do much besides just back off a little bit. They don't need to be, having like sitting on a charge, having it ready to just sort of flick 45 to 90 degrees and fire away. They can keep that for the zone, and they can send one of their teammates who's sort of their, as we mentioned before, bodyguard to the president toward whoever might be in that alleyway. So a little bit of back and forth, definitely not the 100 to 0s that we've seen in previous sets so far, but a good beginning here for a BTDX team that would love to qualify off of this. And similarly to what you were discussing, Popgun, where there was all three of the represented zones played between Splat Zones tower control, and then Clam Blitz. We move from Splat Zones to tower control yet again on Inkblot Art Academy.
And this one's even more confuddling. I think that's the right use of the word, because they played this map and mode on the previous set these two teams played, and it went into the favor of BTDX. So they're trying to think, okay, maybe we found out something from that loss that we can take advantage of. Maybe, and much more likely, they were probably watching this set on stream beforehand, knowing they were going to play the winner, and saw something in that loss that BTDX had against Gravitational Pull that was like, oh, we can exploit that, and maybe that'll be the way to get the win. They also counterpicked Splat Zone's Mako and lost on that as well in the last set. Ultimately, they won on Clam Blitz at Museum, which was their final chance to get a counterpick before getting knocked out of Tower Control Hagglefish. So I was curious to see if they would try to shake things up and like, well, here's our next card that we didn't play last time. But no, it seems like they're just trying to, let's do the same thing we did, but maybe take advantage of the or take advantage of the mistakes they've shown before and adjust some things on our side, see if that works out.
Well, the adjustments that we're seeing come out already, we're going to see another one of those masks, not quite as terrifying,
Whoa.
but the weapon itself not changing. So we see the pencil, but it's going to be Kara over on the Squeezer here. And now a duel as well, Range Blaster v Range Blaster for tower control, surprisingly Pop Gun, and maybe that's what you were surprised about. No CRB in sight, so no Kraken Royale.
That was exactly it. It's even more surprising because Simo was using the Kraken Royale blaster on this map and mode last time. So yeah, there's now Suction Bomb being thrown onto the tower. It is a really good get off of the tower kind of sub. But yeah, it's going to be difficult when you want to control this left side area when you don't have that Kraken to work with. Instead, the Wave Breaker is still going to cause a little bit of disruption, though, for players that are going to be dropping down to this side. Do I jump? Do I just kind of tank the damage? Regardless, BTDX will clear this checkpoint on the opening minute, which is something they didn't do the entirety of the last time they were on this map and mode. And things are looking really good for them on Duck Motif's counterpick.
Yeah, I was just thinking that as well. They had difficulty clearing that second checkpoint, but were able to, get it to 48 or 49. That was the best they were able to do off it. Now getting to 30 in the first minute and 15 seconds. A strong start here can be difficult to make it that far on this map, and will not have to worry about all but the third checkpoint if they end up getting the tower yet again. The Pryzuka coming out a little bit early, forcing back but not quite taking out any members there of Duck Motif. It looks like they were pretty satiated to just kind of sit behind where the tower was. That's one pick there by Kara onto Mecha. But we'll have to back out as the area in mid going quite a bit into the favor of BTDX pain-wise. So they're going to have to respect that, back out. They do only have a couple of decently painting weapons. Of course, you have the Pencil, who needs to be painting, but you don't necessarily want to be always relying on that. And there goes Simo, who instead, again, of using that Kraken Royale, is just going to try and spot somebody out and maybe get that 45 damage per hit there from the Wavebreaker.
If I'm BTTX and I'm not really getting established control of the enemy side of the map, like, I'm fine with that right now. As what is going on? Is this Mecha sharking in the most tiniest patch of ink available, and of course there's no way for them to find it until it's a little bit too late? But yeah, that's what you get when you have control of mid, which is what they had been when they were able to get that push going. Okay, well, now we can find ways to slow them down defensively. But still, despite that, Duck Motif able to start pushing up here. That first checkpoint falls, and Power is opting to back up a little bit here while the rest of their teammates start building up possibly some tri-strikes to go with these Zizzles.
Yeah, Kara found ways, and it was in the form of a delayed triple, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be one of the first to go down on the back of this push here. So far, up to 59 will be halted at that point by BTDX, and Mecha not needing to shark this time, but will definitely get right back in the action. Vexen was hiding behind that wall there. They're going to have to be backed off, and will eventually go down as Soldier Boy pushes forward with the Slosher, a weapon we haven't really talked about a ton, but the Tri-Strikes, some of the backbone of the team in terms of painting, and it is just splat after splat after splat. Perspectives needing to be changed over and over again. Is it just trade after trade, or one going down after the other? Power, though, back on this tower, trying to force off one of the more offensively minded players there in Kara. And for BTDX, not needing to really focus on the extension of their lead, just kind of holding on to things. You can see the Tri-Strike coming out once again. Tower hiding behind both the pole in the middle and the tower itself to avoid that Tri-Strike, and Kara going down. They've shown a bit of offensive flair, but so far back into their spawn, not really able to make much use of it.
And it's those Tri-Strikes that are going to make them so comfortable if they don't get the KO right here, which it looks like they're probably not going to be able to do because they lost a couple of players. But now with 1:10 left to go, you can build up those Tri-Strikes, and when they finally get the tower to that second checkpoint, all you got to do is just time the lobs over there, and you can just completely slow them down. They're able to throw some right now just to disrupt them before they can even get back to mid. Now starting to push up, be a little bit more aggressive. But yeah, BTDX is in a great situation to try to close this one out over the course of the next 50 seconds. If you're the Ducks, you got to find ways to just start pushing up and take the fights to them now, which it looks like they're trying to do. The problem is they just got so much macaroni yellow ink they got to go through to get to the fights.
Does look a bit like an unnamed brand's particular variant of mac and cheese there. Is Kara going to get a pick out? They're going to have to take a page from Mecha's book, who's been doing a great job of forcing their way into mid, no matter what level of ink coverage is in there for their team or for the enemy team. Importantly, that's going to be power going down. So despite having the lead, that's going to be their pencil player out, and they will not have a tactical or anytime suit. On the other side of things, Kai holding on to the tower as we get closer and closer to a potential overtime. Kara trying to go around, but Simo had already fallen. The tactical are now coming out on top of the zone as we enter overtime. The Tri-Strike coming out on top of the tower, but there's nobody for BTX to follow it up with. That's going to be Kara going down. Soldier Boy flanking there. One going down to the tower, but a jump-in's going to come through. Simo, though, gets atop the tower before the jump-in lands atop the tower. There was a Trizuka trying to hold down what would be that jump-in as well, and either way, you scrape it out. BTDX holds on what could have been a game-changing last-second push there from Duck Motif.
I think Soldier Boy was like under duress, and that's why we saw those ink strikes come out a little bit untimely. Normally you just want to like throw one, throw the other, so that they have no choice but to stay off the tower long enough for the KO or the game to end right there. So I think they were just like, oh, I might get splatted, let's just throw these things out. But that's the beauty of having such a huge lead. You can, plan A didn't work, well, okay, we still got like a lot of time left to work with. We don't have to rush this. We don't have to desperately dive bomb onto the tower, versus the Ducks that did have to play with a lot of desperation throughout that entire overtime. But BTDX winning a second time today against Duck Motif or in Tower Control Art Academy. Now the question is, do you go back to Clan Blitz Museum, which you did win on against BTDX earlier in this game? In fact, that's the only game you've beaten them on all day long. You're 0-5 against them in every other game. Or do you go with something else? The question for them to figure out, obviously, not me.
Yeah, and desperation will stick with the theme of that. As far as if they lose this game, they're out of the tournament. That's, again, their shot at a qualified spot for the 20XX League done with for this weekend, and they'll have to wait until that final qualifier to try and make things work. I am seeing the mode shifter go over to Clan Blitz, and I think that Pop Gun self-fulfilling prophecy is going to come true. So Clan Blitz, Museum de Alfonsino, relying on what they were able to definitively beat BTDX on in order to see if they can start a potential reverse sweep, which would be required for them to move on to the losers finals and not only get that qualified spot, but face Black Bull in a best of 5. So the counter picks have to start here, and this would be the easiest part of the journey. So if you want to think longer term and you want to look at that reverse sweep, this almost is the guarantee. This has to be we know we can win on this, and our most emphatic win, arguably, has to come on this map and mode. Then you can worry about games 4 and 5 when it gets pretty demonstrably harder to look at what can we beat them on now that we haven't beaten them on so far in this tournament. And you're allowed to stick with the same mode. So you could, hope that BTDX does not go back to splat zones. Of course, the ball would be in their court for counter picking now. So it would be that much more difficult as well, because you no longer have creative control. But in order to even get to that situation in the first point, you have to play to what your strengths were when you were able to beat BTDX on this map and mode prior.
Loading up a potential league qualifying win if it were to land into BTDX's favor. Duck Motif trying to begin what may be a reverse sweep as we see the players come out here. Simo dropping the blaster in favor of the the vacuum tent with beacons, mind you. Both things we don't really see that often, but if you can get some beacons in some quality spots and make use of a vacuum against maybe some players who aren't used to seeing it or reacting to it, could work out into your favor. Or you could just fire Zuka and get a couple of splats on player and get control of their plat in the first 20 seconds. That seems to work out pretty well too.
Well, when you talk about Zuka, that's, you know, the Tenta camo is the main priority when folks are picking Tenta in the first place, and that's because it has that Trizuka, and you can pretty much see everybody at range that's peeking out over you. If you're not blocked by anything like that spinner in mid, maybe they're going for the ink back in order to defend either a push that they're doing or anybody that's coming back from spawn to try and shut down a push. But so far, as is usually the case with Clan Blitz, nothing doing in the early game here. 3 down forced against Duck Motif. Just one player left. It's going to be Kai, who of course has been on that pencil the entire way through. If you're thinking long-term game though, BTDX not really putting a lot of focus into grabbing clams right now. They don't have a whole bunch. In fact, Duck Motif has been able to pick up more in that time than BTDX has, so not really worried about that too much. Just trying to get this control of mid before making what could be the more definitive push over to the barrier.
You think you're in a 1v1 fight with somebody, and then a vacuum comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden you're in a 1v0 fight, and you're the 0, and there's nothing you can really do about that. But right now, Duck's starting to pull a long-range direct and then a in-your-face kind of direct. His power is making sure, no, this beacon will live so that these teammates can jump near me and not at me this time around. Soldier Boy trying to start finding ways to push up. A pretty decent back and forth between both teams. There's been nobody really establishing control of mid, but even when you do, you can kind of bunk, like turtle up, if you will, on your little old side of the map to try to do things defensively. So it's both teams just kind of stalled out in these first couple of minutes right now, and maybe that might change because the Ducks have lost 3 players. Mecha's in a great position. It's just a question of can they get a power clam ready to go, because you need everything lined up in your favor to start getting the push going.
Yeah, and they do look like they're getting something going here. They are finally approaching up to that ramp. They have the ink back going as well. Here comes the canopy. Mecha going to be lunging forward, and they will get the pop on the barricade. They have 6 clams left. Throws the ink back shot right down to where somebody had already passed. So it won't actually get a pick, but it will allow them to push forward and get up to 62 here. Mecha has the Trizuka at the ready. He's going to get one. Tries to see if anybody is over by that Tri-Cooler or Tacticooler, but nobody's there. Do we have any picks coming out from behind the splash wall? Not currently. There is follow-up as well, so up to 50 now, and the clams continue to get deposited. Kai's going to fall. Soldier Boy gets one shot, but he's not going to be able to get the final blow onto that member of Duck Motif. Kara pushing forward, not satiated with driving them away from that barricade, but the damage already done. Even an attempted beacon to try and get back into the fight quickly is shot down by the pencil, but finally the barricade is broken, and an early strong start with that push from BTDX that kept going for longer than maybe I anticipated.
The strong start, it might be the only push that we need at this point. Actually, 1:30 left to go, and the Ducks are once again struggling to get back in control of things. I think that is the Gal trying to just make something happen in mid right here, but the rest of BTDX is going to jump right in and get the splat on top of things. And not a single clam. The Ducks do not have a single clam to their name right now. So even though they're starting to win fights, it's just, okay, well, now we need to get clams. Okay, well, now we need to get control of mid. Okay, well, now we need to get control of their plat. And while you're doing all that, they're building up another vacuum. They're building up another Zuka, which, to the credit right there, I believe Power or somebody just eliminated that Zuka. So here we go. The Ducks might be finding a way onto the plat, but yet again, they only have 6 clams as a team right now.
Well, not only that, but Simo using that inkjet when they're 2 down, pretty tough. I think they actually started it when they were only 1 down, but the player that fell had already taken too much damage, and that one shot that went through was enough. So they have the clam at the ready, but it's not quite enough space. The Sprinkler and the Tacticooler come down, but so does the Power Clam 2 fall as Mecha place that stalwart iron defense shuts it down. That's all 4 players taken away from Duck Motif, the last one, with their dying breath, throwing that power clam in. So it will break the barricade, but only to 80. And now, with 14 clams at their disposal, they need to pretty immediately turn it around and get another pop on the barricade. The one good thing going for them is they have that killer rail out. It doesn't appear to be tracking too many people well. They have control of mid. They have the wave breaker out, which hasn't really hit anybody yet. But in these final few seconds, they're going to have to coordinate something on top of that ramp in order to get a pathway for Kai.
And these are the only clams that they have. That is the Mercy clam that Kai has picked up right there. And there might not be in path for them to just kind of get in there and do some damage. They do throw the basket, and you're jumping right into a vacuum and a whole bunch of other nonsense. That is a sweep over the Ducks to qualify for the 20XX League BTDX. Nicely done.
So congratulations to a BTDX team that did so well in their first qualifier, not quite making it, but avenges that and guarantees their spot in the 20XX League through qualifier number 2. An absolute heartbreak for Duck Motif as they hit a wall named BTDX in this tournament, a team that they had swept in qualifier 1. Again, came up 4th in that tournament, will come up 4th yet again today, and will have to fight back in that 3rd qualifier to see if they can make it through. But a team clearly with a lot of talent, finishing 4th out of 28 teams twice. And that first qualifier, including some teams that were not eligible to play in this tournament because they had qualified. So making it through twice through an absolute gauntlet, well, I'm sure we will see them again. But for now, it's on to not just, again, bragging rights, but that $100 prize for the winner. It'll be another best of 5 coming up soon in losers finals as a Black Bull team that has been waiting for quite a while, who is also the highest original seed left in this tournament, awaits the lowest remaining seed in BTDX.
And yes, there is still a lot on the line, even though both teams have already moved on. It's not just the prize pool. I believe like the seeding for like what groups they'll eventually end up in the league is kind of at play right here as well. Now, if you're a true competitive player, you don't care because you want to beat everybody anyways, but still you want to set yourself up to have the most success that you can in this league that is going to be coming up for you right here. Are we moving, are both teams ready? I think we are going to be moving on into this one because like you said, Black Bull has been waiting for a decent amount of time. In fact, they haven't played since we last streamed their match where they lost 3-1 over Dat Kid Fan Club. Could be seeing some Tent versus 10 action coming out here. Anger and Simo have been using Tent a lot. Just trying to think. They did something else that was a little bit unique, Black Bull, but I can't quite put my finger on it, what it was specifically. They did the blaster as well from BB, not BBL.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes. So it should be really interesting. Again, it's not just the love of the game and the competitive spirit. They might be going for that Sendo.Inc badge that would go on their profile. I've looked into a lot of player profiles and seen just a plethora of 3D rotating bit badges that have gone on profiles. I know Brian's had one that was celebrating a 4-time Dutch championship win, which, just the amount of actual badges that must be in the database for Sendo.Inc is just crazy. So we see the rosters now here. We mentioned already BTDX just making the one change today. Lucina, I believe, was crossed out on the roster. So Mecha Simo, Big Deal, and Andy Power, who replaces Clef from their 5th place entry, tied for 5th place in Q1. Goes up against Noctis, Anger, Toady, and Brian. Toady, of course, on that 52 gal was doing great things. I believe they were the one who got that quad earlier on stream. Brian versus Power, going to be a knockdown drag out of a anchor or backline matchup. And then Mecha, we've seen their aggressive play. They love to be right in the middle of the action with that hero shot. Simo, we've seen the blaster come out, multiple different variants of that blaster. Was interesting in that last match seeing the vanilla range versus vanilla range. I'm not sure quite the impact that the special had. I didn't see too many players getting marked often by it, but as you mentioned, sometimes just having that suction bomb can be enough to go along with the main weapon as compared to a still very strong Splat Bomb and the Kraken Royale that we saw have very high highs and some incredibly low lows, leaving themselves in vulnerable positions once it ended.
Now, I wasn't paying attention to the game competitively when Splatoon 1 was out, but I'd be willing to wager that Brian and Power have matches against each other that are almost a decade old at this point, which is bizarre to think about, that A, they've been playing for that long, but also with the amount of new players that come through, the amount of young players that have gotten into Splatoon 3 and have these crazy unhuman-like reflexes and have really grown with the game, it's still Power and versus Brian in a setting kind of like this. And obviously there's a bunch of other really strong players that are part of this too, for the set that we're going to be seeing right here. But it just, as somebody who knows that there is history between these things, and I know you probably got notebooks full of some of these matchups here. It's cool to see, at least.
Inhuman reactions, I believe the phrase is, that these players contain, and seeing them back on, the E-Leader, which has not really fallen into favor many times, unfortunately, in Splatoon 3. It's been other chargers that have taken the spotlight, between the vanilla Splat Charger, Splatter Scope, and of course currently the Pencil, which is reigning supreme over really anything else. But to your point, a game that can no longer be played. In fact, was not too long ago that many individual celebrations were had to memorialize almost the finale of Splatoon 1, as the Wii U online servers were being shut down there, not able to play multiplayer really on that game anymore, and now need to rely on the third iteration of the game. And with our starting map and mode being Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi, should be a really interesting way to see how these two players duke it out. Lots of different walls to peek around, lots of places that they could set up. You can take the high ground, you can sort of be on that overlook right where your spawn is, you can be any number of places, if you're just looking at the number of walls or climbable areas that are on even the normal part of this map before it opens up via the water, when it becomes a much more open arena. But we're getting into it now. Losers finals, another best of 5 for you here to see who will advance to the grand finals and fight against That Kid Fan Club.
And if you're curious what it's like when two tents collide with each other, you're probably going to get a shot at that. Except I just lied. Simo is not going to be using tent this time around. It says, you know what? Let's use the blaster with the Kraken on it this time. We're not going to do a tent versus tent matchup. Anger, though, still opting to use it. Unless they're not. Soldier Boy told him, no, let's not have the battle right now. What? Was somebody on the wrong team or something? They looked ready to fight each other.
Yeah, they've got a new dance for y'all called End the Game. And we'll have to see what the remake reason for this one is. But we did get a preview of the composition, so no vanilla range blasters coming out this time around. But each team's still sporting a blaster. The vanilla blaster with that big bubbler coming out for one team, and for the other, that custom range blaster you mentioned, Simo, going to be the one to bring that forward instead of a tent this time around. So not going to be relying on that canopy. I do wonder how they're going to get those Trizuka shots out to the far reaches of the map without blocking them in some way. Sorry?
I know why the match was canceled. So when you leave, the Splatfest is going on, and when you leave the lobby, the game throws the shirt back on you every single time. And it looks like both teams had one player with a Splatfest tee, and they gentlemen to cancel the game so that both players could get their actual non-Splatfest.
Welcome to playing a tournament during a Splatfest, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, sometimes it is that dumb, but so be it. Hey, ability doubler isn't is a mathematical throw, by the way. But here we go. We got our proper attire on, and we're ready to play the game for real this time.
Yep, so no cancellations foreseen at this point. It's BB No BBL going to get an early pick, but will go down. They did end up winning the Blaster Duel, but Soldier Boy, I believe, quick to follow that up. Power now sitting right where they like to, behind that zone mecha, seeing if they can use one of these small windows to get a pick, and it seems like they will, just barely dodging out of the way of BBL, and I'm surprised they didn't fall in the water there, being set upon by the shots there and that auto bomb.
I was thinking the same exact thing. It looked like they jumped over the water and then just kind of like gravitated back to the side, but skirting the line, ultimately falling into Black Bull's favor as they were able to get control of things. But then Tri-Strikes came out and has a different story about that. Okay, so the zone is lowered, so we're going to play the game for real this time. And that bubbler, yet again, we kind of talked about how it had to be used defensively a lot last time they were on stream, and that it didn't really help them out. Them using the bubbler right there literally doesn't help them out at all, where it could if they started pushing up and using it to start scattering the team at the spawn like they did before.
Yeah, maybe your thought process is, okay, I'm gonna, I have a teammate that wants to use Zuka and they get to hide in the bubbler, but there's nobody really threatening them. And not even the pencil I saw was really in their line of sight, but we of course have that overview. I'm not sure if they knew that at that time. Simo, just getting out of that crack, and they were able to get a pick or two with that. And now the counter Trizuka going to be coming out from Anger here, who fires one off in the direction of BB No BBL, who is being beset upon yet again by multiple members of BTDX. And we'll see if they can get anything out of it. Mecha, despite being backed into a corner, will find success with that. Trizuka is backed off, but still has the tactical buff. So if they do go down, we'll be coming back rather quickly. But at some point, some pressure needs to be applied to the zone. And finally that happens. It comes as a result of the Tri-Strike. Mecha, it seems like, not even worried about the zone at all. We'll find two there onto Anchor and Brian. And as we mentioned previously, that tip of the spear for BTDX.
Toddy trying to get something going on this left side right here, but it is kind of spotted out by Mecha. His power has come down from his tower so that he can get into the middle of zone, able to kind of help out the rest of the teammates to start pushing up right there. A great lockout being pushed by BTDX, but I think it's because Black Bull's being very patient and not wanting to rush in until they get some specials. And as soon as I say that, they all rush in without the use of any of their specials that they were so close to getting online. And now they're stuck in an awkward situation of just having to throw themselves in and hope something does happen. There's the bubbler just being used again on the defensive side of things. Easy pickings for Soldier Boy as BTDX keeps the train rolling. What is that? 5 straight wins so far they've had?
Yeah, and easy pickings for the Slosher at the end of that one as well. Not even really worried or deterred at all by the big bubbler. You mentioned how it's being used there, and I don't really see much of a benefit to it other than, it being a beaconing point to jump into it. I do feel like it's being pretty quickly spotted out and removed, or just ignored in a way that it's not really impacting the game very much. Like at the end of that, somebody could have jumped to it, and if they had time, seen that they were right next to a Slosher and tried to take them out, but not enough time on the clock. And as the other team that had jumped down Black Bull into the pit to try and make it back to the zone, just getting picked off by the Slosher one by one. So a pretty nice start there by BTDX. Power looking pretty crispy as well, pretty mobile with the pencil. And now for Black Bull, in somewhat of an unfamiliar spot, only taken down in the finals there by Dat Kid Fan Club. We're able to take a game off of them here, so perhaps have something left in the tank. But for their counter pick, do we go back to maybe an all zone style of counter picking, or do we stay with tower control and clam blitz as sort of our counters? It looks like we are going back to splat zones, and that does feel right in a way. It doesn't feel as desperate, I think was the word that we went to last time when Clam Blitz was brought up, for example. Just back to Umami Ruins, and I think we've even seen this chain of events happen before, going from Mahi to Umami.
Yes, it was the opening and the finish of Black Bull that really got them the only win that anybody's gotten all day long against that Kid Fan Club on this very map and mode. Toddy and Anger attacking the right side of the zone, and the Brian and BB, not BBL, attacking the left side, and then converging, finding ways to combine the bubbler and the tint in the right kind of ways at the spawn to where they just kind of bled out the clock and get the easy dub right there. So BTDX, though, has a lot of momentum behind their back, and Black Bull is looking a little bit rusty because the only thing they've had to keep them sharp over the past hour was Splatfest, which is, well, it is what it is here. So are we going to see that same kind of aggressive opening that we're going to be seeing out of Black Bull this time around, splitting off 2 players attacking each other? It started with Toddy going immediately for the enemy side, and that's exactly what they're doing. But on the backside, we're seeing the same kind of thing. Soldier Boy getting a splat immediately on BB. So that's going to at least shut things down into BTDX's favor in the opening right now, and now Black Bull has to adjust.
Yeah, BB with one of the few compositional changes here, going over to that vanilla range blaster. So it's range v range yet again, but the Kraken Royale still around for Simo, and BB right back in the action here on that right side zone to the left. Anger trying to see if they can find someone with that Trizuka. Nothing doing here. They have the canopy at the ready. They're not going to be able to find it. And then Soldier Boy finds one. Actually gets the trade on the second with Anger there. That's pretty big to help try and paint that zone back. But it's going to be going just back and forth here. Toddy, who's been so clutch on this 52, kind of an unsung hero. You know, we don't really talk too much about the Killer Whale, for example. It's just something that comes out and might find somewhere, might just deter folks from sitting in the same spot as we see it do there. Just kind of all looking in the sky after the pencil goes down. So 1-for-1 trades coming out. Black Bull, though, finding their stride.
Yeah, Killer Whale is the special of all time for sure, but Gal is, well, the Gal is the Gal. I don't think it really matters what special you put on that thing. And when the RNG is working into your favor and you get into those right kind of spots, you can start mowing some players down. And finally, Black Bull able to kind of maneuver themselves into a position to where they have control of the zone. And it's going to be difficult for BTDX to wrestle it away, this two-zone kind of deal here. Even if you capture one side, as long as Black Bull has enough players set up, they can at least stall out time on the other zone for the rest of the players to jump back in here. But right now, BTDX is trying to weather the storm, shooting past the wall, just poking their head out of the wall, and a double ultimately working out into Power's favor from the pencil position. Brian taking a shot as well before having to jump right back out. And finally, BTDX weathers the storm, now throwing some ink strikes, and they have a Kraken to work with as well, so they can extend this lockout here and take the fight to the enemy spawn.
Yeah, Power having both the pencil position and seemingly X-ray vision there as they spotted out a couple members, one behind his flat wall and one through a grate. As we saw the Ultra, or the Kraken Royale rather, get a couple of picks. Simo's going to fall to Todi, who will end up going down as well. Mecha's going to keep what little of their Trizuka they've built up and back off to try and protect Power as Simo jumps in as well. An advantageous push there, or an optimistic push from the Slosher is not going to result in much, but it will take some time off the clock here. But members of BTDX now falling like dominoes. It's just going to be Simo left on top between the two zones. Finally, they'll go down. A delayed wipe there forced by Black Bull against BTDX, and it might be their turn now to push into the spawn of BTDX's Power. This is going to fall much earlier than they would have liked. Todi backing off as well with the Killer Whale, almost built up as BBL falls, and the Trizuka comes to follow. Anger pushing forward here with the buff from the Tacticaler as well with that tent. They're going to find a couple parting shots on the Power, but just not enough, and that seems like it'll end the comeback here from Black Bull, who still maintains the lead and is chewed through quite a bit of their penalty, but now BTDX finally finding ground again in mid.
A little bit of a tent moment right there. You're just firing all kinds of nonsense at a player, and they just won't go down. Ultimately, though, BTDX, or I should say Black Bull, is in the good situation right here. Even though they don't have control of zone, we're in this kind of tradey back and forth wrestling control of zone from each player kind of scenario, and that's only going to work into the favor of the team that has the lead. But that also doesn't work when you can't even get out of your own spawn right now, because BTDX has finally got a great lockout established. Penalty points are gone. They got a lot of specials to work with as well. It's just Soda versus Soda at this point. Soldier Boy gets eliminated as the Anger's trying to start pushing up. BB up ahead right there, trying to get some directs with the range blaster, not the vanilla this time around. Toddy trying to get something going as the zone does stall right back out. They're really struggling to get back into the control of this thing. Toddy's kind of boxed into a corner right there. Somehow battles their way out of that. And if they can get Toddy on top of that zone, instead of alternately ulting to take care of the pencil, Simo finishing him off right there, and somehow Black Bull able to take advantage of that distraction of Toddy not getting splatted somehow to flip things back into their favor one more time.
Yeah, Toddy is so unbelievably elusive as we see a full wipeout forced by BTDX against Black Bull, but it took quite a while to get Toddy and the rest of the team down, as that was a couple of important splats to help them actually take the lead away from BTDX, and now the onus shifts over to them. They have the tactical buff with 10 seconds left to go. It is going to run out here, though, quickly, as Mecha uses the last of those Trizuka shots and now tries to break the wall that's in front of them. We go into overtime here with Control still resting with BTDX. Anger trying to make something happen with the Trizuka, but they will fall. Mecha trying to stay alive and keep the zone painted as they back off, and that's going to be the lead. Just hanging on enough as Black Bull desperately tried to make their way into mid, but after some back and forth and even losing the lead late, BTDX will hold on here on Umami Ruins.
It seemed like they just didn't have a plan to get out of a lockout. The only reason that game wasn't ended like 30 seconds or about a minute earlier is because Toddy just made a hell of a play. Just boxed into a corner, somehow breaking out, getting doubles left and right, was able to force the rest of their teammates of Black Bull to stay in that game a little bit longer. But DTDX just dominated the last 2.5 minutes right there. I was saying it would have to be a tug of war, and that was going to work out into Black Bull's favor because they had the lead. It wasn't a tug of war. BTDX just dominated those last couple of times, and other than the hero play, there wasn't really a whole lot Black Bull could do to attack the zone, really.
Yeah, Power doing such a good job of just, again, anchoring the pushes of the team and holding down the areas in which they're throwing the tactical, where it is such a light that attracts the moths, as it were, when it gets placed down and you are waiting for the team to sort of huddle around there, grab their buff, and then try to back off as quickly as they can. So using it in advantageous times when they had the map control, when they were sure that they were going to be able to safely get the buff and allow the rest of their team, like Mecha and Simo, for example, to use their specials in good positions. Mecha often using it sort of in that tucked in area where it could go through the grate. Simo not really needing to worry about that, obviously, because they have the invincible Kraken Royale once it gets fully charged up. And, you know, just holding on to things so well, where now it's Black Bull who's reeling, trying to think of what they can do. And one thing that it looks like they're going to swap to is going away from splat zones and trying their hand at a different mode. So it looks like we will be going to tower control on Inkbot Art Academy. That, of course, has been a favorite pick of maps for this mode. However, only 3 maps for tower control are actually in this tournament. We have Mako Mart and Hagglefish being the others. And this is the only dedicated tower control map in the pool. The other 2 can be picked on splat zones. So very interested to see what changes coming out here. Blaster, any blaster play that they bring out will of course be beneficial, but a lot of changes going to have to happen for Black Bull to make it to game 4.
I completely forgot. Black Bull eliminated BTDX in the winner side of the bracket. I went back over and looked at this one. They did counterpick this one. Black Bull did counterpick the same exact map and mode, and they won on it last time. But BTDX for the 3rd match, actually the 4th match in a row, they're playing Tower Control Art Academy. This time around, Simo saying, you know what, I really liked what we had going with that Wavebreaker versus the Kraken, or maybe it is the Suction Bomb versus the Splat Bomb they like going with right there. Let's run that back and try that again. And so far, it looks to be like, well, BTDX was in a good position to get things going. Brian had other plans.
Yeah, and Mecha not wasting any time doing what they were doing the last time we saw them on Inkblot Art Academy tower control, which is get right behind the enemy team, push unabashedly in, and see what they can do. And unfortunately, it did not work out well for them so much on the first attempt. They get the ink rail started, but will not opt to take it at the beginning here. Simo trying to build up what part of their special they can. Anger going to follow, it looks like, to that Shryuzuka shot. And Soldier Boy trying to see if they can stay alive behind this tower. They will be flanked, though, by Todi. And that will be the end of the push, getting to 69. So not quite making it to that second checkpoint. Clearing the first one, though. So Anger has not really been able to set up in spots that they would like either. They're kind of being backed off, not really getting to use the canopy the way that they would like. And BB no BBL starting things off on the tower with that big bubbler.
That's kind of what you were alluding to before. Like, it would be nice if we could use that bubbler on the tower and other than zones. But you saw how quickly it just got erased. That thing's supposed to be the counter to Zuka shots, and it took a couple of them. And now, granted, those are 2 shots that you don't have to worry about dodging against somewhere else, but still, at least it can be used. Oh, this one a little bit better, though, used at least on the defensive side or the offensive side of things. That's something we haven't seen them use a lot with that bubbler. And even though they don't get splats with it, it does at least control that space for the rest of their teams to come in and get those fights. And it should claim them in the second checkpoint. And as soon as I say that, I forgot ink strikes are a thing.
And Black Bull thought they had some good stuff on the tower. They had the canopy and they had the tactical itself on there. They extend their lead a little bit. It was BB no BBL that gets back on the tower and it rides it a few points more to get it into the 30s. But Simo, I think, helping in part to take that down, and BTDX now on the losing side of things as we reach the halfway point of this game. The Wavebreaker coming out to try and spot anyone that might be coming down from the ramp for Black Bull. One was flanking. It looked like BBL once again on that our left-hand side where Tony currently is, and Soldier Boy seeing if they can pick them off here in a 2v1 with that Flosher. Will not, of course, have to worry too much about the wall, but Tony playing in it pretty nicely, and what was a 2v1 turns into a 1v2 that Tony emerges victoriously out of.
Nicely done right there by Black Bull. I think BTDX was kind of trying to figure out what exactly they wanted to do or try to locate some players specifically and just couldn't find anybody until it was too late. Obviously, they're trying to get back control of mid, which is difficult to do, which is one of the reasons why you want to get another one of these pushes off if you're Black Bull. But getting another bubbler onto that tower combined with the soda as well as that third checkpoint does fall, does open the door for Black Bull to at least extend this kind of push. And even if it doesn't, I thought we were going to see Brian back up a little bit right there and try to get control of mid. If BTDX can start cleaning up these players, they might have a window to at least try to capture mid, which is what they were struggling to do before. But as soon as I say that, more and more players just keep jumping right back in. Black Bull is making sure they don't, or they just want to get one little blast and then call it a day. But they still look how much control they have of everything still, and Toddy is not going away either.
Yeah, practically frame perfect there from BBL. And another pretty nice, almost frame perfect thing there is they get a couple on the second splat there. They pop their big bubbler immediately after the shot. They didn't even wait for the kill confirmation to come up. Brian and Tony now having to back off to respect the tri-strike that comes out essentially in a line as Mecha trying to back off anyone that might still be hanging out here. Power now about to try and see if they can get the snipe onto BBL, and Soldier Boy having to come into their defense, trying to get the splash wall down now as the tower about to ride to its high of the day. It actually looks like it ties at 9, and they will come back here to hopefully for BTDX, like you mentioned, get some control over mid, which they've had difficulty with, taking Tony down. A great first step in that. Soldier Boy there on the bottom of your screen trying to see what they can do. They really need power to try and help with that, to build up this tactical or for what would be the final push of the game. A couple of specials already online for BTDX. Let's see when they opt to use them.
So getting control of mid took a little bit of time because we saw the overhead view. We saw there was nobody sharking, everybody's in front. Well, BTDX doesn't know that because there's so much yellow ink that they have to go through, and they don't even get full control of mid because BTDX just couldn't really get pushed up. I think they were just a little bit, all right, we need to make sure there's nobody sharking behind us because that's something we've been doing to other teams as well. The delayed getting control back up there allowed everybody from Black Bull to get set up defensively. There wasn't even a chance for that other push to come out. The set is not over just yet.
They say hindsight's 20/20. Us having that spectator cam vision, it's like wearing the strongest prescription glasses that are offered, getting to see everything from a nice overhead view, and of course noticing that there was not anybody surprisingly sharking around, which has been a theme for both of these teams, really, to try and find off angles with which to either pressure the pencil player or to find another player that might be caught off guard there. But to Black Bull's credit, going to a map and mode that they found success on in the past through counterpicking, and they do successfully win the game in which they counterpick here for game 3. So now getting into game 4 and BTDX's first opportunity of the set, the match here, to go through and counterpick themselves. You would think after success in the first 2 Splat Zones games that were played, they may go back to that mode. It's just about where they want to take it. They, of course, can't take it to Inkblot Art Academy for multiple reasons, that it's not available in the map pool, and you're not able to play the same map twice in a set. But lots of other options still available, as I believe we started this one out on Mahi Mahi. They could go to Hagglefish Market. There's a couple ones that we haven't seen hardly at all. We saw one game on Barnacle and Dime, and have not yet, for myself at least, for us to have seen any stream with Robo Ramen, which would be an interesting one. But based on what I'm seeing here, defaulting back to Old Faithful, that being Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
So the one game they won in the previous set was a counterpick they made of tower control at Hagglefish. So instead of going back to tower control, they're opting to go with Splat Zones this time around on Hagglefish, trying to win all 3 of their sets on Splat Zones here. That last win that Black Bull got ended a 6-game win streak by BTDX, put a halt to their momentum and stopped the bleeding on their side. After losing in the winner side of things, they had that long break and now they got 2 straight L's. But that one looked like a yes, they won, which is most important, but you want to win those game 3s when you try to pull a reverse sweep in a dominant fashion. They were in control of that thing from start to finish, so that can be good for them momentum-wise as well to be heading into this game 4, which is not going to be tower control. And we don't see a lot of changes other than we do see Simo opting to go with the Kraken this time around as opposed to the Wavebreaker.
They're in control, but don't call it gaming as we see BB no BBL back on the big bubbler variant of the Vanilla Blaster there. I guess Vanilla Blaster, the only variant of itself, but the variant of the Blaster that has the big bubbler, and they're not going to get the opportunity to use it here as they're one of the first to fall. It looks like we see the 52 going down. Simo getting the pick there onto the fellow Blaster as well. Anger trying to use this canopy to stay alive, and it's working at least for the moment. Enough for them to build up their Ingzuka, but it's not going to be enough to take down the Slosher, who needs to be put away by a teammate there. So it's effectively 2v2 there. Simo looking to push up with that Kraken Royale. A pretty optimistic usage, or at least using it in order to really back off the members of Black Bull and even getting a pick there. So a strong start on the back of a super aggressive push from BTDX.
If you're going to use Kraken that far away from the rest of your teammates, you better get at least a splat with it. And they are able to do just that, eliminating power with the, eliminating the pencil player, Brian. So that's going to open up the door for the rest of their teammates to get a good push out here. Here comes another bubble used defensively, and that's going to control this side of the map. And more importantly, eat up those Inkzuka shots. So it helps counter them out, keep them alive, and attack the zone. They're not going to hold it for much longer, but still at that point, the most important thing was just staying in this game, which is what they're able to do, at least for now. There's a chicken behind you, by the way. Nice.
And they're given a penalty large enough to guarantee at least a couple of team fights to happen here. Is the Tri-Strike going to come out, try and force BTDX's way back into the zone with the buff of the Tactical and Power, helping to paint things out, seeing that Toadi's on the side there. This was the map where they had that heroic quad, I believe, so nothing happening this time around. They're just able to get one there. Simo will fall. Anger going to make sure that they're painting the zone, not really playing up or playing too aggressively with their canopy, just trying to use it to secure territory, as multiple members going down from Simo's Ultra Stamp there, or Kraken Royale rather, pardon me. They're going to get the one shot there as well with the just main weapon of the range blaster, and already BTDX chewing through that penalty, as I mentioned previously. Black Bull with at least one more fight, but BTDX trying to make it as tough as possible for them, using that Tri-Strike in the midst near their spawn. And now a couple members opting to go to the right-hand side instead of just dropping through mid. Soldier Boy having to respect that and dropping back off.
Yeah, Soldier Boy's been trying to control these flanks. We saw at the very beginning of the game they were going for a flank and just ran into two players and couldn't get it really anything going there. But yeah, it seems like they wanted to at least try to funnel some of these players around in certain spots, which, by the way, is this set done right now? Are we done? No, we're not. The exact opposite. A wipeout, which is fantastic, not just because obviously Black Bull gets to continue the game, but now they get to build up some specials to hold onto this week. They don't have any penalty points they got to chew through, and 2 minutes left to go. Black Bull's in a good situation to try to get back into this game, not just keeping it going, but actually have a shot at winning it.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is even two-fight territory. This may be one good fight for BTDX to try and hold on here to this win. Black Bull trying to get back into things as we see a double there from Simo, one from the Kraken Royale and the other from the main weapon there as well. And with a minute and a half left to go, they want to end this thing early. Soldier Boy pushing up, trying to see if they can get some pot shots off. They get one there onto Toady, and a couple other members that were nearing that ramp with Black Bull have to go scattering, especially Brian, who wants to retain what part of the tactical they've built up so far. Looks like it'll go down now. BB no BBL has that big bubbler at the ready. When are they going to pop it? It doesn't matter. They get it off, but it's not enough time to get the zone itself back. And BTDX, after risking losing that game with a very strong lead, gets that zone right back, gets the knockout, and will move on to the grand finals after winning 3-1 over Black Bull.
It just kind of dawned on me. BTDX is going to be playing in grand finals of this tournament that has them seeded as the 6th seed. And this isn't like seeding that just like, oh, well, the TLs just kind of came up with this. Like, no, this is like mathematical seeding when it's on Sindao. Like, they were the mathematical 6th best team in theory here, and they've beaten a team that already beat them once in Black Bull. They beat Duck Motif twice, beat them 6-1 combined. And also the Gravity team as well. Like they're beating a lot of these really good teams. And again, just a few weeks ago in Super Jump, they didn't even qualify for Alpha Bracket. So you take that loss or that disappointment and you come out and have a strong showing in the last qualifier, and you compound that with not just, okay, we just qualified for the league. Yeah, that's great. No, like they're looking to win this tournament, and they might have a good shot to doing it, depending on what Dat Kid Fan Club's been doing for the past hour and a half.
It's amazing what a few weeks can do for your game, huh? And unlike the first qualifiers you mentioned, none of the top 3 seeds are going to end up being one of the top 3 finishing teams, which equals to qualifiers for this 20XX league. So we had at least one team in Moonlight, who I believe was seeded 3rd, finished 3rd from the first qualifier, make it through. I'm sure Grogro, who was first in that tournament, also was up there. I'll just confirm that. They were actually, it was 1, 2, 3 going into the tournament, and 1, 2, 3 that made it out of that first qualifier. Now we're going to have 2, 5, and 6. The 3 teams making it through that tournament. So just one, I should say, of the 3 top seeded teams making it through, and none of the top 3 teams in the grand finals of the tournament. So Dat Kid Fan Club, the 5th seed, taking on BTDX, who is the 6th seed. These teams, I believe, were on opposite sides of the bracket from each other, so have not faced each other yet. But neither team has had a flawless journey of it either. You know, BTDX had a few games taken off of them in the winner side of the bracket before being knocked down by Black Bull, but went on a tear, as you mentioned, only losing one of maybe 6 or so games, or 7 games in order to make it through. And then Dat Kid Fan Club, you know, they had a game dropped on Black Bull. Black Bull was able to take a game off of them before they moved on to the grand finals. Put up a much stronger showing, though, being actually the highest seeded team to not get a bye in this tournament. 1 through 4, because there were 28 teams entered, got a bye into the second round. Dat Kid Fan Club faced the lowest seeded team in the first round, the 28th seed, beat them 2-0, and went on to only drop 1 game, no sets so far, and that was to the 2nd seed Black Bull. So we'll have to see how these 2 teams match up. And see, of course, the lineups on screen here. Dat Kid's sort of the namesake of the team, with Nilla, Harshi, and Miner, who I believe was on that Slosher. So we may have some, we'll see if there's any Slosher v Slosher action going on here against a BTDX team who has ran Popgun with pretty much the same thing all the way through, with maybe one minor change throughout.
And recall, Dat Kid Fan Club used a sub in the last set against Black Bull. They qualified for the league, and then we had that little bit of a weird delay because those players, like one player just vanished out of nowhere. They were, I forget the name of the player, but they came in and used Pencil effectively.
Margaret, right? I think it was Margaret.
Yes, it was M something, and yeah. So now it's a question of, well, actually, no, I'm looking at the the load-in screen, and Harshi is back. I was wondering if they were going to bring back the sub, or if enough time had passed to where whatever player had left to come in. So Harshi is now back in, or at least in the lobby that we're loading up here. And hey, you were talking about we haven't seen Robo Ramen yet. Well, good news. It is game 1 in this best of 5 set. So that is going to be at least something different before we get to the eventual Tower Control Art Academy in game 2. It is nice to see this little Robo Ramen shop. Right here.
Yeah, won't be counterpicked, so we have to make it the first game of the set so that it is forced to be played. But under the Splat Zones game, I feel like most folks are pretty comfortable on Splat Zones. That's why it is the predominant mode in this tournament. Not the only mode, of course. We have our 3 maps for Clan Blitz, 3 maps for Tower Control, with some overlap, of course. But starting off on the mode that most players are going to want to start on here, with a high likelihood of BTDX, if they are counterpicking, going over to Tower Control Inkbot as their first choice. So as the players get into the lobby, taking a look sort of at the tail of the tape here, again, 5th versus 6th. So really interested to see what these teams will look like as they go into the 20XX League against other teams like Moonlight, who's qualified, Celeste. You were talking a bit about how they were a pretty strong French team, of course, being seeded 2nd in that tournament. And then the eventual winners, Grogro, who have just a stacked roster, including Yo and Biscuit, I believe. So just lots and lots to look forward to upon getting into the league itself. They have the $100 prize pool today on the line, sticking with this best of 5 and counter picks involved format. And looking at the map itself, it's got a lot more verticality to it. It's got a lot more topographical changes, you could say. There's lots of different ramps and ways to shark around that are unconventional when compared to some of the other maps. Things like Mahi Mahi even, or Hagglefish, of course, you have only a few little drop downs, and I feel like they're a little bit more drastic on Robo Ramen when you're looking at the map as a whole. Some walls that you can hang out on when you're trying to have an effect on the zone, where shorter range weapons that are trying not to get poked to death by the pencil have a bit of a chance to sort of play the zone still.
It's just a fun map in general. It's fun to look at because ramen is delicious. But yeah, it's just so different. It's the first map to come out in Splatoon 3 where it felt like, okay, this is the next generation of what a map would look like. Like, Nintendo's had 2-3 games now to kind of make different maps and figure out like what a map is supposed to look like for this game that they created. And this seems like the best kind of version of what that would be. It's got the different kind of levels to it. It's got a big zone, but it's also a little bit of a dipped in a certain way. The only thing about it is Pencil can just kind of fall asleep on your own side of the map, which we have seen Pencil players traditionally kind of do here. There's so many safe spots that you can just keep attacking the zone. I believe it was the I forget what tournament it was, but it was one of those major tournaments where Bagel famously went 20-0 with their KA. It was on maps like this where they literally just kind of camped out and you couldn't splat them at all, but they could do so much effectively from that kind of range. So you got to be thinking, okay, if I'm Miner, can I find some of the spots along that left side to where I can arc shots over the wall? Can I find different ways to put some pressure with like calculated Inkzuka shots, if there is such a thing, to make sure that Pencil player can't just constantly attack the zone from a safe spot, and that we can start finding ways to get our Pencil player to start pushing up so that we can create a lockout.
It almost reminds me a bit of New Albacore Hotel, where when there's a lockout, it can be very difficult to get back because there's some uninkable areas, not on this map, of course, but on that map, you were kind of locked down in terms of where you came across from. There was that far drop down on the right where you had to sort of swim through that rectangular area. You didn't have to deal with an uninkable path, but if you did want to go on one of the two bridges, you had some uninkable turf to contend with, and that made it difficult and predictable to know where, the folks coming back from Swan were going to come out from. So a map like this one, if you get locked down to the point where the enemy team has pushed past the zone and has a good view of your spawn, it can be very difficult. Your only option basically is to jump down to the left and try and navigate the maze of ramps that are below you. And even that can be sort of spotted out by either the Pencil player or somebody who plays like Mecha does, for example, and likes to shark around, hide in little blots of ink, or just push headlong forward and see what kind of trouble they can get into. So really looking forward to seeing what Robo Ramen has for us, since it's our first viewing of the day for this map and mode combination. I think we're just waiting on one more player to get into the lobby before this one gets started. But for both of these teams, I think they can be very, very proud of what they've accomplished here. I know you talked about sort of the journey going from Super Jump and not qualifying for Alpha, going into some very strong results over the last few weeks. I think both of these teams for a top 2 in a qualifier for a high-level league with some serious cash on the line. That's pretty darn commendable.
And we're going to spend the next 2 months talking about these two teams. I mean, you think about the Ink TV League that happened last year, how like all the attention that was brought to those teams over the course of when that one's going. We're going to be saying BTDX, and unfortunately Dat Kid Fan Club, which is a name that just doesn't roll off the tongue. We're going to be talking about that for a month or a couple of months now. And the good news is, yes, unfortunately this isn't Albacore Hotel, but we're also not going to see double ballpoint come out at any point in this one, I'm not assuming. And there's not going to be a Stingray being fired straight down the middle across everything here. So a little bit of a upgrade in some sense of things. By the way, what does BTDX mean? Is it Balloon Tower Defense? Is that what it's supposed to be?
My thought was that it was a play on STDX, set to destroy X, but I'm not sure what the one. B would stand for. And there's nobody on their team that really has that moniker. I think one of their players is like blah blah big deal. So I think that's Soldier Boy. So maybe it's them to destroy X, but I'm not. This is purely conjecture at this point. And finally, kind of funny that you say that that kid fan club doesn't roll off the tongue. They're actually the same number of syllables. BTDX. Dat Kid Fan Club, but somehow BTDX rolls off the tongue so much quicker than Dat Kid Fan Club. Maybe because there's that pause in the middle where it's a sort of rhythmically aligned number of syllables for BTDX. I'm not sure the science quite behind what makes that one flow a little bit better, but I'm 100% with you that it does feel much easier to say BTDX.
I think so this team used to be Bet. So maybe that's where the B comes from. There's probably some idiot in chat.
To destroy X instead of set to destroy X. That would make a ton of sense.
There's probably somebody in chat that's like telling us exactly. But I don't pay attention to chat. I'm paying attention to this game right now as players are loading up and nothing of shock as of note, which is just fine. Dat Menace coming out with the CRB, and we are ready to roll with Simo once again coming out with the tent on this map. Pencil versus pencil still as well.
Yeah, not a surprise there. We see Nilla on the regular splatter shot, no hero shot coming out, so it will be essentially a duel between them and Mecha, who are essentially on the same part of the map, just on opposite sides from each other, and it will be Dat Kid Fan Club locking it down after a incredibly short takeover by BTDX. Dat Kid just dodging their way, just jumping around like that one level in story mode to dodge the incoming shots. Harshy, who you mentioned we did not see in the winners final set, I believe, now showing up here on the pencil, trying to take down one. I believe they were the one who got Mecha out of the equation, and Dat Kid Fan Club feeling confident enough to throw again that tri-strike in front of the zone. Only 2 of those counter tri-strike shots coming out onto the zone, allowing Dat Kid Fan Club to hold strong.
And starting to push up with only 2 players left to go, but you know, when your 1 player left alive is Miner, you got to be feeling pretty good that they can win some 1v1 fights, especially when they have the pencil behind them for support. Dat Kid Fan Club is looking really strong right now, and having to burn a lot of specials is BTDX. They're not going to have the Zuka to work with, and here comes the Kraken going right through the tent. Is anybody left for that kid to start attacking the zone and paint over these ink strikes? The answer is no. So BTDX will keep the game going a little bit longer as Mecha pushes up and wins a 2v1. A heck of a play by that player, just going straight through and taking fights and winning them.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures, and drastic action is what was needed there as BTDX, it felt like, was being countered off the rip. They had that tri-strike at the ready, and Dat Kid Fan Club countered immediately back, even though they lost the zone as a result of the first one. Mecha, they love to play aggressive, but Miner outranged them there with that slosher, has the tri-strike at the ready, as well as Harshy getting close to another tactical as well, and there it goes. The Zuka going to come out as well from Nilla, who gets those 3 shots off as quickly as possible. You can't really hang on to them for too long. The timer is not very forgiving on that special. That kid not having the ability with that unequal wall to get up with the Kraken there, but will make do. 2v1ing against a player there. Nilla, I think, picking up the splat, and Soulja Boy trying desperately to hold it down, but it will be going back to Dat Kid Fan Club to chew through that large 61-point penalty.
So that Kraken, you would think, okay, it doesn't get any splats, and that kid ends up just falling off the side of the zone at the end of it. But what it does is creates enough distractions for the rest of the teams to get the zone. They didn't have to use any other specials. At the end of that push, Dat Kid Fan Club had Ink Strikes and Ink Zukas ready to go after they already controlled the zone. That's just the value that Kraken unfortunately brings just because it's so strong.
If nothing else, it definitely feels like a better distraction than the Big Bubbler, which just kind of sits there in one spot, is not very threatening, and can be pretty easily taken down in a few seconds, especially if you're team-shotting it. But that Kraken is mobile, invincible, and deadly. And speaking of deadly, that Inkzuka shot is going to find one there onto power. Going to use the last shot there smartly on the zone to see if they can start taking things over. Simo trying to play zone defense rather than tower defense, and there is that both distraction and menacing power of Dat Menace on the Kraken, deciding not to chase, which I think is smart, really relying and valuing their life over anything there, as Simo tries to get the pick and just can't get the flick there, as they, I think, jumped when they maybe shouldn't have. Nilla just barely dodging out of the way of that, and back and forth so far. So this is good things for both teams. It's really a good sight, and I see it looks like there's I couldn't tell what that was originally. It looked like there was just a sprinkler floating in midair.
Yes.
Where I forgot that there's a bowl there, and it makes sense for there to be a sprinkler there upside down.
Yeah, kind of like Gobi Arena, you can attach a sprinkler to that little top thing up top there, and you know, it will slow down eventually over time, but it is another just annoying thing. And, well, Power's going to opt to throw one up there as well. Why not? Hey, by the way, BTDX is sneakily threatening to win this one. Their penalty points are gone, and they only have about 20 points left. The question is, can they weather the storm from the Kraken? It looks like the Kraken's going to have to come back to deal with Soldier Boy. Oh, if Simo was able to survive that attack right there, they might have gotten the lead to deploy the tent, and that situation would have been enough to maybe to push them back long enough. But still, the game's not over yet. BTDX losing that fight to Harshy. Very nice splat right there by the pencil player. 20 seconds left. There's still time to get back into this one, and not a lot of penalty points they got to go through before they can find a way to get a lead.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Mecha was one shot away from taking down Harshy, who survives and is able to get the tactical down. Simo trying desperately to advance. They're beset upon by 3, including the Kraken, as well as the Tri-Strike coming out. This one's going to be difficult to maintain. This is just Power desperately painting the zone, but nothing doing there. And despite a strong comeback from BTDX, it's going to be Dat Kid Fan Club holding out and being able to take our game 1 here. I thought there was a really great opportunity there by Soldier Boy, who was able to climb up with the Slosher and almost get a pick. Nilla was chasing them. They were actually flanking around behind them, and being taken down, sort of down where that ramp is, would have been disaster in and of itself, but provided a lot of distraction, was able to climb up, get Nilla out of the equation by being down below where the tower was, or sorry, the zone. And then if they had gotten that pick on the pencil, would have been a great start to what could have been another push there. So unfortunately, goes down. We saw and already talked about Mecha just missing that final shot there onto Harshy, which could have been a turning point as well for BTDX, who is coming from the losers bracket and would need to bracket reset in order to finish first. But Dat Kid Fan Club, this is exactly how you want to start getting that first game on Splat Zone.
They've only lost one game all day long, and after about a 2-hour break, they're picking up right where they left off. BTDX, though, sneakily was in that one. It felt like they weren't never in control of that one, but over the course of the last half of the game, once they were finally able to stop the bleeding and prevent themselves from being KO'd, they seem to have been the stronger team in some of those later half of the set. The difference there being, well, when you're in those kind of tug of wars, who's got the specials when you need them? We got the Kraken that we need, and we got the Ink Strikes to throw on top of the Kraken onto the zone. That's going to be enough to at least flip it back into our favor and secure the win. You get a huge lead initially. It allows you to play that play style to where you can just special death your opponent all the way down here. Splat Zones, Mahi Mahi is the counter pick coming out from BTDX. Are we going to see... Okay, so Simo... opting to go with Tent this time around.
I will say, I believe our spectator is playing this one. Yeah, that's them right there. As Miner had been swapped over to the spectator role, and Brownie, I think, was swapped onto one of the teams. So I was very curious when I originally saw an NZAP, and I was like, surely there's no way they've not done this the entire time, but somehow it happened. And to your question, I do not know how they ended up being the spectator over Brownie.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, did somebody sub out or not? But okay, so there we go. By the way, shout out to our spec cam operator Brownie, making a unexpected appearance here in the grand finals. What team did they end up on? Because if that team ends up winning, I think technically they owe Brownie a little cut of the check there, because, well, they did make an appearance there.
Yeah, and it would be Dat Kid Fan Club. I believe they took Miner's place. It was Mecha. I'm sorry, it was Mecha actually. So they ended up on BTDX.
Fair enough. I would, no offense to you, Brownie, but I would rather have Mecha in. They've been playing great over the course of this day. Now, Simo was using Tent. They've been bouncing back they've been using Tent. They've been bouncing back and forth between using Tent and Blaster on this one. I wonder if they used Blaster because they knew they were fighting a Tent last time, and maybe this time around, recognizing there's not going to be another Tent they have to deal with, let's do it with Zuka and see what happens.
Well, this time there's not going to be a big bubbler that they have to deal with, like one of the last times we saw Mahi Mahi Resort. Instead, that kid going to be on the range blaster, the CRB, I should say, custom range blaster, and they're going to have that Kraken Royale coming up pretty shortly here. Nilla going to get the Trizuka online. Simo using that canopy already for protection here. Gets a couple of pot shots there and forces multiple members actually of that Kid Fan Club to retreat. That allows BTDX to claim that lead, chew through their penalty once again. And now that zone control stopped, very back and forth in the early game. And I think that's just the nature of this map sometimes when the water has not gone down and the rest of the stage has not come up.
Yeah, and you want to be the team that's in control of the zone when it does go down, because it gives you all of that room that you can work with to start building up more specials to make an extended lockout right now. So there is a struggle for that kind of that one moment, magical moment, if you will, for when that opportunity does arise. And it looks like BTDX is in a good position to try to get that done. Soldier Boy, though, keeps pushing up by themselves, trying to take some fights. Sometimes they got tent support, sometimes they don't. That time they're in a 2v1, able to get a trade out of it. But regardless, though, they're able to jump back in because they got control of mid, and now Nilla's the one trying to kind of got caught off by themselves, trying to stay alive long enough, maybe get some soda in them from that distance where they can take some fights. But they're doing a good job of staying alive. The problem is, while all this is going on, points are being racked up by BTDX, who finally loses control of things, but a lot of damage done into their favor.
Yep, this magic moment, as you say. I would sing the song, but I'm worried we might get DMCA'd, so we'll hold off on that for now. Simo going to fall there as Nilla tried to find a second there, but Mecha will not only stay alive, but get the Trizuka out, targeting Miner, but will not find the pick that they were looking for. They had quite a large box to contend with. Of course, we have the entire map now. Mecha doing exactly what they love to do, pushing forward. They will get a pick themselves, but will have to move back, and Nilla pretty far back in their spawn. They spot Soldier Boy out, but just don't have the range to contend with them. A teammate will help to clean that up, and Simo doing a great job of deterring anybody from that Kid Fan Club from moving any closer as BTDX gets through the entirety of their penalty. They also have the Sprinkler in an interesting spot. It's not somewhere that's going to affect a zone at all. Power being chased now by Dat Kid, who can't find him, I believe. Wasn't able to find him, so Power stays alive and gets the Tacticaler down. It's not really in a spot where anybody can grab it, but do they need it? Maybe, as the zone gets stopped at 3 just for a second. Turns out they do not need it after all, despite that Kid Fan Club getting their own Sprinkler down by the zone. And that will be a nice little tying up of the set here from BTDX. Brings it to 1 apiece on their journey to try and force a bracket reset.
The Kraken and Ink Strikes combined would have been enough to cap the zone into Dat Kid Fan Club's favor. Unfortunately for them, BTDX had Ink Strikes of their own that they're able to throw at the literally same exact time. Like, you saw the two pillars coming up together, so they kind of just canceled each other out, with just left the Kraken, which could really paint the zone, but the better use of it would have been to just chase some players out, which they did. But there was still enough painting power to be able to throw onto the zone into the favor of BTDX to where they were able to close that out. But they were able to, once they had control of the zone, when everything lowered, they were able to build up a huge lead on top of that, and then flip everything back into their favor once they get the zone again, and able to just continue that lockout afterwards. So just the right timing worked out into them, and that's why they counterpicked it. It ended up working out. And oh my gosh, really?
Speaking of counterpicks, you mentioned it, and it has been brought into existence. Tower control. Ink Blot Art Academy is where we shall return. This one looking like Dat Kid Fan Club readies up pretty much immediately. They know exactly what they want to do on this map and mode combination. I notice a little bit slower for BTDX as they try to figure out what they want to run with outside of Mecha, who pretty much knows they'll be going on the hero shot through the entirety of this tournament. So this one, of course, could go either way. We've seen some very close matches on this map and mode combination. That 48-49 moment comes to mind as both teams were able to hit basically the exact same point halfway through that second checkpoint. And I have to imagine checkpoints will play a huge role in this one. The last time we saw this one got all the way down to 9. I'm not sure, unless it's a knockout, we would see that again. Typically, if there's no knockout, it only gets into the 20s and 30s. And despite this path of the tower being a little bit smaller, there are so many little turns and hard rights and hard lefts that it takes that this one's going to be tough, and you're going to have to bring your best stuff. Maybe the big bubbler comes back out. This would be sort of the ideal map and mode to bring it back out on.
This is the 5th straight set that BTDX will play Tower Control Art Academy on. And they got a pretty decent win record on here, even though this is the counter pick that Dat Kid fan club is picking right here. By the way, just the second loss that Dat Kid fan club has taken the entire tournament long here, as we see Simo, who's been using a variety of weapons on this map and mode, opting to, I believe this third straight game they've used the vanilla range blaster, when they used the Kraken earlier on stream. This time just kind of stick with the suction bomb wave breaker that they've been using so far. Harshy getting the nice pick, trying to stay onto this tower clear for
Yeah, and when we saw the vanilla range versus vanilla range match on this map, we talked about how the suction bomb can sometimes be all you really need for the tower, and Dat Kid fan club not having any trouble with dealing with that right now, as they do lose one member. Dat Kid gonna fall as Power tries to put up some defense here as well for BTDX. 3 members actually going down, just the CRB remaining as they come back from spawn there. So a delayed wipe is going to end the push at 55. So once again, that second checkpoint, the tough one to get through. We hear the sound of the Kraken Royale going out as well, or attempting to go out. Soldier Boy going to fall as well. And if BTDX wants to get a push started, they may have to wait for their 4th member here. They do have the wave breaker coming out. It's of course not going to spot anyone right now, as Harshy's going to jump over that one definitely, but they will fall. I'm not even sure actually what got them, if it was Power that had a max range shot to take them out, or a bomb that maybe followed them all the way back there. But that's a great pick there for a BTDX team that wants to beat that best push at 55.
I was thinking the same exact thing. I was like, I think Power's the only thing that could make an attack right there. But then I was like, wait a minute, pencils fighting each other? That doesn't seem right. But here we are, Nilla dropping down right here, taking care of Simo with the help of one of their friends. Spots Mecha with the stealth jump, and that's 2 players down. So that's going to open up the floor for Dat Kid to start attacking this second checkpoint yet again. Mind you, they have the lead, but you don't really care at this point. You want to start clearing that second checkpoint as soon as you can. Simo doing a good job of making sure they can't get established along that bats area as we cross the 3-minute mark left in this one. Okay, so now, after what initially looked like a pushing opportunity, things are just kind of stalled out back and forth, and players are just kind of getting eliminated left and right as we're trying to just establish control of spots where people can get things going. And finally, maybe the dust has settled into the favor of the teal team.
Yeah, it was actually Simo who got the pick on that Trizuka that would have helped keep that push going quite a bit longer there for Dat Kid fan club, I believe, as BTDX was trying to, and still is now, playing some defense, doing a pretty good job of it. They were able to get the slosher and the pencil down. Soldier Boy pushing up to see if they can find anybody else. It's just Dat Kid hanging around mid, seeing if anybody might be sharking around the front of the tower. Simo just now getting there, seeing if they can engage in a range blaster v range blaster duel, maybe with some help there from either Mecha or anyone else that might be around. Miner being around, but Simo spotting that out, jumps back and retains what part of their special has been built up thus far. The Tri-Strike going to come out mid, and BTDX is in the phase where they're just trying to find control of mid, not seeing if they can force anything on the tower until they have what they want. Miner's going to fall. Soldier Boy's going to get behind a wall. So this is the opportunity, but Power going to back off, get that tacticooler down. Simo, I believe, going to pick it up, and Power was about a millimeter, it looked like, away from falling back down to safety, but got taken out there. That's a big Power Rider down. Simo going to fall as well, but this one, it looks like, will end very closely at 59 unless Mecha can do something about it. However, they will lose both their life and the Trizuka, so not likely to happen.
Oh, man, a couple of players going down from BTDX there on their own little drop area. I was just about to say, yeah, their push is over, but it looks like there's a way where they can control mid and get something going again. But now it is Dat Kid fan club that made that nice little play right there, capturing space quickly. And as soon as I say that, it's just Miner being last left alive. And they are going to all jump right into Miner. If they can get a couple of splats, keep their players safe, they might find a way to start attacking the second checkpoint yet again. And it looks like they were able to do just that. One player being left last alive eventually turns into a whole heck of a problem for BTDX.
Harshy basically was tapping their way to victory there and just has to stay on the tower, even though they had a suction bomb right next to them. It was about points at that point. They had basically were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They were getting set upon from their right and just had to ride it out. Gets to 38. as a result. So with 30 seconds left, that is the number currently to beat for BTDX, as they do not want to go down 2-1, being the loser in this bracket, coming out from the loser's bracket side of things, and do not want to have to go into, will have to force actually a bracket reset if they want to make things work. The wave breaker coming out should not get destroyed by the tower. It just barely goes through, but nobody even around to be hit by it, as both, I believe, the Trizuka and the Tri-Strike come out. Soldier Boy trying to go up. They get taken down pretty quickly. It's Simo riding the tower. They're not going to have power anymore. A full wipe out there as that Kid fan club picks apart the members of BTDX one by one. They secure their counter pick here on Inkblot Art Academy and come one game away from winning the second qualifier of the 20XX League.
That moment where the push ended for BTDX, and you saw a couple of their players jump right down into mid on their plat and instantly get eliminated before they could recapture control of mid. That seemed to me to be the turning point in the game. Sure, Dat Kid fan club already had the lead, but it looked like there was a window to get a second push going, but it just never got established, and instead steamrolled into a great push, a winning push by Dat Kid fan club, as they were able to take care of the second checkpoint and then just coast to a victory from there. The little plays right there, when the matches are kind of stalemate, a little bit back and forth, it's those one little individual plays, and that time it landed into the favor of Dat Kid fan club. And already wasting no time, Splat Zone's Hagglefish is going to be the pick. I think these players recognize, oh wait, Squid Junction is going to be kicking off in about 45 minutes. And we want to get the stream ready for that. So let's get this counter pick in ready to try to get this one, try to get some dubs here and move forward.
It's a natural pick and something that comes first to mind. It's something I'm surprised we hadn't seen yet up until this point. It feels like a map and mode that you essentially have to be good at if you want to be at all competitive as a Splatoon team. It's probably the first map and mode you should study out of whatever number of combinations there are. It has to be over 48 to 50 at this point. So lots and lots of preparation goes into knowing this map and mode combination, and neither team really, it looks like, will change very much, as they're ready almost immediately and just as quickly as they had that counter pick. Match point, as you see on the screen there, for Dat Kid fan club to secure first place here in this 20XX qualifier number 2. Taking a look at the composition here, Simo going to be on the Tenta-brella, the camo version there, so they are not going to be on Blaster v Blaster duty, as Dat Kid will stick with the CRB, or actually be on the Range Blaster, but the custom variant here, they're going to have the Slosher v Slosher battle, though, to go along with the other essentially same weapon battles that are taking place across both of these rosters.
That's the second time. Now, we've seen BTDX a lot, so we kind of getting used to the tendencies here, but that's been the opening for Soldier Boy the last couple of times here. Let's go by ourselves, try to get a pick along the right flank, and both times getting shut down. But it's fine because they can get right back into the action, except it's not fine because Nilla is going to take care of them yet again. So there you go. The opening that BTDX had gets shut down yet again. They were able to respond last time that happened in the other set that they played. This time around, though, they have a different monster they got to deal with, and that's Kraken. Instead of going all the way to the enemy base, recognize, okay, there's nothing there. Let me go back and help out my rest of the teammates in the middle of the zone.
Previously, we spoke about how that Kraken, if nothing else, can be such a time waster and such a deterrence for the enemy team as they get forced back, and essentially waited for that Kraken Royale to be done with before popping any major specials, and that's taken some significant time off the clock here, taking control of the zone away from Dat Kid, but not claiming it for themselves here, as we're in single digits now. Will this be enough? Desperately sloshing, and they will just be able to take it away with 9 points left for Dat Kid fan club. Now BTDX needs to ride it out. This is their first push, so they won't have a pony to chew through, but almost the entirety, if not the entirety, of Dat Kid fan club has that tactical buff now, and will be advancing forward with it. Miner slowly making their way forward. They have the Kraken Royale online as well. Dat Kid's gonna try and find someone, but they missed the shot there on the power. Will get the second attempt at it. Nobody else hiding behind that tactical, though. Simo gonna try and follow things up with the Trizuka, not really finding much there, and without that, Dat Kid fan club not having much difficulty following that Kraken Royale or this online Tri-Strike here. They've got lots of tools left as they retake control of the zone and yet again force BTDX back.
It feels like we're seeing the end of the tournament right here. It's kind of similar to how Game 1 was. Huge lead in the opening minutes, and even if things stall out back and forth here, that's just the dub for Dat Kid fan club. And if they be timely timely with the specials that they can use, they can close this out. For BTDX, time is running out. You got to start finding ways to get back in here. You got Zuka and Ink Strike ready to go right now. Maybe wait out those Zuka strikes from the enemy team, and now you got to just throw everything at the zone and hope something sticks. They do just that, but they lose 2 players in the process. Harshy's still alive, able to put down enough paint in the zone to flip it back. Ultimately not. Simo able to get back in there, so they throw a lot at the zone. They're not going to have enough to hold on to it, and that's going to be the problem, is how are you going to hold on to it long enough?
Yeah, they buy themselves another team fight there, but is that really going to be enough? Already 2 members of that Kid fan club down, though. So Power and Mecha moving forward with the tactical or buff. Mecha already well in advance and forcing one member of that Kid fan club who realized they were pretty much alone to jump back to spawn. Harshy pretty far forced back, so not going to be able to make optimal use of this pencil here. Miner taking their shot at Mecha. They're going to fail, but Nilla will clean them up. Not even needing Nilla as Simo advances forward here. Harshy was able to take the first one out, and they're able to get the other out of their spawn. Nilla using one of these Trizuka shots on the zone and the other one to try and see if they can deter any members of BTDX. Not quite claiming control of the zone yet. BTDX gets it back and hasn't gotten any penalty points left, but here comes that menaces Kraken Royale once again. They've taken control back of the zone. It's been that distracting factor that's gotten them away from the zone time and time again. Nilla getting Mecha over near their spawn area as Power tries to get back to the uninkable tarp area, but they're the last one alive, so they need to get back from spawn quickly if they want a chance to try and stop that Kid fan club from securing this one.
Final minutes, if we'll even get there. It's going to have to come down to some timely specials. Here comes the Ink Strike. Oh, everything gets thrown onto the zone, which will stall it, but that is a delayed wipe as well. The question is going to be, are we going to see a drip pick? And there's no time because players should jump back in to attack it. But that Kid fan club, the number 5 seed, rolls through this tournament with only 2 L's, and they have won the second qualifier for 20XX.
Should certainly be a force to be reckoned with come the 20XX league itself. Starting out, as you mentioned, as the 5th seed in this tournament. And as you also talked about, according to the math done by Sendo.Inc., not by a TO assigning these rankings. So BTDX taking 1 game out of 2 total for the entire tournament away from that Kid fan club. Just an amazing show that they put on, never leaving the winner's side of the bracket. Of course, that can only affect one team throughout the entirety of the tournament, but a fantastic job by BTDX to not only come back and avenge a prior loss in Qualifier 1 to Duck Motif not once but twice today, sweeping through them and beating out the 2nd overall seed Black Bull, who they will indeed likely see in the 20XX League as the 3rd place team today. So congratulations to all 3 of our 20XX League qualifiers. Our 3rd place team, Black Bull, our 2nd place team, BTDX, and of course our 1st place team who wins the $100 cash prize, that Kid fan club. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
They played the number 1, 2, and 4 seeds in this tournament, and they went 9-1 against them. So, yeah, we're now there's a lot more monsters are going to have to go up against over the course of the next couple of months, but that'll be a completely different scenario. This you don't know who you're playing until you finish your set, and then you find out who your next one is, and then you just got a best of 5 go. In the league, you're going to get a whole week to kind of prepare and game plan for a much longer set. It's going to be a fun time. You're going to see probably a rematch at some point of BTDX and that Kid fan club and Black Bull. Some teams that are going to use some history from this tournament is going to translate into the league, maybe form some rivalries, stuff we'll be talking about later. There's still 1 more qualifier left to go. Next week, winner makes it in. Everybody else that loses gets the opportunity to watch the league for the rest of the tournament, for the last couple of months. So a lot to be had before the league can officially get started as well.
Yeah, and as we end this one out, again, be sure that you tune in next Saturday, August 17th, for the 3rd and final 20XX League qualifier this time around. Should be super exciting. We, of course, want to give our thanks, first of all, to Brownie for the awesome job on the spec cam and running the stream, as well as to everybody like Lit Blue that's helped us throughout today, and to the previous commentators that were on both IPL and Dapple. And we also want to thank the coffee supporters for Dapple Productions. So huge shout out to our coffee supporters, Squiddaddle and Dual Marmalade. If you enjoy what is going on here at Dapple Productions, please consider supporting them on Coffee. You can do so by visiting their coffee page, dapple.inc/coffee. That's KOFI, dapple.inc/coffee, or by clicking the link in Twitch chat. So huge shout out to the supporters as well as everybody who helped make this tournament happen. Popgun, of course, huge thanks to you for putting on a fantastic display of commentary and just knowledge as well of looking at these teams and sort of knowing the history behind them and teaching me a thing or two about the game as well as you normally do.
Well, thank you for teaching me how physics formulas, because we had to deal with an awkward number of that today as well. That's going to do it for us, and a big shout out for Dapple Productions for inviting us to come out and commentate this awesome event. Stick around on this channel because Squid Junction is literally going to be happening at the top of the hour, and we will see you next week for the final qualifier for the 20XX League. Have a good night.